You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hoffman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm Rebecca, and as always, I'm happy you guys are here. And let's go ahead and see who we have here. We have a big show lined up for everybody tonight, so it's awesome. Let's go ahead and bring one and only Sam Hoffman here. Hi, Sam.
Yeah, you know who. Hi, everybody.
Tonight? The one and only. Do I need to say your name even?
Well, thank you. The one and only. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good to have you.
Hi.
Yeah, it's good to see you, hear you. Good to.
Yeah, well, you can kind of see me, and
I know. Oh, I can visualize.
I am really waving my arms and everything. I promise.
Yeah, that's cool. One of these days, maybe we'll figure out a way. So.
It reminds me, I haven't got to do some of my chores. Ooh, anyway.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I was just reminded I haven't called about better internet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's on your to-do list.
I'll remind you tomorrow. Right now. I started this week and I never got to it.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm making a note. I'll help you. Okay, between the two of us, we'll get there. So
yeah, we'll figure it out.
Let's go ahead and get who's next in line with us tonight. Well, let's do ladies first, and we'll have Jillian. Hey, Jillian.
Hi there. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Our friend in Scotland, how are you tonight?
Beautific. I've seen the most amazing sunset, so I feel really, really, really chilled out.
I saw your pictures just for a sneak peek, so I got to go grab them still, but they were beautiful. You're lucky. But you saw what I had last night to work with, and I felt lucky, so we had our, we had our turns.
That spoke one that goes up, and it looks like it's got a twin opposite, and you're just... How do there's no camera big enough for them anymore. There's just...
Right. It was like that. So I'm going to get those pictures for everybody. But, well, good to see you. Let's go ahead. We have Nicole. Hey, Nicole. How are you tonight?
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Sam.
Hey.
Hi, Jillian. I'm well. How are you guys?
To see you. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I seen you weren't feeling well. And just after your birthday, too.
Yes. But hey, it's all good. It's all good.
I know. It makes you stronger, so they say. So, right. It works out that way. Okay, Let's go ahead. We have another one here waiting. It's our friend Jesus Marquez. Hey there.
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Julian, Sam, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Everybody with us already. Nice to see you all here.
It's good to see you, Jesus. We hadn't seen you in a whole week now, so it's
feels like a long time. Yeah.
I know it. We're still trying to figure out our schedule. We're gonna. I didn't like that. I don't know. We tried something different the last show, and I think I still need to work on other ideas. Maybe
I think we just need to learn to let everybody talk, and then. And then wait your turn.
System. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, if you could drop your camera a little bit so that we can see you behind your label there. A little more. Okay, smack. Yeah.
That's better. That's better.
That way we can see you, not your Nibiru system is already here logo in front of your chin.
Oh, yeah. It was covering your chin.
Much better. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just figured I'd
well, we have one more person with us at the moment, and I bet you all can guess who this is. He's always with us. It's our Rocket Man. Hey there, Rocket Man.
Hi, everybody.
Good to see you.
Hey.
Rocket Man, how you doing?
Hi, Rocket Man.
I'm Jesus, Jillian, Nicole.
I know, we're all here. The only one we don't have right now is Christopher, and I don't think he got the memo that we're making some changes with things, but no biggie. He'll be here. I know he will. He's planning on it, so he'll be here. But at the moment, that concludes our roll call for our host and guest host and everybody. So let's go ahead and take a look at the comment section, because I have not even had a moment to peek at that yet, guys. This will be a mystery for me. Actually, it's not a mystery. It's T. Racy. It's usually either her or Experimental. You guys already know. They're neck and neck every week. So let's get her comment up here. Hey, T. Racy. Good to see you. And this time in second place, it was close call. It was Sandy Cheeks. So nice to see you, Sandy. I know. It's always good to see her too. And hey, it's Rodney. Rodney is here, everybody. Good to have you, Rodney. And as always, Dennis is here. We can always count on Dennis. So yeah, hey, good Dennis. To have you here, Dennis, for sure. It's so nice to see all you guys. It's like we finally get to, meet back up again for our connection point. So I always look forward to it. So
Hi, Maria.
Our
I
friend
went
Maria
in and did a whole
Alaska.
bunch of back study, Dennis, about the moon and what everybody was. We were on last week's show. We were talking about the reason why the National Guard and all of this stuff were being called out, and I went and looked into more extensive background information as to why. We've come to a determination, and we understand a little bit more. So anyway, I just figured I'd mention that to Dennis. Well, he said, keep watching the moon, because there's a lot going on behind that topic
We'll
alone.
have to talk more about that. Yeah, there's lots of weird moon captures out there.
Hey, Sam. There's some new movies out there on our website. I'm sure we'll get to that later. But Sam, I put World War Z up there. That was an old classic with Brad Pitt. That's a really good movie.
I have a copy of that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
I've never
a spooky
seen
movie.
that.
Is a spooky concept.
No kidding.
Ooh, I probably don't want to see that.
Well, yeah.
I don't need that. I
haven't seen that one either.
Yeah. Yeah.
It probably has blood and guts in it.
Hey, Maria and Michelle.
Hi, Maria.
Michelle. Michelle
Hi,
is going to
Maria.
be
Hi, Maria.
No, Theodore.
Maria's always busy, so thanks for making time to be here anyway.
Yes, thank you, Maria.
Exactly.
Thank you, everybody, actually, because it's such a mission.
That goes out to everybody, because it does take time out of your daily life to be here. So thank you guys for joining us.
Right. It's true. I mean, I appreciate that the people are here, and they're here before the time starts even, that they are anticipating it, looking forward to it. And I appreciate that a whole bunch. So I think we're all equally looking forward to seeing each other. That's the cool part. So this is a nice way that I'm so glad we started this, even if it wasn't that it's a show, because it's a show, but even if it wasn't, if it was just us getting together twice a week and get to visit about what we love the most, or one of the things we love the most, that means a lot to, I know, a lot of us. So
absolutely.
I love it. And I was going to say, Michelle is going to be in the line of Totality. She's in Indiana. So I'm curious, if Michelle's going to be, I don't know. I'm sure she'll be out taking pictures and everything. I just wish I could be there with her for a minute and see what it looks like that day. So
can you imagine being in the path of totality? I mean, geez, I'm getting a skinny little scalp, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I'm so glad I'm off that day. But I don't know where to go to actually be able to see, because it says if it's 11 o'clock you guys time, that means it's going to be quite late my time by the time it gets here.
I thought it was like 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's 1:45 my time central for me. Right. So we'll find out, Jillian. We'll find out.
Because I think then it's going to be too late for me to be able to see something unless I'm down by the ocean. Then I'd have to really think about nipping off down to the sea, maybe about 5 o'clock or something like that.
I watched the lunar eclipse on the other night as it happened, and that was fairly interesting. But I'm really interested to see the ramifications of it. I mean, if a portion of the gossip that is surrounding this topic is even going to remotely come true, then I think we're going to have a wild ride. But And there's a lot of credibility to the religious aspects of what these people are talking about. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people are laying out clickbait so that you can watch their YouTube program, and a few thumping Bibles in the mix as well. But there's a lot of interesting cross-reference mathematic information. The reason I'm saying mathematic is because there's the timing factor of the astrological reoccurrence of all of this numbered events going back from 2017 forward and everything, from all the eclipses and the count of the religious aspects of the number of eclipses prior to the opening of the sixth seal and all of that. There's a hell of a lot to this topic, and if even a portion of it occurs, we should be quite busy.
Yeah, but when it comes to religion, you have to be careful. It's a lot of interpretation and misinterpretation as well. So, but I think there's definitely a lot there to learn if you know how to interpret it and have a basis of understanding before you
take it with a grain of salt. Just don't fear it.
Yeah.
Right. We'll get back to that in a second. Let's check and see who else was after Michelle. So hi, Michelle. Good to have you here. And it's Big Sky Girl. Big Sky Girl. Sorry, I know. It's like it wants to come out.
One of the terms for Montana is called Big Sky Country. And
I was going to say that. It's Big Sky, right? Your guys' slogan or something?
Girl.
Yep,
yeah, that's cool. Well,
nice to have other members from Montana here.
What's that, Sam?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said it's nice to have other people from Montana here.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, for sure. I have. Well, I was gonna say, well, here's Sammy. Hi, Sammy. Good to see you.
Hello, Sammy.
And I was gonna say,
Sammy.
speaking of our colleagues in our own states, we have my friend Tracy. She's here in Oklahoma, where I live. We're not too far from each other, about an hour apart, I'd say. So good to see you,
saying
Tracy.
something about Facebook, Rebecca.
Okay.
She says no comments are showing on Facebook. Can Rebecca check?
Yeah. She posted that earlier, and I saw that, and it zipped right by you. You need to fix that.
No comments are showing on Facebook. I don't know what that means. I'll find out.
I can see comments.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe she needs to log out and log back in again.
Yeah.
Hey, let's jump down here to Karen for a second. Hey, Karen. Thank you. Really, that's a great way to start the show off. Really, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely have needs, that we need financial assistance for. So we appreciate that. Really, thank you.
Very kind of you.
And I don't want to jump over people, but I let's see, who did I get? Tracy. I had Tracy. I see Irene is here. Hi, Irene.
Hi,
Good
Irene.
to see you, our friend in Florida. She's so sweet. She really is a sweet lady, guys.
And Andrea Adams.
And Andrea. She's super sweet and talkative. I love reading all her comments. She stays busy chatting in the comments, if you notice. It's cute. So good. And Dawn. Hey, Dawn. Let's get you up here. Hi, Dawn. Shine bright. Very nice to have you. And now I see Audrey, and it's 2 a.m. in the morning in South Africa, and she's with us. She doesn't. Nothing stops her from being here. Have you guys noticed? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So
nothing
stops it. So
on
thank you,
Facebook,
Audrey.
The news feed, the comments are showing at the bottom of the screen.
I see mine as well.
Okay. Well, maybe she needs to restart, like you said, restart her device. When in doubt, reboot, right?
Yep.
So, here's Sabrina, guys. Sabrina is here. Hello. Always good to have you here. And I see David. There he is. I knew he'd be here today. Here's David, guys.
Hi, David.
He's not going to let us down. Yep.
Yeah.
And this person is saying hi to just Rocket Man, but I'm not going to take it personal. So I'm kidding. No, but good to have you here, Facebook user. And let's see, Terry. Wow, Terry is here. He's hanging out with Sammy. What do you know? They're hanging out, watching the show together.
It says
That's
it's
pretty
Joe
cool.
Stye.
Nice.
Who is? Oh, Rocket Man. Saying hi to Rocket Man.
Saying Rocket Man, yeah.
This person? Oh,
Yep.
okay. That's he's a fan. That's my son. My oldest son. Yeah, Joe Thomas. So yeah, so he's a fan of Rocket Man. So I bet he'd buy a Rocket Man t-shirt. What do you want? Okay, I'm just saying.
To get a really
Okay.
cool little logo for him, like Rocket Man. Everybody
know.
should have a logo, I think. Each of us should have a
that.
logo. We should work
We
on
could
that.
do that. We could do that. It's all possible. Yeah. Well, hey, Joe Stye, my son. Good to see you.
Oh,
He
Joe.
sent me. I'll send you. I'll show you during the show. He sent me some pictures last night, guys. And this is somebody that doesn't take pictures. He does not take pictures of the sky. So when I got his text message and it had 2 or 3 pictures, he said the sky was looking weird. And I was like, wow, I was impressed beyond anything, just to know that he was actually paying attention. He was looking, and you'll see here in a minute, he caught Ice Atom. So it's pretty awesome.
Can't wait to
So
see them.
he's looking. So
I can't wait to see them.
yeah.
Some of the young ladies that work with me actually were talking to me about the colors of the Northern Lights and how they're also now trying to get colors of the Northern Lights. And then another one was talking to me about the other aspects of everything. And it's lots of people are waking up, man.
Right. People are catching on. I think it's not for anything other than how extraordinarily different things are looking. They know deep down inside something is not the same. Something is up. We're not being told about it. So that now we're telling them. So it's perfect.
Yeah.
We got a plan. So let's go ahead. Oh wait, Kevin, I didn't forget you, Kevin. Here you are. So good to see you, Kevin. Very awesome.
Hey, Kevin.
And let's see. Now we got Andrea, and Joyce is here. I always look forward to seeing Joyce in the list here. So good to have you, Joyce. Hello.
Thank you, Sammy, for your generous donation. That's really nice of
Did we
you.
get another donation? Hang on.
Thank you so much. Hi, Ninja Samurai.
We sure did, Sammy. Thank you. Gosh, that's perfect. We really appreciate these donations. You really, I know you guys know, so I'm not going to say you don't know, because I do know you know. So it helps. It helps because all these payments come due for all these features that we want, so it's needed in order to keep us going. So perfect. Let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see. We had David. Oh, Claudette. Claudette's here. And I always can count on her being here. Hey, Claudette. Good to see you. And I have Katie Joe in the audience. And just for everybody to know, Katie Joe will be joining us here in about an hour. So she's going to be our featured guest tonight, guest host. So I always look forward to having her.
Also.
Yeah, I've seen
Christopher,
as well
if you're
somewhere.
talking to me, I sent you a link early, and that was on purpose. So, yeah, it was on accident. I don't see his comments, but if you want to hop in, feel free. So we're going to just have self-control and not talk over each other. That's our big plan. Right. And see how that goes. So, okay. I know I didn't get everybody. There's a bunch of people here, which is awesome. I mean, look, well, no, it's Egg. Egg. I was hoping to see Egg tonight. So,
yeah, my dreams. We got a third one, guys. Dawn, thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you.
Excellent.
I don't see it yet. Oh, sure enough. There. Wow, Dawn. She bought a super sticker. That's so neat that you guys can do that easily. I mean, I donate to people too. I mean, I don't just only receive. I'm all the time sending these little donation stickers to people on TikTok. I get a kick out of that too. So, and I know people.
I don't know how you do that yet. Does that mean
people?
Do you mean you send money that way? You can send money.
Yeah, it's better to send Cash App. In certain.
I couldn't figure out how it worked. I didn't know if you needed points or something.
Right. When it comes
I'm so new on TikTok. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. On TikTok, when you buy a gift, a certain percentage goes to TikTok. So if it's
Okay.
if you really want to help somebody, you might want to Cash App them, so that TikTok doesn't take a huge chunk of it is all. So
We're on payday. They were telling us today. Yeah, we got notifications. So like, oh well.
Yeah.
Now we're counting agonizingly down until I can't believe how far it looks away.
Let's see who else. I mean, I know I said some of these. I'm scrolling through here. I see. No, we got them, but I see this person, Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Hello. Glad I found you in here. There's Christopher. I see you talking now.
Hello.
Good deal. Yeah, feel free
He's
to
out
join
watching
us when you
Planet.
want.
That's where he's at.
Yeah, we could watch with him. Hey, Kaylee Lewis. Very good to have you. And one more, guys. It's Robin. She made it just in time before the roll call
out there.
But hello, everybody. So that concludes our roll call.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and turn the music down a little bit so we can.
I can't even hear it.
Serious. We were jamming. I just say to I know we could turn the disco light. Actually, I had lights go out behind me. I need to get some.
Hey, you got disco lights. Disco lights would be like.
Yeah, some good strobe lights.
Right, LEDs.
Yeah,
and we could do that.
I've got my tree lights, but I didn't put them on tonight. Yeah, you caught me unawares. I haven't got my tree lights on. That's bad.
Where do you guys want to start tonight? Let's see. I mean, I know that, of course, the
here you go.
Eclipse is big deal. Oh yeah,
Rocket Man's got that sorted. There you go.
Warning, the possibility of epileptic seizures is probable.
Oh no. Thanks, Sam, for the disclaimer. Let's get our disclaimer pulled up while we're at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
don't want people getting a seizure.
Only because we feel it's and we know it's important to share this. Let's go ahead and share it. And it basically just talks about
in the media, and comments on this channel are those of the speakers and authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Read the rest.
Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel videos, many contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel's owner claims to no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. Oh my goodness, there's so much.
Well, that means it's somebody else's turn.
Okay. I can go ahead, Nicole.
The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and sharer of information and strives to verify but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel. Take it on.
I can take over. So if you have a complaint about something or find your content is being used incorrectly, please contact the broadcaster prior to making a copyright claim. Any infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction.
You guys are good.
We try to share information for educational and entertainment purposes. We do not sell your material. If we do use it, it is for scientific research. All property sent to Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, or any other adjacent sister site have become express open internet property for us to use for said procedures of scientific comparisons for the culmination of the binary solar system project. So,
Perfect.
And we're not trying to make money off you. We're trying to we get information from around the world, and a lot of folks send it to us. And we got a really good video in that was a very decisive video in from a longtime friend of ours, and her name was Terry Wade, and we will mention her. Hopefully she takes that as a nice thing and not a bad thing. And we thank you for your material. And it's actually been a very prominent sighting. And if you'd like to discuss that, Rebecca, we can.
Well, I'll share a little clip, and I didn't know what it was the other day. I knew it was
it was really awesome.
very significant. But
it took me about 0.5 seconds to go, oh crap, look at that.
Yeah, I thought it was Uri, but no, guys, we are seeing Saru now, the planet Saru, just like, in your face.
Yeah,
No
not in
longer
the
is it
northern
just
hemisphere yet because Uri is still in the way. But in the middle equator and actually semi-southern hemisphere, below the equatorial line, like the Tropic of Capricorn area, as Uri rises higher above us in the northern hemisphere, those folks down in the middle of the Earth in the southern hemisphere can actually see green-blue planet Saru. So, as you can see it on the drawing. And I knew it was there, and then we got this video this week.
Okay, so yeah, pay attention to a big circle, rounded curve to the
Just
left,
like you're seeing
of our
here.
sun. Okay.
On the left-hand side of the sun.
So
Now, this is a little bit of a mind teaser. Look at the red sky. That is the normal sky. That blue upper corner area is green-blue planet Saru. It's just a little bit smaller than Nibiru.
Sam, but isn't the redder part? Couldn't that also be another planet too? Because it looks all like
no. Look at the depth. Look at the clouds. Look at the normal clouds below. Look at the clouds above. Two completely different.
Our sky.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure I've seen that today. Wow.
The red area is the normal sky.
Oh, gotcha.
It's red because Saturn is
so
just
red?
to the right of our suns.
At this point in time, it's going at sunset, and if on the right-hand side, Saturn is over the top of Earth, so it is back reflecting the color into our normal out view of the sky as everything being red.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you definitely can see the curvature of the planet.
Here's another example of Saru we had from last week. You can see how it's not just peaking anymore. We're now seeing a large portion of it.
Your blue line on the bottom picture misses a little bit of the rounded edge. You got to go above that white cloud on the right-hand side of that blue line.
Yeah.
Right under the last R and the U, the line should go up right along that white cloud.
Is that something behind Saru or no?
No, that's just normal.
Okay.
Normal.
So
turn that more up to the U.
Yeah, if you look at
the size difference between Saru and Nibiru compared to the rest of them are just a dead giveaway because it's just insane the difference in size.
Yeah,
I'm sure I've seen it today. I'm sure we can see it now. We must be able to see it. We must.
Oh, yeah, well, in the southern hemisphere and equatorial, they are seeing it. What we should do is we should ask Robert to try down in New Zealand. I bet you anybody in South Africa or anybody in Australia or New Zealand and all of that will be able to see it pretty a lot more ease than we have up here, because up here Uri is still sort of covering in front of it, but yet you're seeing part of it underneath it and to the right. But this is I took one look at this and I immediately knew that was Sarah, because the little yellow area to orange area with that little purple straight line that matches the lower ring of Saru. It's got this real little thin ring on it.
Let me get your new not your new drawing, but let me get the drawing you sent me that I added to our slides.
It's from 2013.
Right.
Look at that little straight line band of purple clouds that you were just looking at.
Yeah, Lindsay was saying she's seen it as well back then, so she knows what to look for.
Yeah, there are a few people out there that go all the way back to the beginning of Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2.
Yeah,
well, she was telling me that she's very psychic as well, and she was feeling very sure that she could tell that it was time for Saru. She said the way that the weather feels like that same time.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, she feels the weather very sensitively, but then she stayed here a longer time than me, so she knows what she's talking about. She said she knows the temperature, how it felt, and how the birds sang and everything at a certain time.
There are people that memorize things, me included. Okay, looks like we lost Rebecca briefly. Everybody's quiet and calm.
Might be
and you're back. You went somewhere,
We're
Rebecca.
all being good and not talking over each other.
Well, I am.
Hey, we have a question. I see.
Oh, okay.
Let me get back here. Bear with me. Faith. Oh, spirit. Is it spirit, faith, end times, or spirit? But we have a question about asking, how did anyone begin to know this? Like, how did we come across this information?
Oh boy. Where do you want to begin?
That's a big question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you could condense it.
In 1978, I wrote a paper as a junior in high school, the 11th grade. And I wrote a paper saying that we had to have two suns and two sets of planets according to my chemistry equations and my understanding of advanced chemistry and dealing with some of the equations that Einstein could not finish that I did. And I just sort of, whipped through it in a matter of moments. And that got turned into try to get some recognition for the school. And then before you know it, the government was talking to me. And then, long story short, they slapped me with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And they don't do that to people who are wrong. After that, I spent many, many years dealing with the theory in my mind, which was a theory at the time. And many different things happened. And I got a free visit to the government, and they told me a whole bunch of stuff. And then I sort of walked away from that because I didn't appreciate what they were doing. And then other things happened over the years. And so right about 2010, 2009, I started noticing the things in the sky, and I literally saw a planetary pass, and I knew, oh shit, they're here. And ever since then, every day since then, I have been online gathering all of this information, and thousands and thousands and thousands of wonderful friends out there who are helping, and we're all sending the information, and it has grown from day one, first arrival, when they first came up from Antarctica below Earth, going all the way back to 210, and the arrival of the second star and all of that. And we've been doing hardcore science and studying and gathering and correlating this information and time proving the information, because we don't guess. We get multiple examples of something before we call it as real, and from sightings from around the world. And next month on the 9th, it will be 14 years for Montana Skywatcher, and all these wonderful skywatchers around the world have gathered all this information together, and we have volume after volume after volume of stacked up summations that have come to be time-proven fact. I hope that answers that. Did I leave anything out?
I mean, you summed it up nicely, really. I mean, basically, Sam, just you discovered this because you felt like you knew, based on everything that you had studied, that we have a binary solar system.
And I have a special connection to it, but I try not to go into too much detail on that and brag. And I have abilities, and I have a government-rated very high IQ. And, they want to normally hand most people medication for that, but I don't take any of that. Thank you. Is something wrong with you? Here, take this pill. I've known about this basically most of my life in one form or another, including traveling along with the asteroids in my dreams ever since childhood. So when they were visible, I knew them and I know them, and we've been documenting it ever since.
Right. So you discovered it, and then
I started doing my drawings, and all you wonderful folks, the new team of experts that we have acquired, have spent many, many years themselves. All of these folks here have got at least 8-9 years under their belt, 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 10, 12, We were talking, we have some members that go all the way back to the opening of Montana Skywatcher 1. Some wonderful friends that I could never, ever hope to thank enough for the work and efforts that they have laid down for all of us. And then I started doing the drawings, and the drawings have come out to be so accurate that we have had no way to argue with it. So, and it's been a wild, crazy ride ever since. And I never get enough of it, although it does get emotionally costly and it's stressful. But I guess this is I don't think I could walk away from it. I think my obsession is going to lead me one way or another, whether I'm driven or haunted, or obsessed. You could pick one.
No, you couldn't.
You can't walk away from this once you get to know it. It's because it becomes a part of you. It just becomes something that you just can't walk away from it. You can't.
Just becomes part of your day. You just get so used to doing it that when you actually can't, if you're stuck inside working, you get kind of upset because you really, really feel like you need that connection and taking pictures. For example,
you don't know how frustrating it is when I'm driving, right, work, and I see something. Do. And yeah, but I can't explain how much it frustrates when I'm driving, and I see something, but I have a passenger with me, and I can't stop. It's just because
that's the worst.
These things happen so quickly, right? And just like that, you could see something, and then it could be out of focus or something. So you have this small window, and then you can't stop. Sometimes I feel like telling my passenger, "Hey, man, I'm gonna stop real quick and take some pictures."
Yeah, just tell them it's mandatory union. It's a mandatory union tire check. At this mile, you look down at your odometer and it says, "Oh, by law, because of the union rules, I have to go out and check my tires." 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I should do.
There you go. There's one for you.
You didn't even look down. You weren't looking at your tires. Why are you spinning in the circle and in the parking lot over?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've come up with the ideas, but I have yet to put any of them into practice.
There you go.
The worst is when you're inside the house and you're busy on a mission in one of the rooms and you look out the window by chance because your eyes are magnetically drawn to the outside world. You're like, ooh.
Oh, look, Atu's moon.
Yep. Oh, like there's Atu's moon, or oh my God, it's Ice Atom. Oh no.
Oh, look, base cloud of Nymphacity. Gosh, I wonder if that's Nibiru. Yeah, look at this. This is a great shot. This
Beautiful.
Came in, I think a day or two ago, and see the ion little drop tails from the
tendrils, Sam.
Yeah, okay,
I saw this picture. This is a cool picture.
And this is when the sun warms up the side of that backside of that planet, and the sun starts warming up the edge of that planet, that big round edge, that blue line, those little clouds, the tendrils, as Jillian puts it. Start dropping off. It's a drop tail. It's a tendril because it's
tendril drop tail
change. And we've seen this on even when the planets were much, much smaller years and years ago. And I was talking to Rebecca about that before the beginning of the show, how it must be a huge, huge variation for the new folks to, jump out, day one and try and go look for these planets compared to what we went through when they were way tiny and, softball size, basketball size, beach ball size, to, holding a little kiddie pool in your hand at arm's length, that big. And now it's like you're trying to hold a football stadium at arm's length. And like Christopher says, if you're just learning about this info for the first time, it's a completely different experience for new folks now. And I'm sorry about that. They are so hard to judge which is which now because they are so big, and it has made
so
it hard.
Close.
Yeah.
Well, could you imagine anybody listening to this for the first time? They must think we're crazy. But if you're here for the first time, give it some time. I know this is a lot to take in, but give it some time and see that we're not full of it. This is really happening, guys.
Yes.
I had a really strange moon thing the other day. Speaking of, we've been talking about how the moon's been a little weird. I set up a video, Rebecca, whenever you get a chance, whenever later on, whatever, we'll play it. But
Hey,
I
Rebecca. Hey, Sus, can I interrupt real quick? Hey, Rebecca, can you send me that code? Can you text me that code that was sent to your phone? Are you there?
She's not on
I
screen.
don't see her.
Oh,
Where's Rebecca?
where'd she go?
When did we lose her?
I need her to send me a code.
It's possible she can hear through her headphones, but because she can walk out of the room when we're talking backstage, and she can actually hear me, even though she's not in front of the camera. But she perhaps her internet may be messing up down there as well because they've got all kinds of storms going on. Literally from Texas to Oklahoma all the way through to Georgia tonight.
Wow.
Well,
So, yeah, it's not been a really bad freaky series of weather this week, although there was a straight line storm in Michigan today, and then one tornado in Louisiana yesterday, and there was a little bit of a nasty thing going through Alabama, Mississippi today. So I suppose those folks in that area, Kentucky and Tennessee, are having a great time right about now. And it's some rolling bowed supercells and lightning storms. So let's pray that they're all safe and don't get their houses ripped up, or no one gets hurt and dies or loses their car or anything. Another example is on the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th, including today, China is having unbelievable weather. They're having what they refer to as gorilla hail, etc., including hurricane force winds ripping people's houses up. They've had unbelievable weather in China this whole week. That, of course, isn't making the news until you go look it up. But there's a lot of that going on, and people have to really be careful because it's coming soon to a theater near you, as we always joke about. Our weather is really going to be nasty this summer, and of course we talked about last show that we are now in the 180-day cycle. So do prepare, and you're going to. Oh, and Rebecca's back, so I can.
Yeah, I was here. I lost my internet connection or something.
Did you hear us talking about you in your headphones?
I could hear you fine. I kept saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" No,
we didn't hear you at all. Yeah, you had no picture up on the screen at all, and Rocket Man was asking you to send a link to him.
I did send it to you, Rocket Man.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reviewing it right now.
I figured before we get too deep into things, we should ask Rocket Man and Nicole for an update for our new platform, the Citizen Science Project that they are, in the middle of working on for us. And, he announced on the last show that Nicole is now working alongside Rocket Man to, do some of the IT. I don't know what she does, to be honest, but I heard she's really good at it. So, hey, he paid you all kinds of compliments, Nicole, really. So I'm thankful.
Yeah,
she's able to help.
Yeah, she's helping us out. She's doing all the artwork and the banners and the thumbnails for all the movies that I'm putting out there. And so we have a really nice movie library, and we're in the process of fixing up that website, citizenscienceproject.movie.com. It's going to undergo another facelift. So I'm going to hire a digital marketing and branding SEO type of company to help us do some logos for Citizen Science Project, some artwork for Citizen Science Project. They know everything that we're looking for. They know what our product is. They know what we are talking about. They know who we are. So I just wanted to make sure that they knew what we were talking about and what our platform was all about. And so soon, I'm, hopefully I'll be able to engage with this company called Zazzy Studios. And we'll just, a Citizen Science Project at movie.com is going to look extremely professional, like it's supposed to be. Thanks to Nicole for helping us out. We want to make sure that we have something out there that people can at least watch some pretty decent movies. There's sci-fi, there's some other good ones out there too, but eventually we're going to have hundreds of movies out there, and when we're looking forward to taking your request for movie titles, just stay tuned. We're in that little growing phase where we're going to have all of the functionality that we're looking for in terms of a social media / Netflix, Hulu / YouTube / TikTok all-in-one platform where all of our members and subscribers can come to and speak their minds without being censored or without being canceled. So we want to have a forum where all of our family out there can come and speak their minds.
Right. That's the best part, is that we can communicate freely without having to worry about being having your account put you in jail, or I'm always walking on eggshells over on TikTok. Every time I post a video, I'm like, is this the one that gets me, because I'm like this far away from possibly losing my ability to be monetized on TikTok, only because of what I share, so anyway.
And one more thing, and so when I'm working on the PayPal integration piece of it, where when you choose to purchase the $2.99 membership plan, then the Nibiru special, which I coined it just for our first plan, it's not working right now, but I'm going to work the bugs out with it. So we'll eventually have Rebecca announce that it's officially where people can actually along with their registration, they can sign up for a monthly membership to help support the cause.
Perfect. Yeah, keep me posted on that. So,
and no hamsters. No hamsters were injured in the making of this film.
Thank goodness.
They had a lot of fun, I promise.
What a relief.
They've still got their fur on.
I wanted to back up a minute. I've seen a few people come in, and I wanted to just say hello to Aaliyah. Hi, Aaliyah.
Hi, Aaliyah.
And Gray Guy is here, our Gray Guy. It's always good to have you here, Gray Guy. And Third Eye Cam. He's a future co-host. He's going to be a future co-host. I don't know when. I don't have any idea when, but I feel it. And I think he said he would one day. So keep me posted, Third Eye, because we can't wait to have you join us. And Experimental is here. I don't know if I said her or not earlier, but hello, Experimental.
Hi, Experimental.
And let's see.
Hello, Experimental.
There's a question at the bottom from one John.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see Michael. Hey, Michael. Good to have you here. And keep going. Let's keep going. Boy, lots of comments today. It's great. Oh, I see. Hello, team. And we know that's probably Cindy, our friend Cindy. Hi, Cindy.
Hi, Cindy.
That's her code word.
Hi,
team.
Cindy.
Yeah. Let's
I think getting her up a wee bit
John.
There. Yeah, it is Cindy.
Oh, here he is. You are way down at the very last. Hey, One John, where are these planets in relation to our solar system planets?
Well, they are between Earth and the Sun, generically, for the last few years. They came up from below us. We first started seeing them in Neumeyer Station in Antarctica on the live cams approximately mid-2010. At first, we didn't recognize them as freely as we would have liked to because they were bigger than we expected. And then they came up and were starting to be visible around 2011 in the Northern Hemisphere. And that's when the second star was visible in the northeast sky, which outshined and dulled our view of our eastern, smaller yellow sun, Sol. And they existed for the most part, literally for the last decade, they have been between us and the sun. So we've been staring at the dark side of them. But when they come close to Earth and pass beyond Earth, which they started doing as of 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, in little jaunts farther and farther each time over past us. And now they're completely over the top of us and going beyond us, so we can see more facial views of them. They are right within our proximity. And now they are not in Earth's standard orbit. They're not in Earth's gravitational spiral, which you're seeing an example of on the screen right now. We do not travel around a dinner plate. We follow our star in a static electricity attachment, which we refer to as a thread attachment, electrical thread attachment. And we are connected. So their larger spiral has been closer to their star, which has been beyond our star, slightly farther away. We don't have a distance on that, but it's probably quite a ways, 50, 60 million miles, who knows. And for the predominant part, the larger solar system has a tighter spiral, and because they are larger and they are closer to their larger star, so their spiral is greater, while we spiral in a co-spiral in our smaller star, like you're looking at right here. So the best depiction of this model would be to add two stars, one larger than the other, and two solar systems, and having the secondary solar system sort of kind of in front of ours and blending into our spiral. And yet the planets do not collide with each other. They electrically repel. This has been a situation where this is not the first pass that this has happened. This has been going on for millions and millions of years as normal. And I get to go cut pizza.
It's pizza time. Cool.
It's pizza time.
All right. Yeah. I was going to say, here's a good example. It's self-explanatory, I know, but you can see how there's that graphic where it has these planets rotating by. And then here is some time-lapse video, of just that. These are what the planets actually look like, from our view as they rotate by. So, and they all rotate as they go by. They're all spinning like that. So it helps really support, this, heliocentric model. So
I think it's amazing, isn't it? It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have one more video that's really, really good. Let's pull that up here real quick. I don't know why. It seems like Nepicity is the one that seems to be the most obvious when it's rotating too, I've noticed.
Right.
It must be the fastest, smaller one. So it goes past and is clearer to see.
Yes.
And it was everyone's favorite for the most part.
Yeah. The crown of Nepicity.
One of mine. Yeah, one of my favorites.
Me too. You can't pick one, right?
I try. I know
it's hard. It's hard to choose.
It is. And Yuri's pretty cool too. Yuri has some,
this one is so. It's like her chemical signature marker is so strong when it presses into ours. I wonder what our signal looks like in their sky.
Probably not big blue butts, right, Jillian?
They're blue butts, but we're not. We must be this little spud thing that goes. Look, Mommy, it's nearly potato time. Yeah, some little Niburian child going, Mommy, is that Key going past? Because they used to call it Key, didn't they, when they came here? Key.
Okay, so let's go and...
Well, if you were Egyptian, that is, I think. Marian.
Let's close that out. I was going to show you all some of these pictures that have come in the last few days.
Just
like this one.
Look at the colors.
The Easter egg skies.
Yeah. No wonder we get colored eggs, eh? That's a clever analogy, yeah.
That's what
Let's see.
for a while.
Let me get my comparisons pulled back up. Yeah, this is actually multiple things. It's Atu's moon.
Yes.
In front of Atu, in front of Yuri, probably in front of Saru. It's stacked So
I'm pretty sure the colors I seen today were Saru. I'm just expecting Sam to say Saru one. That is Saru.
In the green blue.
The green blue. It was green blue today. Here.
Well, Sarah's always green blue, but a lot of what we see of her is usually yellow and yellow orange base cloud in the background off the left hand side horizon.
Well, I just felt
I love that purple picture on the left very, very much.
What's his? That was Petty's, right?
It's Petty. It looks like hungry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a great. I love that picture. You had two of them that were really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Really great pictures.
And you can almost see her belly band as well.
The white side cloud on the right there is completely indicative of the drawing as well, showing that little side band that gets illuminated from the light going around that edge of the planet. And the coloration, and you got Atu's moon, and of course Atu's moon is the purple round, and then you've got Atu is behind it in the blue on the left, and then literally lead asteroid in this shot is just beside Atu's moon, and then the red asteroid is in the middle. You've got the spiral asteroid rounding, and somewhere up in that mix is probably the Texas cube. I just don't see it at this very moment. It's probably buried in the clouds. But the pink and the purples and the blues and the blue-green on the right is probably just a sliver side, like a triangular size chunk of Saru poking around the back. Because you can see Uri cloud lines at the horizon on the lower left. Yeah, and that was what was so cool about that earlier video that we got from Terry. And there are no stripes in that facial illumination at all. And I immediately knew it was Saru. And it had that little wispy cloud that marks the face.
I see. Yes. Did we look at that? I don't know if I ever got to your drawing pulled up. Let me get that.
No, I think we did, but
the Saru drawing. But
I think we got distracted. We didn't.
Yeah, I do too. Chris is asking if that is the Texas cube. Do you see the cube here?
It's there. We know it's in there someplace, but it's below Atu's moon, somewhere in the middle of the light purple, below the purple.
Okay.
Yeah, the little wispy line that goes, up the lower equator or below. I mean the lower hemisphere. Excuse me. That little rounded, sort of wispy, rounded cloud is separate of Saru's very large, circular, illuminated bottom base cloud. And she has just one mass that's just this one thick ring where and an open core. And then whereas Nepesity has three little tiny rings and then a wider open core, but Nepesity is way smaller than Saru.
I'm going to go back to that for a moment so we can
see that little wispy straight purple line of clouds right there. That's that line I was talking about, how it's rounding just at the middle latitudes or the lower latitudes of the bottom of Saru. And her base cloud is barely not visible in this because it would be farther over to the left.
Wow. So that little line of clouds is that line of clouds for people on TikTok. They can see my cursor. So good to know because, us seeing Saru is such a new
it's a rarity.
Event. So it really is.
We watched Saru for the first, all the way up until about 2015, 16. And then the whole ball game. And then everything started backing away from us as Uri and Atu were coming facially towards us. And then in the right-hand side, and then they went over above us and then to the right-hand side in 16, 17, and 18. And then we got somehow underneath the whole patch and in 18, 19, 20-ish, and then they started back towards at us again, and now they're going over the top of us. But some of the plants have gone from the right to the left to the right to the left. And when we first started watching them in the early years, they were doing a spiral in towards us. But then after they got so close, they went right, left, and that's a story in itself.
That's like being in a pinball machine.
Well, it had to do with approach view. At a distance, it was spiraling. When it got closer up, we couldn't see the spiral because we just saw the transition of right side, left side, right side, left side of some of the major planets, and they moved. And now the planets are so close to us, we're going underneath them. And like I said previously, we used to be on the left-hand side of Uri and Attu, and now we are on the right-hand side of Uri and Attu as they spiral and move above us and go continuing on. They came in from the lower left, and they're going to be leaving to the upper right. And it's actually us that is smaller than we're going through them, not the other way around. You can't think as Nibiru, Planet X has arrived here. It's actually we have arrived to them.
Wow.
Because we're the smaller star system, they're the larger star system, binary solar system, always attached, always will be. And every roughly 3,000 to 3,600 to 4,000 years, we trade places. We cross each other. And that's why Nibiru is the planet of passing.
So both solar systems are moving at all times separately, right?
In
And then we
that
just cross
dual spiral.
paths.
In the dual spiral, and then it could have to do with static charge buildup or whatever, because we saw a discharge scenario go on in 2012 when the second sun and our sun came close to each other or aligned in alignment. We can't say close to each other because we don't know. There's no way to measure that. In out view, they got close to each other, and then they coexisted, and there was a discharging between the two of them, and that happened in 2011 and 2012, and then the solar activity all changed, et cetera, and we'll go look that up, and then now we believe that they're separating, and then the larger star will continue towards us slightly, and then to the upper right as we go to the left and down compared to our normal path. But it's like being a 3D chessboard rather than a 2D. Yeah, look at that. That's very probably a Uri base cloud scenario, because it's not uniform mantis clouds like the bottom of Attu's moon, but Attu and Uri both put off these unbelievable mantis clouds, and this could easily be the Tan asteroid N group coming in. I'd have to look at where the light is and the lighting and what direction we're looking, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot going on right over the top of us right now. And even like what Christopher always says, like the skies are just insane right now. They just are.
Yeah,
it's just unbelievable what's going on right over our heads. And I'm in awe that nobody sees this. And here we've been watching it for well over a decade.
I was going to ask you, Sam, about that. Is asteroids?
Yeah, I saw that. And here I'm going to do a little bit of sidestep. It almost reminds me of like a crayfish, or a little crab,
it looks like one of them things with the
feed. It looks like the Sentinels Matrix.
Hey, Rebecca, can you
say that's probably the red asteroid coming in? And little sister is putting up a whole bunch of cold little wispy tendrils, right, Jillian? Tendrils
look like tendrils. They've always looked like tendrils to me.
Because
it always looked like Nepicity had them dangling down off her. In South Africa,
they come out of space, and then they get turned around into the light. That's when they drop all of this stuff because they're really cold, and then they get into a buffer, which is outside our atmosphere, not necessarily inside our atmosphere. And then they get even a warm up of 100 degrees temperature would make that happen. It's just like taking dry ice and putting it on the counter, and you'll get these tendrils that'll drop off. The cold gas is flowing downward.
Okay, wow.
Perfect timing on the sound.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. David's talking about this little rainbow, I think, right there.
Yeah, it's the wee means we is small, yeah.
It's sweet, yes.
It's a wee one. We're all going to be speaking each other's languages soon.
Oh, this is pretty easy. This is Attu's moon and the object cluster group. You can tell by the purple.
Yeah, look how purple it is. That's so, not normal. Our sky,
Yeah,
I mentioned
that's
before.
why
Remember that?
we've got more captures of Atu than any other planet combined because you can't argue with the purple because there's no such thing as purple skies. There's
It's a
a
really,
purple planet.
she's really photogenic.
Yeah, we have thousands of pictures of Atu.
Yeah, it was strange. We would take pictures back when I got my first phones and started taking pictures. And you would take the picture, and if you went back and looked at it, it's as if the colors changed in your actual image.
Well,
Maybe
the
it
camera,
always was that
depending on your
picture
settings,
color.
of course, there's a lot of different settings you can make that'll pull in different colors, but your camera will actually usually show you stuff better than your eye.
Yeah. But it changes it, yeah.
This was from Jesus. Well, yeah. I thought it just looked so intense looking. Like, hey,
Yeah,
Jesus, was it raining after that or anything significant happen?
Where is he?
Is he
He's
there?
off camera,
Oh,
so I'm
he
not
maybe
sure.
stepped away.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that.
It's a
I
great
just
picture.
looks
Yeah,
very
I seen a
momentum
similar
cloudy.
one to that from a chap called Bob Lad on TikTok. He's gonna Facebook friend me. I'm gobbledygooking, but he also had a picture like that.
Yeah, I messaged him last night, Bob Lad.
Yeah,
I made
Yeah.
a video with one of his pictures last night. He was asking about that and about a certain picture. I'll have to share it
yeah,
with you
because he
guys.
was asking me which planet he had, but obviously he had an opacity by the colors and everything.
Uh-huh.
And his other ones I hadn't quite got round to because I only seen them about 20 minutes before we came on here. So
You made a whole bunch of
Okay.
really nice comparatives, two-picture comparatives this week, Rebecca. I like those, and this is another one that
Yeah.
fits one of those that you made, which was what reminded me. Again, we have Atu's moon, and coming in from the left-hand side is the object cluster group, and we have thousands of these, and you can't have this matching sky cloud pattern that happens over and over and over and over again and have it just be clouds. And this is, we got to learn when these were much, much smaller, what they look like. And this is how we've learned all of this information to know exactly what we're looking at the moment we see this picture. And this, like we said earlier in the opening of the podcast, is like, oh, look out the window, there's Atu's moon. The thing is we've seen it so many times, and it's always a repetitive pattern. And so we know it. We know it well. It's like, having a dog for 10 years and you know what your dog's spots look like. Nicole,
a lot
you're
of
quiet
people
tonight.
sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, hey, I see that Thunda has joined us. I know Rebecca likes to say.
Oh yeah, thanks, Nicole. I know I don't want to miss anybody, so
Sometimes you do have to jump
I
in.
need an extra pair of eyes, like on the top of my head or something. But now
Of
that Nicole
course,
is here,
Hi, Thunder.
hi Thunda.
Yes, hello, Thunda. And
Good
I'm
to
just
have
trying
you.
to stay muted between the dogs and the kids who are apparently having a
Right.
circus up there. So otherwise, yeah, nothing else.
Yeah, you're doing well. I couldn't hear a thing, so no worries.
Good, good.
I've
I'm
been
doing a good job.
I've been very surprised by the average public opinion comment trail feed that everybody's been doing, and I have been noticing there are a lot more people really reaching into some really qualified metaphysical information, and there are a lot less misinformation bombs going off. I'm really proud of the metaphysical world is actually stepping up to some good documentation and actually doing some homework. I have to congratulate people out there for that. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of really bad bait clicking going on too in the news media, unfortunately, in the weather as well. And there's like umpteen meteorologist websites on YouTube now, and there's only a couple of good ones. I'm seeing a lot of people that are reporting a lot of things that are going on in the skies. And if you are a sister site out there and you are learning this and you'd like to hook up with us so that you can learn more and then inform your base, we ask that you study the information prior to using it and handing it out. If you're not competent in handing out the information, and this is not a cut down, I mean it in a nice way. If you don't understand the material you're handing out, you may get it wrong. So we ask that if you don't know, don't say, but do share the material, ask questions, contact us, and we'll try to guide you up to speed. Although it's a hard task, but we believe that people like Christopher, for instance, or Nicole, or the new folks, are getting it at a much faster rate than we used to have to, take 5 minutes a couple of times a week to talk to each other, or 10 minutes or an hour, or in some cases 6 hours, where I used to Rebecca and I would spend 8 hours on the phone and not even realize it. And so
I don't know how that happens, but it does. It's like 6 hours can just fly by, but we know that. Just by the show, we know by what we've experienced ourselves.
That is the bottom base cloud of Nepesity as it's building a core.
That is awesome.
Okay. I figured
See the axis tip? And that rainbow.
So is it only she that makes the rainbows?
Well, the most of the rainbows come from Uri asteroids, but in this case, Nepesity has a rather unusual electrical illuminated base cloud. And I think that has to do with the fact that she's so small. She has more of an aurora borealis electrically, constantly at the bottom of her. And I think that has a great deal to do with the fingering and the, the ridge lining and the core snorkel formation and all of that. Nepesity is a rather wonderfully beautiful, unusual green planet that you can actually see. Even if she's in the distance, you can see this rainbow illumination of her base cloud in a very unusual pattern. And we have that going back all the way to 2011 before we even knew what the hell Nepesity was.
I remember the first time you told me about that base cloud, Sam. I was in South Africa, and you said it's got a very unique shape signature. And no matter if you see it as a whiteness at first, we were so lucky to see it starting from the white base, that little signature, to this. It's just so beautiful.
And in the early years, you guys had a better view down there than we did up here. And everything was closer and everything was bigger, and it's at a different angle when you're in South Africa. And then you, of course, later on moved on up to Scotland, and then the whole view changed. But yet by then you'd been educated to recognize the patterns. And we have repeated pictures of them. If you'd like, Rebecca, I can send you one or two of them really fast of the early years of this exact rainbow. Your face. We didn't, of course, plan for this, and it's going to take a moment, and I apologize, but I'll grab 2 or 3 examples of it. And once you see them, and you see this picture that she's holding up here as well, and we go through those, then you'll instantly understand how we learned all of this. Trying to find you in Facebook. Okay, now I got to go to the that's in the Nepesity file. Okay, N for Nepesity. All right,
that looks like a dinosaur with its face in the water.
Helps if you're on the right file. I was in a completely different area. It may be cough drop time.
I think. Let's see. Let me check.
Hey guys, I gotta deal. I really gotta deal with something right now. I'm gonna have to take off for a little bit.
Come back when you're ready.
Okay.
I'll come back in a
Okay.
minute.
Sure.
Right.
Take your time. Okay. We'll be here.
K-L.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop to.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was getting ready to say I'm gonna have to remove somebody here in a minute, but that's fine, Rocket Man. I know you're working.
Yeah, I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay. Yeah, if you need me to text you more, let me know.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Be safe. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk to you later, Rocket Man. Bye-bye. And
I sent you the oldest one I have first. I sent you the second one is the one that matches what we were just looking at. And that goes back, about 2016-ish, 17-ish. And then I'll send you one more that is very similar. And they all match time after, and these are all years apart. And this is, of course, taken in the sky with no clouds around them, other than the cloud pattern directly related to the bottom base cloud of passing planet Nepesi, which is we've got so many of these things. It's beyond question. And all the experts here have taken these years to see all of this, and so.
I was going to say also, these are things that, again, I can't say that enough. Again, that we never saw prior to this, up until a few years ago. I think most of us can count for that. We all know that this is not normal.
Okay, I have sent you 3 examples of it.
You got me one more? Okay. Oh, yeah.
And these are all, God, anywhere from 8 to 10 years old. The first one.
I wonder what the official explanation is for these.
What according to NASA or according to me?
Right. Which both?
NASA would call these noctilucent clouds.
So, these are the noctilucent ones. Then, of course, there's the nacreous clouds.
Now, meaning coming from the German Nacht, as in night. Noctilucent, meaning illuminated, nighttime illuminated. And that reference has to do with in Arctic regions only, in ice crystals. And yet they've been calling noctilucent clouds in the middle ranges of the equatorial region, which is bullshit. So, this is 2016. There is the open base core of the bottom of much smaller planet Nepesi. Now it's higher up. It's the blue area in the upper right corner. You can see it. It's little blips in its close planetary. You can see the land because there's no oceans on Nepesi. It's got these big craters. And then this is the illuminated base cloud with a sort of an ion drag off it always reaches, I believe, towards Uri. Electrically, it's in the proximity of Uri, so I believe there's an electrical. Okay, now this is the exact same thing as that previous picture we were talking about. You can see the same base core, and you can also see in the upper left hand, you can see the 3 asteroids that usually rotate. And I believe, and we're going to have to call, and I've been avoiding it for years, but I believe the big 3 are the ones that orbit below Nepesi.
Yeah, they were like golf balls, golden golf balls.
And they travel they're called the big 3 because they were big, and we saw them actually a long time before we identified many of the other clusters, and we associated that with the lead asteroid, but it all had to do with outview. And in the outview, they all looked like they were lead asteroid, red asteroid, blue asteroid, green asteroid, spiral asteroid. And we in the early years, they were just tiny little dots together. So we always thought that's why we called it the object cluster group. And then later on, we had to go, oh, wait a minute, there's object cluster groups, plural. And then we ended up typing that for so long that we just went to OCG. And now we've separated them over the years. And here's another example of that. And that the green and blue area on the left-hand side is sort of a planetary lean over between the tipped axis and the core and all of that. And this is also about 2015-16. And of course, it's blown up because it was way far away in the original capture.
It's really beautiful.
And once we learned what that was, it was, down the street from then on, knowing that and now you can see that there's a difference in this one where the core is starting to drop in the middle, just above the island map here in the middle. And there's the snorkel core below Nepesi. When Nepesi comes in close to Earth, it starts dragging up some of our upper atmosphere. And this is where it sucks up. From the core cloud, it sucks up a whole bunch of our atmosphere. And it kind of doesn't pull it to the planet, but it lifts it way up high. And then when Nepesi goes away from us, it drops it down. And that's where we get those big, what they call rain bombs, or part of the bomb cyclone thing that the government's trying to hand you. And we believe that Nepesity's been a very regular close passer for the last couple of years because we also think that she is smaller than Earth or about Earth's size. And that's why the rotation is so much greater and why it develops a snorkel cloud and why it has that rotation when it comes close past to us and causes the atmospheric or upper atmospheric. And if you jam oxygen and hydrogen together, you get H2O.
So she creates water.
Which creates water.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever asked yourself, where the great flood of Noah came from,
Oh my goodness! If you think about
where'd
it,
all
like
that water come from? And
Wow.
people, they don't think it through. And where did the water on Earth come from? It didn't just appear. It came through an electrical transition process of this normal passing cycle of the Nibiru system for the last 6 billion years.
Again, let me say the words miracle. I can't say them enough. It's just so beautiful. You go mad with, wow, that is so cool. Wonder.
Andrea, are you reading my mind? I'm sorry to step over you, Jillian, but Andrea said the swear word of the day. And then she goes, ha 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 ha. Rebecca and I were talking about that. I had a firmament person today on my private personal page, and I just went, "Oh, you got to be kidding me!" Woo!
What's that?
The firmament, flat earther.
Oh, Jesus.
We're in a dome, and ET looks in on us and feeds the fish like we're in a fish bowl every day, something like that. I'm not even gonna go into the firmament because there's. Well, here I catch myself almost going into it. There's a group of people out there that talk about the firmament and then profess to be actual doctor physicists. And you know who you are out there. And I suggest you quit. It's the silliest, wow, God, I just caught myself being that other David guy that downed you there, Rebecca, and me many years ago and over again. So I shouldn't throw stones. Glass houses. People in firmaments shouldn't throw stones. You're right. Okay, got myself.
Oh, he's a comedian.
I try. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make giant on an e-bike. Look at that.
Yeah. Hey, it's a lion on a mini bike.
Yeah. Okay, I see that.
Now we got to play Born to Be Wild. Get your motor running.
Just sort of skiing along there, not bothering anyone.
Yeah, that's the pre-writer of Wormwood. We haven't talked about that. And God, Jesus isn't here. For many years, there was a sighting of this cloud pattern in front of Wormwood. And by the way, Wormwood, we believe, is actually part of the object cluster group. The dragon, it has many names because many different civilizations through time have recorded it. And this is a reoccurring pattern, which is part of the 180-day cycle, which is why we're about to eat them. And they're about to zap the crap out of us and cause really freaky weather all summer long. But anyway, back to topic. We were seeing this literal cloud pattern, and I've got probably 10 or 15 shots in the early files of what literally looks like the Grim Reaper flying in front of all of the Tan asteroid, Salamander asteroid group, and all of that. And and Jesus has seen it as well. And it literally looked like a ghost or a skeleton in a cloak, and you'd see the rib cage poking out of the cloak in there. I mean, unbelievably scary stuff. And this is, of course, why we didn't talk about it publicly. But we have so many pictures of it going back. And that spirit on a motorcycle, they've moved to a Harley now. So, they've got earthized already,
I always wonder because Lindsay talked about things like that as well.
A lot of people have seen it. I just don't generally throw it out on the table because I like to keep the science. But we have many really biblically scary sightings going back many, many years. And now that since, after last week's show, we were talking about, the sixth seal and the dawning of the Antichrist, followed by major earthquakes and natural disasters and economic turns in war, which is go back and read the opening of the sixth seal in your religious books. Careful of who you listen to. I recommend that you find somebody with perhaps a European education rather than Southern Baptist, because if you go Southern Baptist, I apologize, you're not going to get facts. You're going to get hype, lore,
Melodrama.
Melodrama, drama. Yeah. So be careful of your source of information. I went through and I looked up at least 20 of them this week already. And so, I try to blend my information, and I don't take just one author. I try to get as much information as I can together. And then of course, it leads me to other topics to look up. And then I find this and I find that, it has a funny way of being like an Easter egg hunt when you didn't even know you were looking for Easter eggs.
Yeah, it's like hint, Sam.
Yeah, that's why I used the metaphor about Easter.
And that's why we have the Easter egg colored skies.
Right.
Exactly.
And look, there's 4 of them right now flying, little colored Easter eggs flying over the sky. It almost looks like that wave formation in our atmosphere. And this could, and people have seen that wave thing in the atmosphere for so long, and it could be, denoting just like waves on an ocean when the jet stream goes over the top of our upper atmosphere about 40,000 feet. It can end up in those wave pattern formations because of the velocity of what's going past overhead. And I don't think
that's a beautiful thing.
I don't think people check the upper atmospheric winds, and they don't give that information on the average daily news on the weather. In that that Null School app I use regularly, there has different elevations that you can rise to. It's nullschool.net and earthnullschool.net, and you click on the left hand side, it says Earth, and you go there and you can look at different heights, how many kilometers and such above the air, and see different flows around the planet. So check into that, and it'll teach you volumes if you're into meteorology. Anyway, I digress.
That picture that you just showed, Rebecca.
Yes.
It's got the two different kind of clouds there. There's one that looks like a peach colored, like the small ones.
Yes. I wanted to correct one thing real quick. Sorry.
It's all right.
I saw one thing, but hey, Amy is here. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Amy.
Good to see you.
Oh, and okay. Irene says that she calls the different shapes that you see up there the celestial art.
And then that goes into those other words. There was a group of people that we used to refer to them as what do they call celestial bodies? Oh yeah, and if that's not blending, peanut butter and avocados, I don't know. I try to avoid the biblical reference words because it has a tendency to draw away from science and distract and lose people more than what generic science. So sorry, celestial is not a great word for me, as well as firmament or I just how many years, Rebecca, did we go through trying to tell people that Nibiru wasn't red?
Every day,
Still tell people every single day. You get these new ones that come on and go, oh, it's red. Oh, we're going to die. Yeah. Oh, it's going to crash into us.
Yeah, the red rogue winged planet X. And yeah, we have a winged planet that is red, and that is Saturn, and that is documented and proven for over a decade. And we watched it come in when it was tiny, and then when it was a dot in the sky, and now it's way big and over the top of our heads every day at sunset in the north by northwest sky, and you can't miss it. And it goes over the top, and it's big and it's huge. Now, when the planets get closer to Earth, they do turn blue because they're very close, and then we're generically seeing a shadow of them. Because the backside, we're seeing their dark side. But when they're closer, we see some of the illuminated refractive land masses because of the light off of Earth even, which is also what part of why the skies turn to different colors, is refractive light off the faces of these planets that are over the top of us.
Whose picture is the left
Anyhow.
one?
That was Helmi now in South Africa.
Yeah, it's beautiful,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and we don't
Hey.
thank her very often. And thank you. And excellent work. I don't
Yes.
talk to you as often as I'd like. I apologize.
She gets some really good things. Like consistently, she gets good shots.
Yep,
She
and
does, yeah.
a very valued member of Montana Skywatcher too.
Makes me
Guys,
nostalgic for my South African skies.
Right. Yeah, no, it's like she has a view that I don't get here, so I don't blame you. I wanted to bring our next guest host on here. I see her is in the she's in the waiting room. So sorry, but let's go ahead. And also, I was trying to get a message out to Christopher. If you're listening, I sent you the link. There was a slight bit of confusion on my part, I believe, but I didn't relay to him the changes that we had made. So yes, Christopher, I sent you the link, and if you're free to join, you can join anytime. And let's go ahead and get Katie Joe in here, guys. We have Katie Joe. Let's drop this down a minute.
Ooh, it's girl night tonight.
Girl
I know.
night. Hi.
Hi.
How are you, girl?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. How are
Doing
you?
good. Doing good. I'm glad to have you back again,
Me too.
but
I'm excited to be here.
Tell everybody out there where you're at.
I'm in New Jersey, guys. South Jersey.
Okay, so this is back.
Hey, Zeus.
Hey guys.
There.
Oh, you had to take care of something. Hi, Kitty. How you doing?
Hello. Good. How are you?
I'm good.
You
So are we missing Rocky Man dropped off?
yes,
Michelle.
he did. He's working as we talk. He works.
Yeah, he talks.
So-
He works a lot. So
Yeah. Right. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So, let's see. I wanted to share with everybody that Katie Joe has started her own group, and I had it ready to go, and I lost it.
Yay!
So tell us,
Hooray.
Katie Joe,
Woo!
give us the details.
Oh, we have 32 members so far.
Yes.
And it's
and
East
counting
Coast
and counting.
and counting. East Coast looking up and out. Just
Yeah.
started it about a couple days
Nice.
ago, and it's
have a
going
screen-
good so far.
I have a screenshot. I really do. I wanted to share that, and I totally got.
Oh, cool. Can we join it? Oh,
Yes. Let me
Yes.
pull it up so everybody can see it, what it looks like.
yeah.
Wonderful. Now you have 33 members.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
yeah,
You are
including
very
yourself.
East Coast looking up and out.
Yes.
Here we go. Sorry.
You're good.
Everything's
Okay.
slow, including me. So,
So am I. It's fine.
so that's, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we were
congrats
discussing-
on the group.
Thank you. Thank you.
We
I
were
have a lot of
discussing
stuff
before the show.
planned.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying we were discussing before the show how probably everybody on Earth has planetary exhaustion from these these planets being so close to us. I'm sure that there's somehow biometrically affecting us. I know that all of us are talking about how they, it's the topic started out as like I do my errands and then I get nothing else done. And then, I used to clean house, get this done, get that done, jump in the car, drive to the store, come back, be ready for this, cook dinner, be cleaning until later and, get my kitchen spotless before I go to bed. That's not happening now, and I'm appalled that my brand new stove has been covered with olive oil all over the place. And if you don't get to olive oil quickly, it gets really hard. And so I've been doing a lot of course, cooking, and I'm going to make a roast this week. So
Nice.
roast beef.
Always a good thing. Roast beef. Always good.
I just joined, Katie Joe.
Wrong.
Nice. Thank you. My daughter's whispering something to me. Hold on. Can I go to Wawa? No, not right now.
Well, you should let her talk loud and normal. Just do a cameo off camera voice. Say,
Yeah.
hi, everybody. You're allowed.
She just said hi.
Hi back.
Um,
Hi.
So I was going to say, this is one of the pictures my son sent me, my son Thomas. And he's one that, does not normally take pictures. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm like having a second guess. Well, I know I told him one thing, and now I'm like second guessing it as I'm looking at it. I'm like, wait a minute. I told him I sat him, but I'm looking at the lighting. I'm like, that can't be. I sat him.
Look at the shadow on the Jeep.
I know. I see that now. I was just too quick. I made a mistake. I was
Hey, do you know the time of the capture?
I do not. Thomas, if you're here, tell us what time this was, what time and direction you were.
I'm saying around. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, you can see that there's a round shape. In the
I would
sky.
say about 1 o'clock, and I think we are facing probably northwest.
1 o'clock. Okay, so Atu's moon, Atu.
Correct.
Yes.
And they're really confused sometimes with the northwest.
You can see it's round. That part you can't deny. Sorry, Jesus.
Yeah, we just have to remember that Atu and Atu's moon is going beyond Earth now every day. And that totally screws with your head.
Well, I'm always thinking west. Like everything that I look at is usually west and rarely east. I mean, it is east sometimes, but mostly it's sunset captures for me. And whenever I get like a midday one and they're coming in from the east, I get a little thrown off just a little bit. I can't get used to it for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
All week long, I've been hearing that more people are talking about how the sun is in the wrong place.
I've been seeing a lot of that too.
I look at the sundial in my yard, which is my bird feeder, and I know what direction is north. And I looked at the clock today, and then I looked at the shadow on the ground, and I went, those don't match. And so, and we talked about this in the last 3 shows, where the sun has oddly moved to the south by southeast far more than it was supposed to as of the onset of spring. And it's just weird. It's even farther than it was before in a weird lighting. It's like, and there have been people have been saying, well, the North Star seems to have moved. And did you see all of those moon pictures? I believe Jillian posted a moon shot where the moon is drastically tipped the other direction than what we've been seeing, with the paw print being way down to the lower right rather than in the upper right. And so Earth placement is very tipped, and that could also connect into all the crap of the people who are arguing about how, quote unquote, the moon can't come in front of the sun or the Earth and all of this, and then do all these lunar eclipses and stuff, and now there's the lunar eclipse, and then there's the solar eclipse within a few weeks of each other. So people mixed all of that up together at the same time as well. So there's this big argument, and there, if the two suns are separating, well, of course the sun area has changed to the south by southeast, moreover, because that's where the larger star is headed. So it makes perfect sense. And it's just like, ooh, and it's all piling up. It's really cool. And I can't wait, you're like tapping your feet, waiting for your birthday, which is coming in, 3 months or whatever. And everything is pointing that this is all fitting. It's really, really, really cool. This one, wow.
That's his also. It must have been this evening. I'm guessing. The sky was pretty cool earlier today, and I missed sunset.
That's so pretty.
Yeah,
very lilac.
Uri, but again, it doesn't have the Uri stripes to it, so we might even be seeing more over. Yeah, I know that it's probably Atu's moon above us in the upper.
Mm-hmm.
What that blue body behind it would be a guess, and I would say Uri, but maybe a little bit of Saru in the background as well in the lower area, different lighter blue.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, well, we're gonna actually start seeing more of Saru. So I mean, this whole ball game is going to change literally by the end of summer.
It's going to be
Sorry, we're all quiet.
We're all staring at the different colors here.
Yeah, well, he did a good job, Thomas. He did a good job.
Yes,
it's
excellent.
a great picture.
Captured planets.
What's that, Sam?
Tell him he definitely captured planets.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then, then hand him the show and have him watch this show.
I think he's on right now. I think he's watching right now.
Good.
You did good, Thomas. I hope to see more. Keep me posted of what you're seeing. And I see.
Now the real sky is the orange area, the orangey yellowy area. That's the real sky, and pretty much everything else above that, all the blue is planets.
Yeah, and the clouds. Those little micro. Would you call those
little ones above?
Yeah,
those are not Earth clouds. The ones on the bottom are, but the ones on the top are not from Earth. Those are clouds around the planets.
Okay.
No, I got some pretty interesting footage a couple of nights ago of the moon. I set up the video whenever you can.
You have it ready? Okay, I have not seen it.
Look at that.
Put that on the lineup. Well, since we're on the moon topic, and as well,
we can do that.
Wow.
What? I'll let Sam comment on this one first and see. I'm curious.
Well, by the way, we have a new name for a new asteroid.
Oh yeah.
And this little roundish reddish colored asteroid right there is below the tan asteroid. And I wrote it down someplace, and I hope I didn't lose it. Sorry, I'm talking off in the distance. I hope I didn't lose it. I wrote this down. That little reddish one is the one that Leandra has requested. And the one above the tan asteroid is what we're now calling Lorraine. And that is for Lorraine, and she knows who she is. And I'm going to look real quick at my old notes, so bear with me for 2 seconds.
All these things are going to have girl names. We're going to have to think of
well, this one is not. Okay, I wrote it down, and then I think I tucked it into my old notes pile, and I wrote it down, and
you're going to have to put it in a new asteroids file, Sam.
Well, no, Sam actually needs to be better at his note-taking and actually keep it in one book instead of individual sheets that I keep at the TV.
I get it.
I need to. Well,
thank God somebody else is like me doing stuff like that.
I got tons of notebooks that are brand new. Do you think I ever use them?
I get it.
No, I'm writing the old ones still.
You get a really cool notebook. You see it in the shop, and it's like, oh, it's perfect. It'll go in my pocket.
Okay.
It'll go in this pocket or that
Rebecca,
pocket.
keep a picture of this for Leandra. That reddish asteroid below the tan asteroid, this is part of the facial effect of the salamander asteroid group, I believe. Yeah, the lighting is correct.
That little ball thing in the middle.
Yeah, the little ball thing in the middle would be the tan asteroid, and that little roundish red at the bottom there is a smaller asteroid, and then there's one above it, and then there's like 30,000 of them behind these.
Yeah, well, look at all that stuff up there.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, and we're starting to name them because we're seeing more of them. Here's an example of it. They're gonna be big this summer. They're gonna get bigger.
There's something up there that looks like a jet ski with nobody on it. I want to name that one.
Okay.
Literally seen it since in South Africa. It looked like a little jet ski coming towards you, and every time I seen that, Sam said, "No, it's Atu."
This pattern, this little cross weird blurble, is part of what actually creates the winged dragon effect that we have a picture going back many years. And somebody actually reposted it again today, and they were telling everybody with new pictures of our old ones. We, of course, did not take it. Somebody else did. But once it becomes the Montana Skywatcher picture, we refer to it as one of our old ones. We keep pictures for many, many years. And I remember them all, and that's what's weird. I've got so many millions of pictures stuck in my head. But this is that group of the onset, semi-partially encased in the lower base cloud of planet Uri, the gas giant. On her bottom area, she's got what we refer to as the salamander asteroid group, because it looks like that salamander hanging onto the side of the planet. So this is that in a different cloud formation, but it's the same group.
So that top part, what's that? That top thing that's almost like
that would be where the salamander head would be. And you can kind of sort of see the salamander in the right hand and left hand, although it's got the tail is facing toward us instead of down. I mean, it's just like a salamander holding on to the side of the planet. If you've ever seen a lizard in the wind, hanging on the side of a tree or a cactus. I remember, a few lizards in my time in the desert. So.
Yeah, it's almost like a face thing at the top there. It's really amazing.
Yeah, and there's this group of clouds that, or the base cloud of Uri, and it has thousands and thousands of asteroids in the bottom of it, and they sort of pop out a little bit farther than the base cloud, and they create what literally looks like a winged dragon sometimes. Other times it looks like a salamander. Other times it looks like a ghost with wings. All kinds of.
So where's Casper? Is Casper in here?
Now Casper is in front of the lead asteroid, and we have not actually seen much evidence of Casper because the lead asteroid, for the general rule, has been rounding away from us underneath Attu. And being that we're now on the right-hand side of her, Casper is harder to visualize because it's not being illuminated by the sun. And the reason it's called Casper, it has this really weird gas formation around it that's sort of flat planed out at the bottom, and it looks like Casper the Friendly Ghost. We watched it for a few years, and after citing it over and over and over again, we finally gave it a name.
Audrey wants an asteroid.
I see that.
Audrey.
They all want asteroids.
Is that what comes out of the salamander? Is the duty? I'm a bad joke. I apologize.
It was Dodie. Okay, I was gonna say Dodie, but I'm curious.
Dodie as well, yeah.
I read it for humorous values, not the reality of phonics.
Dottie could be.
I'm joking.
Also, Nicole is going to. She's going to exit for tonight and do some work for me on the back end of things. So she's. My right-hand assistant person now.
Exactly.
So helping me and Rocket Man. We're keeping her busy. What does your family think of
that?
Is she
very
okay
busy. Yeah. I think they're okay with it, and I just don't have I'm pretty certain I saw the long box cube tonight, but I was like, oh, I gotta go. I don't have time. I can't take a picture today. But and I was.
Question is, are you having fun?
I am having a blast. I am. Good. It's very exciting. I miss taking pictures, but I will say that I had to go south of Denver today and then all the way back north. So I was in the middle of traffic, and it is very difficult to pay attention to the sky. I mean, it just, when you're in the middle of traffic and you've got like 3 or 4 or 5 lanes of traffic, and there's so many vehicles around you, it's very hard to look at the sky. So I was trying to think of ways we could advertise and get this information out there. Like maybe we should get some of those big like ad trucks, that they drive around with a big scene on them. Something like that. Or maybe put it up on billboards. Yeah, something like that. But
I think we
have you looked at the sky today?
I think we should do the Las Vegas Dome would have a whole lot more impact if we were going to pay for anything like that.
Okay. Can you imagine the price of that, especially right now it's new. Jeez.
Oh yeah, it would be insane.
Just something I thought of.
Could talk him into it.
We just need to keep sharing Rebecca's shorts. She's doing such good work.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you go back to talk. I'm done. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks, and I won't. Good to see everyone. I won't be abusing this little spot because it was a CMS that I joined, and so I don't want to be, like, what do you do?
I understand because we are getting ready to add Christopher. I see him working his way here, so it works out to do just that.
Absolutely, and I've got stuff to do, so.
She has another job to do, so thank you.
Yes, I'll be working and supporting you on behind the scenes, so I'll still be around, but I'll be working behind the scenes.
We'll see you again Saturday too. So
Yes, you will. All righty.
cool. All right,
Well,
girl.
enjoy the rest of the show. Have a great rest of the show. It's
Have a
been
good
good so
night.
far.
Bye,
You
Nicole.
too. Thanks
Okay.
so
Good
much.
night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Good night.
Nicole. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Thank you for the work you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Thank you.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. She's really sweet too.
Mhm.
A lot of sweet ladies around us, so it's nice. Andrea said bye. Right when it was almost too late, but I know she still sees it, Andrea. It's nice. And yeah, I see that
Christopher's there.
pictures. I know he's in the process of getting here. So we'll have Christopher here shortly. I thought, well, maybe we'll take a break and I have some video clips we can watch. I'm trying to get one more saved. So
Did I manage to send you enough pictures? Did I send you my video of today?
I'm sure you have. I haven't. I'll get it though.
I can't remember because work was crazy as well, and just getting
I
home
saw
from
it.
it and going to the shops and
I saw
trying not to fall off my bike when I started to see the spoke things happening in the sky. I thought, oh my God, oh, I'm going to miss it. Oh, that's horrible.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and it's just some current weather events so we can talk about the weather.
How about those Brooklyn Dodgers?
Disaster in Indonesia.
Is it still going on like that there?
That was last week.
6 embankments are destroyed, and nearly 94,000 people are affected by floods in Denmark on Sunday.
There's a lot of people this week talking about Revelations a lot.
Yeah, it's been forwarded very heavily because of the eclipse and the New Madrid and the religious people are, and I believe that has a great deal to do with why the National Guard and the police and everything, because they are in the Southern Bible Belt, and there's a lot of people that strongly believe that the rapture and all of that, and the second coming of Christ, but a lot of the people. Videos that I watched, they immediately jump to the return of Jesus, but they forget that this at the sixth seal, it's the rise and the opening and the beginning of the Antichrist. So let's not forget that little religious tidbit. And that's part of why this Revelations and everything is very strongly with the religious community. And I do study religion, and there were some people that had commented. I've been accused of not being a Christian. Can you imagine that? When I have actually college credit in studying religion, and these people are, well, I didn't think you said you weren't a Christian. Well, no, I'm a polytheist. I'm a very strong practicing Buddhist, but that does not take away my Christianity because I was raised Christian. I was actually raised Mormon, and I've read everything out there. So the next person that wants to accuse me of not being a Christian, I think you're actually committing a sin by casting judgment. But anyway, Christopher actually said something about that, so I think we should bring him out too. And
yeah, but you see, people seem to forget as well. They're going on about the spiritual side and Jesus coming back and stuff, but they forget about this physical part of it where things are going to get damaged by nasty weather. They don't.
Yeah, the signs in the sky.
It's like, oh, it's going to be floods, and then it's just a little word, flood. But look at this.
And all the trumpet videos are going back around again. And
the trumpet videos are going nuts again.
Yeah, they even chopped in a whole bunch of the early ones in the 2018 and 2015 and 2013 and 12 videos, because I know all of these videos by heart. So
did you see that one in Israel?
Yeah, I watched like 5 of those lately, and then 400 in the years before that. And yes, they're talking about over the Dome of the Rock. There's all these unique things, including a few really bad videos that are photoshopped. So be careful what you fall into. If you are a strong follower of Jesus, Jesus is not coming back. He never left. So there's a whole twist to the Son of Man that you haven't learned about yet, and that is in the works. I can promise you that. It's in the works. So, I mean, it's something to look forward to, get excited about, and maybe do some more homework. So, Yeah, that happened today at my house, right there where you were just looking at the little
What, hail?
smaller hail. Thank
Earthquake
God it
We
was
got
small hail.
snow at 2 o'clock. What time did yours hit?
Well, about the same, around 2 o'clock today, but my
today,
2 o'clock and
March
your 2 o'clock are
21.
two different
An
time periods. But
earthquake
yeah,
occurred in the Tokyo
middle of the day, I
area.
was talking to Rebecca on the phone when it started.
Yeah, we had just done lunch or something, and suddenly it was just while we were washing the dishes kind of deal. They were saying, "Oh, it's snowing," and I thought they were
Earthquake.
joking, but it's when the other lassies came in for their lunch, so it was probably
Yeah,
1:30
An
here.
initial
this week in
tremor
Indonesia,
magnitude 5
in the
earthquake,
Java region,
which varied
Java, of course, is
intensities
an old
ranging
term.
from 1
There
to
was
7,
several major,
spread into
larger earthquakes on
geographical
the
prefectures.
Ring of Fire all around, including New Zealand, including Japan, including Alaska, including there's
And
a cluster
volcanoes?
quake. Well, it's all one and the same because volcanoes, and earthquakes, and subducting tectonic plates are all part of the same
Despite the
process.
threat of the earthquake, no
So you can't really.
tsunami
Yeah,
warnings were
this is the
issued.
one in Japan. You can tell by
Oh,
Mount Fuji in the background there.
Mount Fuji in the background there.
I was watching a
Another
really
seismic
nice
event
old
occurred
Hollywood
via power
film, and it was
plant
about
in Iwate
Scotland, and
Prefecture,
unfortunately,
Warsaw
it was
was
filmed in
bypassed.
California. And I went, no.
Mhm.
What one was that, though?
Oh, it was called the
Heavy flooding in Turkey right now.
like the Swordsman or something like this, or the Sword Fighter or something like this. But it was an old 1950s uh, Hollywood
The rains
movie.
that hit the city
Sort of kind of
right
Robin
now in
Hoodish.
the
I can't even
season
remember really what the.
in the province
It
of
has to do with the
Seoul.
clan arguing and how they, forgive, and boy meets girl from then both opposite sides of the clan, and then they fall in love, and then they have to get the clans to
During the
actually agree
rain
with each
that
other and stop trying to
intensified
kill
in
each
the
other.
evening hours, the
Hollywood.
streets and avenues filled with water and the several manholes
That
overflowed.
sounds like a real Romeo and
I
Juliet.
have
That's what I was looking for. Romeo and
uh,
Juliet.
the whole week I have spent watching Buccaneer movies and Robin Hood movies to accent all of these videos that I've been watching about
Although some homes and
bad
floors were
natural disasters
blasted
going off
wide,
worldwide,
people
because it
trapped
does
in the
get to me.
homes were
And so
evacuated.
I've taken a little time to go into Buccaneer movies just because of old Hollywood films. And I guess because YouTube's handing it to me, whatever. Yeah, this is weather that's been going on around the world. It's not
Restaurants and
natural. This is
riots, but
nowhere
at dark
compared to
time the
normal.
streets were further
We do have to say
accelerated.
most of this is climate change related, but the climate change is due to the passing solar system, not to carbon sequestration, although there is part
Units
of that.
improved
Is
again,
I
and
don't believe for a
riots
second that our carbon sequestration percentages are drastic enough to cause all this on its own. But we know for a fact, since the second star got here, and we know that all the planets shift, all the axes of the planets shift, and all the planets started
have
heating up.
become
And
known that
NASA
about
did publish that
16,000
information as
enemy
well.
vehicles were damaged
And we
by the
correlated all of
evacuated
this
water.
information. So we know all the planets are heating up. It's not just Earth. And that's why we did not have hardly any snow in Montana this year. And I'm sorry, everybody who gets from the Missouri River to the Columbia River, which are two different rivers going
Oh,
different directions.
oh my God, my class
We're not
just
going to be sending
disappeared.
you the water. Yeah, high winds.
Despite
They've had
being
unbelievable
damaged,
weather in China for
they
the
stayed
last
underground for a long
3,
time.
4, 5
Oh my
days.
goodness,
Really
imagine being
drastic.
under one of those.
We haven't had much snow, but we did get our fair share of rain. This
Dozens of
past week has
residential
been just
buildings
overcast and
were
just a
damaged
lot
by
of
a
rain.
series of
I mean, a
Good for
lot
the
earthquakes
of
Salt
rain.
that
Lake.
struck the water snow
And
belt
a
on
little bit of
Friday
snow up
face
in the
down on
mountains,
Friday for
but
the
it's not cold
skiers.
enough to really freeze most of the rain. So it's been mostly down here. So it's been like a lot of rain. I have not seen this much rain in the 5 years that I've lived here. Well, four
The
years.
magnitude of the
So scary.
tremors was 6
And that's going to be
magnitudes,
filling up the
and
Great
up to
Salt Lake, and that's a
110
good thing because the
aftershocks,
Great Salt
which
Lake was in
stretched
dire trouble.
from M2
It is in
M6.9,
dire
were
trouble.
also recorded.
In fact,
Yeah,
I've heard from environmentalists that it's just a matter of time by the time it dries up. Not a
The
question
storm
of if,
also
but a
damaged a
question of
number
when.
of cities in East
So I
Asia.
think we could slow it down, And also, they've also said that a lot of it has been misused as well. You know,
yeah.
it's due to a lot of the growth we're seeing here, but a lack of snowpack and also a lot of
Sanitary
misuse
damage
with
was
it too.
51
So
houses, which light damage.
Yeah,
30
groundwater
houses
over
with
pumping.
moderate damage, 5
Yeah,
houses
yeah,
with severe
yeah.
damage.
And that runs called the Colorado Basin. There's actually a big new argument about that, where Colorado is actually talking about cutting the amount of water that they actually let leave.
Not only this,
That
this
will
bill
fill
would
up the
also
Hoover
put
Dam and
water into
everything,
schools,
including the feed
almost
to
all.
Las Vegas,
One
including
is
the
not
feed to
going to
LA.
school. 5
And now
private
we know at
houses,
the other end of that, where
cafes,
the
a
Salton
workshop,
Sea is,
auto pens,
that
laundry,
is
and 2
normally
language
where
schools.
all of that used to flow out to, and the Salton Sea hasn't gotten any water down from the Colorado in many, many years. So I mean, there's a prime example of way overuse, because we completely changed the entire Southwest water system, man-made. So we if anybody's to blame, it's us. So we did it to ourselves.
No, yeah, we shot ourselves in the foot. I mean, we're already having to deal with the arrival of the second star, and then on top of that, it was really horrible mismanaging. I mean, for them that knew this was going to happen, maybe they should have taken some,
Severe floods in Brazil.
taken up some kind of measures to maybe ease the pain, instead of they just got us into this
We
enormous
don't know that they haven't
double
built
whammy kind of
sequestration.
scenario.
We do not know that they may have made some very large sequestration tanks along with the DUMBs. If you want a lifetime supply of water, you dig a hole for it to go into. And now the Japanese are doing that. You can look into that on YouTube. Japanese have rain mediation tunnels that you wouldn't believe how big they are, and they're also used for sequestration captures, just like the Romans did with the large undercity aquifers, where they would have 30 and 40 and 50-foot walled rooms that go the size of a football field, and they would fill that with natural water. The overflow of the viaducts and the aqueducts that came in from even from Milan all the way down and into Rome, and they put a lot of water away. And let's hope that maybe the United States government could learn about that, about sequestering our water rather than letting it flow out into the ocean. And granted, it should go all the way up to the ocean, but yet still retain some sequestration of actual fresh water versus salt water. Because it won't be long in this climate change, as this continues, that we're going to need that. So every drop that goes into the ocean becomes salty. And yes, we can desalinate, and there may come a time where that is cost effective compared to what we're going to see as far as humanitarian needs versus financial fact. And now the water rights have been bought up by major corporations around the world, and we need to take them back. Corporations should not own water. I think that we should have a worldwide referendum to fight this greed before it becomes a huge problem, and it already is. So that's the one militant thing I would suggest that we do, is remove water rights from corporations. They should not own our water.
No, water is the right of life.
I think they own enough already.
And they've been buying everything, every stitch of it around the world. And people look into that, fight that. Don't let some idiot come in and buy the state of Montana's water, or the state of Oklahoma's water, or part of the state, or even one river. Don't let somebody buy that and then tell you can't drink or you can't water your crops, because they want to sell it and put it in an Aquafina bottle and sell it to Japan.
Well, I mean, look at what Nestle is doing. Nestle has their water bottling systems in third world countries, where they're just.
Saudi Arabia owns a lot of land in Arizona, and they're growing alfalfa using vast amounts of water that they've been licensed to use without even measuring the amounts. They're growing alfalfa, and then they're putting it in hay bales and slapping it on ships and hauling it all the way back to Saudi Arabia to feed their cattle. I am not kidding you.
And alfalfa takes so much water to grow. It takes a lot. That's why it's why a lot of people don't use it.
And we're giving them the tax break to do it.
In the Anamos region of
And that's part of the overpumping that's going on right underneath your
water
feet there, Rebecca, in the
a section
mid
of the
North
bicycle
American
and
plate
pedestrian path
aquifer, which
connecting
we
the
have
river and valley
overpumped
in a
all the way
large
since the
province,
40s
collapsed in
to
the heat
feed
spectrum
us
of Wagner
and
Valley.
World War One and World War II and all of this
Stay
feeding
safe,
of the
take
nation
care of yourself
world
and
and
your
growing
loved
our
ones.
grains. And there should have been some saving for a rainy day, and we didn't do that. We overpumped, and it's
Severe
still
storms
happening.
hit Argentina's
There's your
Central
gorilla hill.
Plateaus late
Yeah,
Yep.
it's
Friday
crazy.
afternoon.
You get one of those in your head, and you're dead.
Hurricanes
I'll
which
bet.
have hit parts of the province
That can
of
crack your
Córdoba
skull.
and the north of the province of Buenos Aires.
Yeah, one of them
Oh,
movies that we watched, 2012, had that in it. Pretty good.
right,
Was in Japan or something.
right. Just take you right out off your feet. And
The storm
people,
began
this is
to
happening
subside
every
in
day,
Monday
everywhere
afternoon.
around the world. We don't even have a break between it anymore. I have to just keep going to the notebook and writing the dates down. And there was a couple of weeks in between prior, and now it's
Time
every
had
day,
well more
everywhere.
than 10 minutes
China,
before the
Russia,
storm hit
Europe,
Rio and
Italy,
Delta formed.
Sicily, Tunisia, Indonesia, Australia had some really wonderful early flooding this year. Their summer, their spring and summer. Now they actually looked at it as a God save because they had a drought going on from hell there
A
for so
storm watch
long.
that cost
So they haven't started
passengers several
complaining about it. They're going,
lives.
"Oh, thank you, we don't mind." And they were really strongly flooding, and like New South Wales and all of that.
Authorities
And so
asked
they're
for
enjoying it.
donations
They
not
hated
to
it at
go out
first, but they're
on the
going, "But
streets.
we'll have likes later, mate." You know. So
Has
and they
anybody
do.
heard from Kerry Scott?
Earlier this Tuesday,
I think about a week
south
ago.
of Buenos Aires City and Greater Buenos Aires
What about
Must
her?
be
was
busy.
hit by a storm
Have you
with
heard from
strong
her?
wind in a short
Uh-huh.
period.
Yeah,
Up to 120
I have.
Yeah, I
millimeters
think.
in just 3
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we
hours.
should get
hadn't
a
seen a
weather
lot of
report.
notifications from her.
Yeah, we should get a weather
Uh,
report from Australia a little more often. We should try and get a couple of people to do
Yeah.
that. Oh, and all the
no,
wonderful purple lightning, the 180-day cycle. Here we go.
Fallen trees, power outages,
And this is part of the purple storms and the snail foot and all of this unbelievable weather.
Today, a
And
telegraph
all those
accident in
cars.
China.
can anyone ever remember this happening in 1980 or 1970 or
Over
1950
900 cars
or
collided with
1990?
each
No.
other in Sassuolo. There was
And
a
you
jet
cannot just blame
accident
climate
involving
change. I'm
20
terribly sorry.
earthquakes.
This looks like a pileup on ice
It
and
is
fog.
verified
Oh,
that
we
the
had a lot of fog
accident
this morning. It was
occurred
really
due
cool.
to ice on the highway.
We had spring, and now somebody bumped the thermostat again and turned it back to winter, which is okay.
Various
We need the
weather
snow. We need the
programs
water.
were used to delete ice roads on the
Yeah,
road.
Yeah, they
I'm not
said in
looking
a
forward.
few days'
I'm
time
not,
we're going to get snow.
They
I'm,
used
I'm not
aerial
looking forward to the
images that
summer. It's gonna be
documented
hot.
the road in 10
It's gonna be a
seconds.
hot one. I could already feel it.
If we ever get out of winter.
Yeah, your weather has changed
Such
over England.
accidents were avoided then.
The whole jet stream dynamic has drastically went south, and now it's a little nasty too.
Over the past few days,
Yeah, they
massive
said in the next 10 days or something,
have been reported
going to
in
get dumped
Argentina and
into
Uruguay.
like 11 centimeters of snow or
Oh
something.
yeah, let's talk about the grasshopper plague we're gonna grow this year.
Oh,
Oh
gross.
cow!
Situation.
Or the mayflies,
I'm,
or
I'm
the
already
mosquito
seeing. I'm
population.
already seeing mosquitoes, and I have not seen the size of mosquitoes this year ever. I've never seen it. I'm already seeing these enormous ones. So yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah,
bug season.
Oh, I don't want bugs.
yeah, and mosquito eggs do very well in ponding areas, including the Great Salt Lake. I think that they're not
Video shows thousands of
salt
spiders
tolerant, but I
on
don't think
walls
they're
and other
as
surfaces.
troubled by
Well,
it
bugs is
either.
the thing. What I loved about living here compared to New Mexico is that
Diesel pump.
because it's relatively cold environment here, you don't really get much bugs. I
Mosquitoes
love
are
that.
very dangerous disease
Yeah.
But
which is
mosquitoes have gotten worse over the past couple of years because it's getting warmer, and there's a little bit more moisture for them to breathe. So it is getting a
Right.
little.
They grow in ponding water, so if you have a bowl of water or a bucket or a barrel of water around your house, you're probably growing mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Oh, yuck,
And
yeah.
you should avoid that by either putting a drop of bleach water or two in there, or having a screen covering if you do try to sequester your rainwater. Be sure to filter and seal from larvae from mosquito larvae, because you don't want to drink that water with mosquito larvae in it, and that's of course where malaria and all sorts of stuff comes from. And that may be moving up into the United States before we know it. So, there's already Zika and all of these other nasties, and including these the new bacterial viruses that they're still not talking about, but they exist in American hospitals now. And if you do go to a hospital and they do put the blood pressure cuff on you, the moment you come home, scrub very, very good with antibacterial soap for your whole body. Do not touch anything when you go into a doctor's office. Wash your hands or do everything you can to stay germ free. Because right now, medical facilities, including doctor offices, are highly toxic, and they're not warning people because these new viruses have become superbugs. Because the temperature has changed, because it's warmer. And anyone who's ever lived in the jungle would understand how the smallest of cuts can do some damaging things to you. So be aware of infection and things like that. And if you have an infection, clean it regularly, because the old rules are no longer the current rules. And I've said this a million times. Well, not a million times, a few thousand times. We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto, and everything about our daily life from now on is about to change. I said that on my personal page the other day, and people razzed me over that. And, well, you better get right by Jesus. And I went, well, thank you, I will. Me and him we got a pretty good relationship already. Thank you. That and Buddha and Brother Pythagoras and Plato's and Socrates and you name it. So yeah, Thor and
I just want to say hi to Christopher.
Hey,
everybody.
You're here.
I'm
He's
here.
here.
Oh,
Yeah.
speak, O wise one, teach us thy ways.
Yes. Hi. How's everybody doing tonight?
Oh, we need to make a new video of my pictures. I've got to visit you again.
Okay. Yeah, I can
hire
real fast
Christopher
now. So
Yeah, hire him for my music and that. I showed 2 people my videos and they were going, "Oh, I see planet." I'm like, yes, I need another video by Chris tonight.
I enjoyed your videos that I saw today. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm just listening to you.
You were
guys.
part of that conversation, weren't you? Where the religious folks were piping in and razzing me over.
I told her, I'm like, he didn't tell you guys that, he's not, condemning whatever, your beliefs. That's not what we're about here.
Just to be back in a minute.
We're just here to give you this information. Nobody's trying to change your beliefs about that. That's not our mission. We're just here to present you with this information. And, if you use it, we ask you to stick with the facts as we know it. Don't go off into some other tangent with it. You guys have been doing this for a long time. You've worked really hard to compile all this information. And yeah, it's awesome.
Take this information and go out there and prove it yourself.
Yeah.
That's what we're about here.
Yep. And
we're not here to take our word for it blindly, because I think if any of us did that, we wouldn't have ended up here. God knows where we would have ended up at, but just take this information and go out there and prove it yourself, because it's very provable, guys. It's very it's heavily reoccurring. It's the patterns consistently repeat themselves, and once you catch on to that, it's much easier for you to know what is happening.
Yeah,
because we do have pattern recognition. You just got to hone in on that, pay attention, and start to see those patterns, and then you'll start to recognize their effects, their cloud systems, their base clouds, and the kind of weather and how it affects us as they buffer into us. So
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's incredible. Like, we're now in the 180-day cycle, right, Sam?
Correct.
Okay. So
officially,
I've been watching this since October of last year, and I'm watching every day, and they have gotten closer and closer. And yesterday was so incredible. They're so close. They're no longer like at the horizon, and you're just seeing outlines of the planets. They're over our heads, and you can see the curves on these planets pushing down over our heads. It is the wildest thing. And what is going on? I'm taking pictures, and people are staring at me like it's like I got some kind of like, what do I look like? I don't have clean clothes on. Why are you people staring at me? Like, don't you see what's happening over our heads? This is crazy. It's not a storm. There's no rain. There's no thunder. There's no lightning, but there will be, right? I mean, with the, passing asteroids, but what I saw yesterday, that was not a normal sky. And this morning I took a picture, no clouds, maybe a little bit here and there, but the light pinch I got from the sun was really cool. And you can see the planet outlines. I don't even think the sun was even visible. I think it was pretty much, obstructed by the planets. I don't know on which side, but yeah, I've never gotten a light pinch.
I have
like
that
before.
video. Let me go ahead and
go ahead and play that, please.
Send it over. Hang on one second.
He did a couple of good ones, and they're
like all day today. So
him.
like this morning, it was kind of not a light pinch like this, but you can tell there's an outline of the planets, and then throughout the day, it's just totally prominent. So you can see these without the clouds. It's awesome.
Did you see the one I sent to you, Chris? The one that you posted, and then I sent the one. It's like you can still see the sun, and it's just like it's not pinched per se, but it's like very visible outlines. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, was the sun? I mean, you can't tell. Sometimes you'll see, the circle outline of the sun, but today I just couldn't tell.
I'm getting
lost him.
It's getting here.
Left.
And then after this, I'm gonna show Jesus's video. Sorry, Jesus. I totally got
you went dark, Christopher.
Oh, he sure did. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
is that me? I'll come back.
Yeah. Well, your screen is black. We can hear you, but
oh shoot, I'm coming back.
Okay.
I have a video just like this.
The first part is also from Chris. This is also his too. So we'll play that.
I have a video that matches this. Gosh, almost exactly this.
I'll pause it there.
Yeah, there are objects on either side of the sun. Smaller object on the left, larger object on the right, and you can see the shafting. That the little wispy light blue lines, not the straight up and down, which is the pinch. Mm-hmm. The shafty areas show you focaling that goes around a rounded object. So if you go look at the beginning of where the shaft, little light blue shaft lights are coming off on both sides, you can see actually the edges that are being cut into. Remember to look at the dark areas first, and then you'll see the edge of the planets. This, of course, we know. I think you've got lead asteroid in this view on the upper right of the sun. And then, of course, Saturn yellow moon is the entire upper right corner all the way down to those white clouds there. And then I believe on the left, you've got some of the asteroids cutting in or the side orb of the Texas cube. There's that little rounded blip, and then there's a square with 3 lines against. So. And now it's moving. Cool. Mm-hmm. Just like that. And we know that the Texas cube is on the lower right-hand side of Attu's moon, so that's where it is. But I don't draw it in on the monthly side drawing. It would make other objects not drawable, so I don't include the long box cube or the Texas cube in the monthlies. I'll do side drawings for those. Not only that, they move and change a lot too. And we've been seeing sightings of that for the last 3 weeks again, where they dropped down. They got bigger for a while and then moved here and moved there, but they're always pretty much right where they normally are. I got a couple of pictures in this morning, and I sent the information back to you folks who sent them to me, and thank you. And
what about the question from Dennis? Do you see that, Sam? He's asking
regarding the weather this year for the UK. I think you guys are going to be wetter than normal. I think you're going to see some extreme storms and have some flooding. I think you're going to have some rather interesting lightning effects this year for everybody around the planet. You're probably going to see an uptick in earthquakes between in the middle of Scotland. But then we're also going to be murky, hot, and smelly. There's going to be some periods where it's going to be unbelievably hot for a lot of people, and they're going to go, "Oh my God, we're going to break records." And if you have the opportunity, if you live in England and you have the opportunity to buy a dehumidifier, you may think about buying a new one and an air conditioner, and hope to God that your electrical grid manages to maintain through a very hot summer. Because all of our electrical grids right now are currently being stressed out by the Schumann resonance and the output of the solar flaring that's going on our sun. And there's been some whoppers this week, been some interesting, and it's still very large, although they are turning sort of, with each passing hour, they're getting farther away from Earth facing, which is a good thing. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit going on up there. And by the way, I have the background information on the comet if anybody wants me to do that now, so I can get it out of the way. The comet that we are seeing now, again, the new one, everybody's referring to as the Devil's Comet, which is also hilarious.
What part of the sky is that thing in? If we want to see it,
it is an hour after sunset. It will be in the northwest sky. So it's Comet 12P Pons Brooks is the name of it, and it's a reoccurring comet. It comes around in orbit every 71 to 74 or so years. It was first sighted by a man named Pons in 1812, and then in 1884, a man named Brooks, which is why it's called Pons Brooks, he sighted it and discovered it, or he thought, but then it was co-named after they found out that it had been actually sighted before. It's a big, huge ice crystal, and puts out these bursts. It's actually done a series of 4 recently, and in recorded history since discovery, this is his fourth visit. So that is okay. Let me see. Did I get everything on there? Yeah, it has a split tail. Oh yeah.
So we'll see a split tail, will we?
Yeah, and it's not two. It's sometimes 3, sometimes 4 tails, depending on the solar activity, illumination causing the what they believe is carbon dioxide gases to burst out of it and cause the trail through space. It is 2 times the size of Mount Everest.
Wow.
And that is the details.
Wow.
I wrote down.
That's incredible.
I do my homework. As a matter of fact, I
remember when Hale Bob passed. God, what was I? 17 or so. That was pretty awesome.
I worked in the library, and we all went out to see it. Yeah.
That was a big event for the cosmos, for religion. The Church of Light group.
Oh yeah.
Committed to suicide and everything, and that is at the same time when a lot of mysticism, spirit passing from one realm to another happens, is during the pathways of comets. It's very interesting. I haven't fully connected how that works
as well.
And you can see it for about. I think I remember being able to see it for about 2 months. It was just really. It was really cool.
Right. The average transition for most comets is about 2 months.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I just want to say hi to
things I look up.
Sorry.
Well, I'm so addicted to all of this stuff. I'm constantly looking stuff up, and source, will dump this video in front of me, and then I'll watch it. And if it's great information, I'll continue. And if they're full of shit, then I'll turn them off. But I hope everybody got their copy of Symbols of an Alien Sky again today.
Oh yeah.
because I
Yes, thank you.
reposted it again. It's a must see out there. Everybody listening,
I think
Audrey, everybody,
Symbology of the dragon.
it's a must see. Sabrina, Tara, Jackie, scrolling. Dennis, watch Symbols of an Alien Sky by David Talbot and the Thunderbolts Project. It's there's many segments. I happen to like from about a quarter of the way in and to the end, best of all. But I've seen it like 150 times, so I pop in and out. And I was watching it this morning, and now I got to go get another Coke. And I'll be right back.
Okay, I think that should be like our first watch party. We're gonna watch a show together. We could choose it, and I think that would be a good one to start things off. So
what we watching?
Not tonight, but when we do we're going to start having watch parties, for like a monthly movie night or something as a group. Anyway, but I think the first watch party should be the Thunderbolts Project.
I think that's a good idea too, because it gets you, if we all watch this as a group together, we can talk about it, and it gives us all a time.
So we'd have to watch a bit and then freeze it, and then and then.
Yeah, we'd have to pause. I go, oh, stop it here. I want to cross reference when they're talking about the archetypes and they misrepresented Saturn, and yeah, that'd be me through the middle of the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I've just been having a problem with like TV in general for the last few years. I cannot sit through a movie for like 5 minutes, and that's
what is it with that? It's like a spell broke or something. You just cannot watch it anymore.
It's really
weird.
You
guys have all gotten smarter, and you no longer can tolerate menial plots, what you would refer to as the mundane.
Oh man,
you have grown past the mundane, which is all part of your journey we're all making. And there was a transitory occurrence in 2010, and we have stepped into, according to the Mayan calendar, we've already gone beyond the Mayan calendar, and we are now in the 6th age. The Harbinger was the 5th age, which is the calendar, and it was actually the culture before the Mayans that actually made this calendar. And that was many thousands of years older than they are given credit for. And people have to realize we are not the first high-tech civilization, although we have different variant knowledges, and like we make plastic and they do. They weren't stupid enough to make plastic. Right. And they had a different society and lived in natural things like stone and wood and bone and this and that, and their values were completely different. On other civilizations, many other civilizations, that time has turned to dust long ago. And people had, everybody thinks, we gave 9,000 years ago, we came out of the cave and we stopped dragging our knuckles, and all of that. And that's not the case. And modern science isn't even aware that, they go, well, 50,000 years ago, we were hunter-gatherers, and then we started farming. And that date has been backed off 10,000 years at a time, nonstop since the 80s. And they like in one of Jillian's favorite topics is Gobliateki. And
I was just thinking about it. Oh, my God.
Well, of course, I know you were.
Göbekli Tepe is fascinating.
I just wanted to say, like, how the hell would they have managed to have covered it up again? Because it is so immense in one spot.
Look, see, they're not publishing the pictures of the actual pillars.
It's
the really cool ones that are inscribing the tale of man, and that they're hiding
it's got stories. The pictures on it just excite me so much.
Was intentionally buried.
Yeah,
the information was hidden from, and see, that's in the same area as the original Garden of Eden, where they have genetically traced the origins of our wheat supply, which they have proven
it doesn't
genetically.
Come from here; it comes from somewhere else.
Right, genetic science, they have proved that wheat is not originally from Earth.
Nope.
And after this generation of man, us, the hybrids that we are, because we're not the first version either. There have been many other versions throughout the million years plus. And there's a bunch of other factional shit that went on in millions of years plus. Anyway, I just generically run back 450,000 years alone. if you go back 350, 450,000 years, we are this new generation of what's here. And the week that was given to us is what our dietary needs was, and that's an all construct. And if you go back into the Indian religions from India, Shiva gave all these plant life to the humans. And if you're going to place a workforce, you're going to have something they can live off of, so that they can be strong enough to actually do the work that you want them to do. And that's why we were set here and provided with a way to eat. And that is all in the Garden of Eden, which they now believe is somewhere in the Turkey region.
That's why all those regions are being forced to fight all the time, so we can't go back to our origins.
Constantinople, where all those in underground cities are that are miles and miles and miles long, is all in that Turkey region.
And stuff.
That's it.
Yeah, and
I couldn't remember the name of it. It is just so incredible.
They're amazing, aren't they? And then every time they found another one, you realize that these were a network of places, and they're all joined. They were all joined. One area would be where they work. One area would be where they. Oh, it's just amazing.
How did they build it? And we can't even build these structures today that they built then. So, the whole thing.
Remember, they made us, and look how amazing the avatar bodies are that we've got hybrids, whatever you want to call us.
We went from making, sticks and stone, making fire, making the wheel, and then suddenly we're building these monuments in, South America.
With math we don't have today, right? Yeah.
Well,
and that's the thing. They have what they refer to as cyclopic, because they come from the term cyclops, because only a cyclops, a big giant, would be large enough to move them. And there was I believe that a few cycles ago, prior to, I don't have a timeline on this, I think at least 2 cycles ago, we had giants walking the earth all over the place, as well as smaller humans as well.
So the Nephilim were there as well, yeah.
They were, and this is of course the Nephilim and all of this, you cross-reference through history. And I believe we had giants on the planet during periods of the Ice Age, so that they would flourish and mine underground in the cold regions. And this is where the term frost giant and all of that stuff comes from in our legends. So, and there's evidence of it, and of course, all the God, whoever it is that has been keeping these giant bones that they've been hiding for decades now, and they dig a new one up and they hide it. All of those were recently destroyed, and they actually announced that. I couldn't believe they announced it. That was ridiculous, but they did.
It's like burning the books. It's disgusting. It's
they're destroying history for many reasons. And they're also affecting the future as well for many reasons. And unfortunately, God, I don't know how far I want to go down this staircase. But there's a lot of things right now, and I feel strong enough about it. I have to sort of kind of hint about it. There's a lot of negative things against mankind right now, but there is also, and by the way, Jesus, thank you for translating that for me. I sent Jesus a video this week, and I was very surprised at what it was. It was a good video. Unfortunately, the information was laid out in rather a lower school level educational premise, which is okay when they talk about motherships and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I do feel it was a little. The way it was worded was also kind of repeated a couple of times.
It was a little wishy-washy. It was a little wishy-washy, like they were teaching a lesser student. And I was.
So I like the message. I like the message. I just feel it was written by. It was a little. Yeah.
You know what? The first thing I thought of when I heard that or read your translation on Facebook, I immediately thought of the cubes.
Oh.
And they were talking the massive ships that are over the top of your planet during this coming of the Pleiadians, and it was describing that the Pleiadians were coming. And I think a better term would have been the Federation, because the Pleiadians are not the only ones involved in this. And this is where we talked about the 2010 ascension thing and all these changes and everything. There is a whole bunch of stuff going on. And the transition of what's going to come tomorrow and what's going to come in the nearby future for Earth, there's going to be segmented occasions where some people are not going to wake up to the changes and others will. Not everyone is going to ascend or become more enlightened since the 2010 transition. Some people will, some people won't. And the people that hear my voice and believe and listen to the things that we talk about here are the people who are supposed to be awake to this. And I'm not trying to brag about this, but this is literally a fact.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's why.
If you join this group, you will see that in time. That unfortunately, one of the hardest things that I've had to deal with when it comes to this topic is realizing that you can't really forces on somebody. You can't really open somebody. Like somebody needs to take that first step, and you can't just pick somebody out of the crowd and say, I'm going to teach this to that guy and be successful about it. Maybe you are, maybe you won't, but there will be some people that doesn't matter what you show them or what you tell them or what you try to convey to them, they're not going to see it because they're just not ready for it, or maybe never will. And that was a hard pill for me to swallow. It's still something that I struggle with on a daily basis, to really be okay with being misunderstood and being thought of that you're crazy. That's okay. It's hard to deal with, but in the end, you realize whatever, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I still try to get everyone to believe this, because it's that first step past what you were taught and what you've been leveled to believe, and oh no, this couldn't possibly be happening. Well, why not? Why not now? It is now. We were warned about this. We've been warned. We've been raised to be ready for this all of our lives in a certain kind of way. We talk about patriotism, or we talk about serving our fellow man or serving our country. And we've all looked for that Star Wars moment where we could be Han Solo or Chewbacca or whatever, flying through the galaxies. And that drive in us is there for a reason. We have to accept this. We are stepping into a future. I mean, we don't want to live the past like the 1980s or the 50s, do we? No, we want to change and we want to grow, but we don't want to get eaten up by anger and jealousy and greed, which is unfortunately what we're all waiting for.
Murder and death and war. Thank you.
And you can't reason with it either.
Oh, that all comes from greed.
Tara, it is absolutely a very lonely journey. Yep. It's why we love these get-togethers, because we can't talk about it with most people in our daily, personal lives.
Yeah, they look at me funny at the gas station regularly and say it's time to leave, Sam.
Yeah, every time I come on here, it's why these sessions can go on for so long, because we don't get to talk about it every day with regular people. I mean, you know how hard it is to keep something like this to yourself? It's so hard. For me, I just want to go out there and yell it to everybody and just say, hey, look
Stand
at
at the sink and peel a potato when you want to be outside looking and seeing what's going on.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but it's something that you have to come to terms with, that you are going to be very lonely in this journey. And the people that do agree with you, like all of us here, are they become like a second family to you, because
and they can also be really far away from you. Mm.
Yeah, but you start to feel so disconnected by knowing this. It's really a mind screw it really is, because you walk around with something so huge that you see so clearly that everybody is just oblivious to.
And you know that a lot of the people around you are really bright people, and you just wish one more step. Come on. And you're like, come on. One more step. One.
But you know, everybody's timing is different. I agree with
Yep.
Sam. He says that all the time. But some people just might not never make that. At least not in my lifetime, or you know. But there's a lot of people that aren't going to make that leap, you know, from your daily, everyday life to looking at the world for what it really is, you know. And as much as that bothers me, there's nothing that we really can do about it. All we can do is get together, talk about it, and hope that, you know, some people who have already had their own ideas and their own experiences to be like, that sounds right. That sounds like something that.
Yeah, and if you can just wake up one person each time, one person every show, then that person will go walking around, bing, 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 and then little seeds.
Right.
Little seeds get spread.
You know, and it's not like we just, you know, started doing this a year or two ago.
Right.
And, you know, I've known about this since 1978 and was, you know, sequestered into non-disclosure from 1980 on. And then.
But what did the other teenagers in your life think about it when you talked about this?
I went
your
to
friends. What did they say?
Friends? What are those? I'm joking. I had friends.
Were you with friends when stuff happened to you? I mean, what did they think?
A lot of people just wrote me out. See, I'm you know, I talk way too much, and I'm high energy, and I know stuff, and I talk about things that maybe left field of what the general conversation would be. And I've shown people over the years that I know stuff that I shouldn't know. Like we told the old story about, hey, quick, turn the radio on. Led Zeppelin is playing. It's one of my favorite ones from high school. And a lot of my friends thought I was really weird because I was playing Dungeons and Dragons all the time. And so I did not fit in my paid Catholic high school. Because I was that hippie kid that would go out to the corner and smoke a cigarette, and they didn't like that. And I even got hit in the back of the head by Father Dumais in French class, and and I think he actually, frankly, gave me a concussion. I really do. To this day, I believe he hit me so hard that he gave me a concussion.
Man, they're brutal.
Oh yeah. I went to high school under Catholic priests and nuns. And that was a very interesting education. And I was, of course, raised Mormon. And then I've studied all of the religions, including Buddhism and Catholicism and Hinduism and Taoist and all of that. My father handed me books. But when I went to the Catholic high school, then I got the Catholic education, including Our Fathers and going to church and, you know, peace be with you and also with you and all of that crap, and going to a Catholic church and dipping your fingers in the water and going, you know, can I have a communicable disease from this water? Okay, you know,
no.
I'm joking.
I'll tell you what my dad told me to say that stuff.
No, the spectacles, testicles, pocket watch, wallet.
That's it. Yes, you just read my mind again. That one.
Yeah, I know. Jillian, you are easy to read.
And if they
I saw you raise your fingers to your glasses. I did cheat.
Yeah, because I was like, I know, but I can't say that on air. But then that's okay. You said it for me.
I got away with it. The New Hampshires were injured in the making of this film, and that's an old joke too between Jillian and I from Facebook jail. But anyway, you know, we've been doing this for so long that we finally couldn't stand it anymore in our own little group. We had to come out and tell all of you guys and drag you into our what do they call it? Our idiom. Welcome to my idiom, my way of doing things, which is a little right or left brain, depending on which side you want to call it. But you know, atypical behavior other than the standard norm. And the whole point of the thing is you have to learn to trust you, and you have to step across your belief system and use your eyes, and what your eyes tell you is the truth. And then we go back to the firmament or the people that talk about flat earth. And if you're diving into that, you're diving into something someone's telling you, right? Not anything that you can base this off of a reality or not. And not only that, it's not 1444. You know, Copernicus proved that a long time ago. Wow, left field. So learn your science, take a look for yourself, keep looking at this shit because we are not wrong and we've been so accurate and my drawings are highly accurate. I let the track record speak for itself. And if you don't listen to this information, well, then you're being very silly. Go ahead, ladies.
I can speak for the newer members too, because I've only been doing this for a while. And it's not like, we're talking about, awakening and all this stuff. It's not like you have to be somebody special to learn this. All you need to do is take Sam's monthly sight drawings and compare them with your skies and just be persistent with doing this, and you will start to see the patterns in the sky, and you will start to notice the repetitive positions these planets are in, and it's absolutely incredible. I don't know why people look down at their nose at this. It's strange, and it's
I think it's a social thing, Chris.
Sure.
I mean, look, I remember ever since I was a kid, hearing that people who, look at the saying, how it goes, you live with your head up in the clouds. So we've been taught to look down on people who are sky watchers, like it's always been, and I personally think it's a purposely done, to discredit anybody who watches the sky obsessively or a sky watches that something's wrong with you, something you have too much time on your hands, or you crazy, or it's always
you're
down.
just a wee bit touched, like.
Yeah, so it's something that it's a societal thing, where people.
When I was a kid, I learned the constellations: Cassiopeia, Perseus, Orion, and all of that, and the lore behind it, and the legend. Of course, my father was, my parents were European educated. They both spoke 7 languages plus, and we do come from an educated. I'm actually an esquire from that family type in Europe, so. We were taught to, my dad would be sitting out in the forest in Montana, and that's Perseus, and there's Cassiopeia, and there's the Big Dipper, and over here is the Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, blah blah blah, and I learned a lot of it, and a lot of this is those children that weren't necessarily in the popular in crowd that played football or was on the debate team or whatever, but I've actually spent far more years learning outside of school. Although I graduated early, and also due to the government intermixing in my life and screwing over my teachers, I'm sure to this day, they were forced in a non-disclosure agreement when I didn't take the job, because I was briefly there long enough to find out I didn't want to have anything to do with what their lies were. I'm terribly sorry. I cannot do lies. I'm not one of those people. I could never be a lawyer. I would be too honest. I'd be too open. I'd say too much, because I share my feelings, and which is when I read people and I openly discuss it. I've learned more recently, like we talked about the 2010 changes. I talk more freely about what I see and what I know, with less fear of getting yelled at for it or being critical or rude to someone. I try not to be rude to people, but in my general behavior, I have a tendency to be a little overly frank, where some people may take it wrong, etc. But I have learned, and you can learn this as well, once you start to trust yourself,
right,
and the studies that you have learned, and then all of a sudden you've got the pattern, and it literally take you maybe 2 to 3 months if you actually pay attention to the sight drawings. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. By the 3rd month, you're going to be seeing. I'm sure, Katie Jo, that's probably how long it took you, right?
Yeah,
1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and then you started seeing the patterns. And
yep, I just knew that there was stuff going on up there, and like I say, I saw Rebecca's video, and it just started putting everything in perspective.
Oh yeah.
And it's I can't, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yep.
Especially with the guidance, you know what I mean? And learning, there's so much to learn off of.
Oh my God, there is. I mean, I can't even. There is no way that I could start one of these shows and talk with any given 8-hour period of time of all the stuff we have learned from watching them come in from 2010 on. I would be talking for the next 2 weeks. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, but there's so much.
Nah, I don't think so.
No, there's so much. Yeah.
There is so much information, and we started watching them. In Newmeyer Station on the live webcams in Antarctica. And I'll never forget this. And then all of a sudden we realized, wait a minute, isn't it supposed to be pitch black down in Antarctica? And it wasn't. And then we saw the sun and the planets coming. And we actually mainly what we first saw was this weird object cluster group was doing the self-illumination and discharging thing. And then I started seeing it pretty much on the left side of the screen. And then all of a sudden, boom, bam, there was Nibiru right in front of us. And it was large. And it was like, holy shit. How did that get here? And it must have had something to do with rising up beyond our view or whatever. But then Nibiru was here, and then we still couldn't see it up here in the northern hemisphere. And then literally within about 6 months, I was watching it every day due south because I was looking down at the planet, at the side of the planet from up here in Montana, and me looking due south at the horizon. I'm looking at the south down below Earth, and I watched them come in from golf ball to bowling ball size planets in a group. A group on one side and 2 or 3 on the other side, including the Tool Star and the light and all the illumination. And then we saw the Northeast Star come in and all that. And it's just after that, it's been an unbelievable pile of information that has just come in. And I have been doing this pretty much predominantly, with minor exceptions for weekends off when the kids were little. I have been pretty much doing this every day in all of these 14 years now. Wow. And that's how much information we have. And every week, don't we get something new, Christopher? Every week we come
every week.
It's, 3 to 4 different events.
New every week, and then I learn something new every week, almost every day now. Consecutively since I've learned about this information, I'm learning at least 5 or 6 new things about all of this. I can't keep up with it sometimes.
Me neither. That's why I keep having to do it. Otherwise, I'll fall behind.
My notes are just a mess, so I don't know what I wrote down. It's like,
you go like this with the notes and go, oh well.
Yeah, it's like, what is that? I can't even read my own handwriting anymore.
Guilty.
Yeah, it's not
guilty.
Good.
Especially when you write so fast while you're busy listening.
Well, what
did I write there, man?
Glasses.
Yeah, welcome to post 40 eye syndrome, or maybe early for you. But I have to get new glasses too, because I'm starting to have a issue looking across the room. No, not a good thing.
Not a good thing. No.
Here's BW. Who's BW? Interesting.
I don't know, but they're here. Hi, BW.
Hi there.
How you doing?
And they are thankful they found a group who sits around and talks freely about this. So that's pretty cool. Because I mean, I don't think there are many groups or shows that sit around and talk about this. So
and there's nobody out there with our information, period. Not our level.
It's just bizarre, Sam, to think that people wouldn't think about it being binary.
Tell me about it. I've known about it since 1978, and hell, even the Greeks knew we have 2 suns. It's all
If you
over.
look at the stelae, the one picture, there's 2 stars, and they're pointing like, hello, there's like 2 stars, and the clusters next to them.
There's thousands of carvings around the planet that go back 5,000 years that have 2 suns in it. I mean, even Egyptology. Once you start to take into account what some of these hieroglyphs are showing you, including boxes, and all of this, and then we've seen all of the Egyptian. Now remember, most of the tombs, not pyramids, have the hieroglyph carving in the wall, not the pyramids. There are, like the step pyramid, that they have some. But and then there's the destroyed pyramid, and there's a lot of pyramids people don't study. And there's a whole shitload of pyramids around the planet that nobody even knows about. And we're, of course, recently talking about the one in up in Alaska, and there's probably 1 or 2 down in Antarctica. And they're also finally starting to talk about Antarctica, for instance, that there may have been a civilization They're before the dawn of man, which is like,
Wow.
yay, you're finally going, before that, what
I
you
heard stories about that in South Africa already. What was there?
right
Because
before what you assume is the dawn of man, depending on whose science you're listening to, because there's people out there that says the Earth is 8 billion, and then there's people that says the Earth is 6.2 billion, and then there's people that says it's 4 billion, and then there's a whole religious sect that says it's 9,000 years old according to the Bible. And
no, there was a whole bunch of people came to the door once. They knocked on our door, and my dad answered. That was very fatal. And they said to him, "Oh, can we share the message about, the Bible and that?"
Today.
And he's like, "So are you going to tell me how old the Earth is?" "Oh, 6,000 years." And he went, he shut the door.
I actually scare the Mormon pastors when they come to visit me, but
oh no,
they don't come back. I've had a few of them on my porch, but they don't come back. I know more than they want to hear.
Right?
Hey,
they're trying to send you a message, but the message you have for them is, pretty big. And
yeah, have you heard the word of
the
Sumerians?
Right. We're trying to get, you're coming over to talk to me, to give me your message, right? And I'm open to that, but I have a message for you too, and nobody wants, it's a give and take thing here. So don't be upset when we shut the door.
Can you imagine if I got up on my bigger soapbox and actually said literally what you said? Oh my God! We would have pretty solid for a week. Wow. And I do try. I have been trying to tell people since 2010. And I actually did expect a little bit different outcome than what we have going, which is better on one hand and worse on another. And I would hope that my big concern is that people add credibility to my information. And I would like you guys at this time to spend a moment talking about my accuracy. And I'm not going to brag about that, but I would like you guys to brag for me. I am very good at this, and I think you should listen.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle there.
I had a discussion recently with somebody that I unfortunately had to block. She's somebody that I knew for some time, and I thought we were friendly, but I don't know what happened since we started this podcast. So many people have gone so hateful, and people that I thought were my friends, and they were.
I hear you. It's sad.
I was telling them, first of all, it's always an attack because of you, Sam. So it's always my association with you, and I'm sure we all here are familiar with that. But
sorry.
That is my choice. So
I'm sorry.
But yeah, no need, Sam. But
not needed.
The thing is that I was saying, what I was trying to tell them is that please tell me who out there has or even touches this information the way that you do. I mean, I'm a member of over 30 groups. Not one of them. Well, I mean, just the sister groups, that have sprouted from Montana Skywatchers have a clue. But out of those 30 groups, which is probably over 100,000 members,
wow.
If not more, probably more than that. Everybody has it so wrong. Everybody has it so completely wrong. And there's not one of them that actually even compares or even touches on these topics, as accurately as you do. Like, she's been watching the skies for years, and I'm like, how have you been watching the skies this long? How are you still oblivious to what's happening? Like, I get it from somebody who's not paying attention to the skies, but somebody who's constantly watching. If you are watching this stuff, you will put it together, But I think for some people, and judging from her work, I do feel that she sees it too, and I do feel that she's actually. But you're the kind of person, Sam, that you're either gonna love or hate, and people love to hate on you. Like you're like the person that people love to hate.
Yes, I do get trolled.
I think for a lot of people, it starts there, because I don't, and me and Rebecca have talked about this before. We feel that it's more of a personal thing, because every time that somebody says anything about you, there's just this hate and this personal vendetta.
There are a lot of people. Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting you, but there are a lot of people that I come off as arrogant. And I assure you, it's not intentional. I'm not, and you guys
it's
know.
It's not arrogance, and I agree with what Rebecca said. Not on
opinion that I know. I know my stuff. I know what I'm talking
arrogance, about. It's confidence. It's confidence. It's
That's right.
Arrogance. You know, I'm very confident myself that when I'm having an argument with people always tell me that I'm not listening. I'm like, I probably ain't, because I know what I'm seeing. I've recorded it. All you have to do is just look at my videos. My videos. I don't want to brag either, but I think some of my videos are irrefutable evidence.
Irrefutable.
Oh, and when I present this, sometimes people will completely ignore it just to continue talking down on you, Sam. And I'm like, have you even looked at the video I just showed you? Are you even gonna try? Are you even gonna consider something else? I don't know. I just,
and your videos are not long. Okay.
No, there's no reason why you can't watch them.
In full detail of what is happening in our skies, and
people love to hate on you, Sam, and I don't think that's. I don't think that has anything to do with the sky. I think people just can't match your energy, and that makes people uncomfortable.
Well, for that I apologize as to the entire planet, and yet there is no way. There's no physical way for me to change that. I do have an energy level. I'm what those guys that in my age group we were called hyperactive, and that also has to do with why I had trouble. I was thrown out of every school I went to.
Yep.
And my IQ. And there were teachers that could not deal with my IQ because I have a tendency to be a little bit of corrective. And my mother used to refer to me in both good and bad intonation that I was Mr. Know-It-All. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to share with you what occurred. And I have been drastically ostracized all my life, or loved by my friends, and they just go, well, that's Sam. And a lot of people discounted me, and including my family. And I would sooner take the discounting than the hating. But and this is why a minute or so we were saying, I really hope that at some point in time people start actually listening to my warnings, and because I've had a lot of people that have sort of bit into it, but then they don't take the magnitude of what I'm trying to talk about. When I'm talking about this passage of the 180-day cycle, this is going to be a freaking spooky event.
Yep.
And I am trying desperately to sit here in Montana in my hermit cave or hermit log cabin or whatever you want to call it. I don't live in a cave or a cabin. I'm just generically jesting here, but up here in my hermit cave, Montana Skywatcher, trying to warn people what I see coming and what we've documented and what we've seen cyclically from the passing of the planets year after year after year after year. And I think, frankly, I'm very good at what I do. And I said you'd be quite silly if you don't listen. And here's examples of my work and Rebecca's work going back years of our lives to share this information with you. And we've done it for free. We haven't done it for pay, although we do need pay in order to continue, because this has cost us a fortune in money. I'm on my 15th computer. Rebecca is constantly paying out money for her stuff, and she's on her, God only I know how many phones she's been through trying to do this for you guys. And all of our other experts that we have on these shows are all time proven members who have each earned their place and their opinion. And that's why they're on the show. And that's why they're here trying to warn you because they don't have to do this. And some of them, it was really uncomfortable for them to come out here and actually do this. And they're bending over backwards to reach you. So if you're out there and you're laughing at us or discounting this, I would seriously think twice, because we are damn good at what we do. And welcome to the Citizen Science Project.
Yeah. Welcome.
Welcome.
But I agree with Rodney. Rodney says, I think people just wish it's not true. I completely agree.
I wish it wasn't true.
Something that even we wish it wasn't happening, but you can't hide your head in the ground like an ostrich and just wish that things go away. That's not a way to deal with things. You have to deal with things head on, because ignoring something isn't going to make it go away. I know it's uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable. Sometimes I see things and I make me question my own sanity. I see things that sometimes scare me. I see things that that make me very uncomfortable. But I'm here.
Yeah,
I can't deny what I see. I can't lie to myself just to make me feel better. It doesn't work that way. And if it works for you, then fine. But I personally can't be that kind of person that just ignores something that's so obvious. I can't do that.
I had a comment I read today that was rather unusual, and it was a little different point of view than I'd seen before, because I've been doing this almost 14 years, and I probably read it. I can't say all, because the moment I say that, then of course it's going to fate will teach me different. But this one guy said, "Oh my God, I can't believe we're all sitting here still wasting our time taking pictures of these planets when we know they're here, and we're doing this day after day, and aren't we wasting our time? And shouldn't we be preparing better?" And I read that and I went, "Good for you." And
I've had somebody tell me that as well. I'm like, well, what are you going to do now? I'm like, personally, me, I don't really have the means to really do a whole lot about it. So this is my contribution to it. It's spreading awareness. I have more or less a bug out plan. I'm heading right your way, Sam.
Got it.
just FYI. That's my plan.
I think a whole lot of people will.
I'm heading up north. I'm heading up north to Sam. That's what I'm doing.
Yep.
But other than that, I live paycheck to paycheck. I like most of us here, we're normal people with limited means, so I try to educate myself as much as possible on subsistence living, and I've learned that, being from a very traditional Mexican family, and I do know how to do things that a lot of city people don't know how to do. I do know how to process an animal. I do know how to hunt. I do know how to plant my own food. I know how to do those things that I grew up doing. So I just try to hone in those skills, because I know that at one point they might be helpful to me. But at least as far as something like a plan, like an official plan, there's nothing I can do. I live paycheck to paycheck. So education, guys, is very important. Try to educate yourself on how to live off the grid. If you can't do anything financially, at least educate yourself and try to imagine what it's going to be like when if there's no power, there's no running water, that kind of stuff. And imagine, what am I going to do if and when that day happens? Am I going to be ready? Am I going to be able to feed myself? Am I going to be able to feed my family? Think about those things. It's my contribution. That's all I can do. So, but I agree, that is an important thing to do. I think we've gone to the point where it's undeniable that these planets are going to be here. What is the next plan? And I think this podcast and this future platform may open the doors for a bigger future plan, but at least for right now, all we can do is spread awareness and educate ourselves as much as we can on
how to live about it. Your values change too. You spend more time learning things, that you look at your house differently. You look at your family members differently. You start thinking about what can I take with me if I had to, and people look into bug out, and don't. I'm not saying go out and buy a bunch of shit, and definitely don't charge crap on your credit cards. But once you start to realize that there's something up, and then all of a sudden your values start to change. Tara Nelson at 8:54, and it's now in my time it's 9. So this was just about 10 minutes ago. Asked the question: does anyone have telescopic pictures of when they were farther out and heading towards us? Yeah, we do. We've got pictures going all the way out to 2009 from Google Space and from hand people taking small shots, and we blew them up. And yeah, we watched
stereo B pictures out there too.
Yeah, stereo A and B, and we use a couple of those, and
we're actually matching pictures from different dates.
Yeah, going years and years in a row, and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger. We started all of this information. We were the one that collected it, and other people going, well, what's that blob? And I was going, well, this is something that's been in the left-hand side that I've been blowing up and blowing up and blowing up as it got closer and closer. This is where we learned about the lead asteroid. This is where we learned about the object cluster groups. This is where we learned about the fact that Uri and Atu were both gas giants, is because we saw them when they were smaller. We saw a Saturn come in when it was deep red. We saw tiny little green Nepacity come in, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And now these planets are sky fillers. But back then they were these tiny little things in the corner of the picture here. And why is the sun doing that? And what's that? And what is that a Photoshop glitch or what is that? And we watched it, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. Plus, as of 2009, I saw a close passing planet in my yard, and I went, oh shit, they're here, because I've known that they've been coming this way since 1978, and probably before, because I was reading materials as
Sam?
Yes, go ahead.
When was the first time you started correlating the evidence of the crop circles?
That was about 2011-12 is when I started seeing the crop circles, and then they started matching some of the diagrams that I had been drawing in my head. I'd be drawing
that one with the OCG patterns on it is just phenomenal.
That also information, I got some of that information off the dark web that I'm not going to go into too much detail, and that was 2010-ish.
Pinterest has a whole bunch of interesting ones I thought you should maybe see. They were really, wow.
Yeah, that looks kind of, that greenish picture looked almost like the big three again. Yeah, I believe that purple was like a nighttime Atu illumination. This, of course, is, that's like I believe that's an Atu illumination, because it doesn't come from the ground. It is actually up in the sky.
Right. The auroras as well. The auroras were quite.
Yeah, well, the auroras are coming from the coronal mass ejections. Woo, cat hair.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, the cat apparently just walked by. Whoa.
Put your hands up.
Okay, yeah, no, cough drop number 2. Yeah, we at the Citizen Science Project count the number of cough drops Sam Hoffman eats each show. We must document.
Use a fisherman, that'll kill it. Yeah. If it doesn't kill you first.
Now remember, so far I've only choked twice, on mic, so. And that was when I was still eating the Hall's cherry flavor, because Hall's are round, and the Ricola that I'm eating now is sort of squarish, so you don't choke on them quite as easily.
Good.
It is hard. It is very hard to talk on a microphone and have a cough drop in your mouth at the same time. I have this little stone that Lucinda gave me, and it's a little flat carved crystal segmented stone, and it's too small to be a coaster, but it's literally like a coaster, and that's where I take my cough drop and I put it on that one, because Lucinda gave me that stone. So
good night, Audrey.
Good night,
Audrey.
Good
having you.
Oh, thanks for hanging out with us at 3 a.m. I mean, that's really committing, Audrey. That's awesome of you. We're always happy to have you.
Week after week.
Yeah.
Right.
She is one of our faithful.
She should be.
Always,
Audrey
always
should.
prep
I wish
news.
Audrey could be one of the co-hosts as well, like a guest and stuff.
I just read.
Anytime, Audrey, if you consider that, we can
That'd be fun.
bring you on.
She's
Good
learning
night,
fast too.
I just read Tara Nelson's next statement. Sam, I got to give you props for not going crazy, having to keep quiet so long. Are you sure I didn't?
Right.
That's
I think frankly it's worse now. Go ahead, Hayes.
You have you definitely is subjective. When I look back at your old stuff, I do see a slight difference there in energy wise. I don't know if you were drinking more coffee back then than you are now, Sam.
Yeah, I was, and I was also 15 years younger.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and your kids were a little younger. Now they're teenagers, and yeah, it's a whole different ballgame. But yeah, there's definitely a difference there. Maybe some would call it a little crazier. Some might say,
it's hilarious. You should see my daughter's role.
It definitely does change you the way you look at the world.
Yeah, my daughters now roll their eyes at me every time I'm trying to point. I tried to show them the video that Rebecca showed at the beginning of the show here of Saru, and it was important to me. Oh my God, look, there's Saru. He's back. And they both standing there with their hands on their hip, rolling their eyes, and I'm going, okay. And they go, Dad, this is boring. We've done this our whole lives, So
oh no.
Yeah, but it's Saru. Yeah.
This is an interesting picture. We have quite a few things going on here. We have some sea trails. And I'll start singing this weird. You see the lens flare?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there is two objects in that lens flare.
Yeah, why is that? No, suddenly we've got those two objects.
Is the sun from the normal lens flare. And that blue dot, Rebecca, what is that blue dot next to the sun on the left-hand side this week?
On the left-hand side.
Yeah, and it's also been captured around the world as crossing the sun. Excuse me?
The blue asteroid?
Correct. The blue asteroid is visibly crossing the sun around the world. We've had, 20, 30 sightings of it in the last week. And, of course, it's right where I drew it on the monthly sight drawing.
Oh my God, I can't wait for the 8th of April.
And over on the right-hand side is very large, just beside the sun. You can see a straight line cutting into the light.
Yep.
That is the Saturn's yellow moon. And the downward coming asteroid that is just above the sun on the middle left is the spiral asteroid. And behind it is the red asteroid.
Wow.
And if now remember, I am looking at it on a 43-inch screen, 42, right. 42. I forget if it's a 43 or a 42, but I'm looking at it a much bigger picture. And if you folks are watching our show on your cell phones, I suggest you get a laptop. You're going to experience a whole lot more. And if you want more than that, then watch us later on YouTube on your smart TV in your living room. That's Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, and you can just click on the live programs, and they're there immediately. Or if not right now, I imagine. I'm not in my living room to find out, but we may be live. I might have to watch and run that sometime just to see if it does work. But I know when we're immediately out, when we're finished with the show, it's right there, and I go out and look it up. Mm-hmm. So, and then there's stuff in the background here too, in the blue that we're looking at. And
look at all those things.
An illumination of a rounded object there right next to the blue dot. Interesting. But I imagine that's lens flare. I imagine it's lens flare.
Which one, Sam? Which one?
Well, the blue area in the center. I think that is overall lens flare. Yeah. And I think that being that the red asteroid is coming in from the upper left, that is affecting the lens flare.
Okay.
So the red asteroid is right next to the much larger red, which is closer to us. The blue asteroid is much smaller because it's way far away from us. But in the out view, red asteroid is right next to the blue asteroid, which is right next to the sun.
Hmm.
And I can
There's a
see
whole
that
bunch
on
of
my.
crusty stuff up here on the right.
Well, there's a little sort of a blue halo on the left of the blue asteroid, and that to me tells me that there's an object in the lens flare as well. Because sometimes you
There's
can
a
tell
purple.
lots of things by yeah, there's some purple there too. You can tell a lot by a lens flare how many objects are actually in the lens flare.
Mm-hmm.
And cutoffs.
If you enlarge this, there's like a whole bunch of them. Sorry, Sam, but there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. But there, we don't know for a fact that the blue asteroid is alone. It could have many, many smaller objects behind it. We haven't had a recent close-up of the blue asteroid in probably well over a year and a half ago. Now, we've seen a lot of it, but not close.
So it's going to get closer now, is it?
Okay, let me run that.
Or are they going? Is it going away from us now?
No, during the 180, it's going to get bigger.
Ooh.
Because remember, they're coming over the top of us, and then they're going around it to our left, and then back into the circle. Because the whole system is coming at us. The whole spiral, two groups, the two arms of the octopus, are coming towards us and above us, and then the planets are rotating at the same time. So you have to add all of these spins and movements in the 3D model in your head, which is apparently what has sunk in for me. This, of course, again, is the red asteroid, and it's kind of small in this. So I think this is in the extreme northern hemisphere where this is captured from. It would be bigger if we were closer to the equator. And the reddish blob on the right-hand side shows you little sister in front of the red asteroid, but they're basically considered one. It's a regular shape that we see in the sky. And that's why we know what we know, because we see it regularly. And all of these bases of information are because of what we get from sightings from around the world every day, for year after year after year, month in, month out, week in, week out, et cetera, et cetera. And we know what's what, where's where, because all these people are reporting it. And you wouldn't believe the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes before we even do these shows, when we do nonstop every day.
I thought we would check out Jesus's video.
Sure, I'd love to.
Before I forget again. So let's go and get that, Jesus.
Did you find my pictures?
I do. I have those ready too.
Jesus needs a cough drop too.
I'll send him some fishermen.
I have a cough. I'll just take a sip of my cough.
Yeah, I already killed my other.
There, at the moon in the beginning there, Rebecca.
Okay. Sure.
Or when the moon is in view. All right, so do you guys notice that straight line just above it?
Yeah.
Right. There you go. You notice that straight line? So that straight line started right below, right above the moon itself, right? I saw it clearly. It was a straight line. And we all know straight lines don't belong in the sky like that. So I followed it, right? I kept taking video and taking pictures as it's progressing. And there was nothing in the sky, just a cloud bank over the moon. It looked almost like round and a half.
Just a second. Let me interrupt you real quick. Let me interrupt you for a second. Rebecca, I am sending you a picture of what I think it is. Please continue, Jesus.
Okay.
Okay, so I paid attention to it, and because I was out for a walk right at night, so it was clear skies. The only thing was around. It looked kind of like it almost looked like round. I thought at first it was an asteroid passing over the moon and just leaving a trail because it was really big, but it was just one round cloud, and then it had kind of like a point at the end, right? So it could have been an asteroid. It could have been an object, but it wasn't. I think it wasn't big enough to be a planet, right? Maybe way up above, probably, but what I was in view was a little smaller, but big enough to cover the moon. Again, no clouds everywhere else. This is the only place, so I followed it, right? And then I stitched I stitched a video where it was becoming a little clearer. Hopefully, it comes through in this because it is night footage. So keep on playing, Rebecca.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see it, so just a second. I'm trying to find this one picture that I can. Okay, this will do.
Okay, so
I sent it to you, Rebecca. Now I'm coming back to StreamYard. Okay.
Okay, did you guys get there was just a round cloud over the moon. This is about 15 minutes later. Look, I'm pointing at it right here. Watch, you'll see. This is the same. You see the line there?
It's moving. You can see a dark object moving in there.
Yeah, it is moving. That looks like a triangle to me.
Now remember, I'm looking at this at a 43-inch screen. And hopefully Rebecca will give you my answer in a second or two as the tension mounts. Just a moment. Just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, where I think something's about to happen.
This was a matter of like 15 minutes, guys. So I took an original video and a picture when that line was lower, right? And then I kept seeing it moving, and I was like, okay, I need to pay attention because it's clearly moving. At first, I wasn't sure if it was the clouds moving, and then I realized, no, it's moving. It is definitely moving. So I took some more video. I stood there, took a seat, and I kept watching it. And then eventually I saw that it was a freaking triangle. What it was doing, I don't know. But it was definitely a triangle. Yeah, clearly there. Rebecca, but it didn't last very long. It didn't last very long before this whole cloud bank was gone.
I'm getting it.
You know, maybe 20, 25 minutes and it was gone.
It says processing. There it is.
Oh, come on.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. I haven't seen this one yet.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, you probably on my 43, it looks like you've got the bottom illumination of a Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
And I cannot tell people this enough. There are hundreds of them above Earth right now.
Yeah, there was more. There was definitely more than one. But that's the only one that I was able to catch clear as day. Just so clear, even for a night shot, you know. But it was just a matter of paying attention, and you just saw that clear line. If you see straight lines, you know, clear circles, triangles, those shapes, they're not naturally made, guys. No. Pay attention to those things. Those are, when you see something that like that, pay attention. Sit, maybe take a seat if you have the time, and pay attention because it'll gradually maybe come into better view. You know, I did that, and it, you know, and I ended up getting a pretty cool video, I think, and pretty obvious, you know, too.
Right, you could actually see it moving in there. That is so cool.
Mr. BB333 is about to give us some more this week, probably, and let's just hope he gets some of these captures that he can share with you, and then so people out there go check his work, and we'll just hope and pray that he gets a good Star Destroyers or a multi. I got quite a few pictures this week where there were multiple Star Destroyers, and we can go back to Jillian's captures, and we can go back to, you know, all my drawings and stuff over the years. I know they're up there. We have been pointing this out to people since their arrival and offloading in 2019, and why this has not gone viral yet, I do not know. I don't know if any of our listeners out there want to run and tell their neighbor, Jesus Christ, this guy told us that there's Star Destroyers by the hundreds parked above Earth.
They must be crazy, you know.
I have no idea how that's going to come off if you're trying to share that information, but I'm telling you, absolutely, 100%, we know they are there. We've had hundreds and hundreds of sightings.
Had I not seen this over the years personally, I wouldn't be here talking openly about it.
Yeah.
And you know, joining the ranks of a crazy person, because I know that 10 out of 20 people, not more, who hear this for the first time.
All right, blame Sam. Blame Sam.
Oh, I was screwed 8 years ago. Sorry.
Well, if you're a diehard Star
you know, I'm the guy.
Fan,
I'm the guy.
See these, like, I love Star Wars, but
well, I'm the guy who's telling you that Star Wars is here. I go
Star
down
Wars
in
is real.
They knew this is not a coincidence.
I
These
go down
people
in
knew
history for
something.
this. So
I don't get it.
No, I mean we don't know that big sky. We call them that because that's what they look like.
That's what
You
they
know,
look
they're very
like. We don't know
what they
You have
do. What they do, that's a whole different story. I really doubt they're going around destroying stars.
All right,
Right.
let's give you the reason why we call them a Star Destroyer. You
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to go and watch the movie Star Wars. They are the Intergalactic Federation, the
Ships.
dark, the ships, and they
this
are
picture is not
massive.
from the movie.
But yet, what? Excuse me, Chris?
This picture is not from the movie.
No.
Okay. No. Look at that.
Neither is that.
And there's also pictures from this guy. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a guy who took some. He perfected this technique where he could things with the telescope that are moving really fast, and he mastered this technique, something that not many people have been able to do. Okay, because let me just explain, guys, why a telescope is so difficult. If you ever looked through a telescope, just looking at the moon, you have to if you don't have one of those electric control arms, you have to constantly adjust your telescope because the moon
I love this shot.
is moving. We're moving. So if you're having something that's moving a lot faster than the moon is, you're gonna miss a lot. Like capturing these ships like this on a telescope would be very difficult to do.
You don't. You're closer than that. You don't need a telescope. You just need one of those lenses.
But that's just what I mean. That a telescope will not help you.
This is a graphic generation. This is made. This is not real. This is not a real photograph. This is a computer generated picture. But basically, this is kind of how the fighter craft
parking lot.
Right. Well, I don't think they have these. We haven't seen a Star Destroyer parking station. We have seen Star Destroyers parked in rows before, where they've lined up almost like a galactic ring around a planet. There were about 5 sightings like that. But generically, we've had Star Destroyer capture sent in from worldwide, many per week ever since 2019, which I actually by eye watched them offloading out of the cubes. So this is not stuff where it's, well, we got it on a picture. We got it on a picture. I actually watched this happen, and but
there's a lot of evidence, fam. As I was saying, that guy, very interesting technique. He took some video and pictures of ships moving and basically shape shifting, and a lot of them, a few of those looked identically to one of these Star Destroyers we've been talking about. Very similar. I do not have a clue what this, because I saw this a while back, but it looked very real to me, and the guy got a lot of.
That also goes back to the number of wormhole sightings that we've seen over the last decade alone, where we watch actual ships on video, and most of those are suppressed over time. My favorite one I can't find back, and I've watched it many, many times over the years, and I've even reposted it a few times. Now I can't get a copy of it anywhere. And that one I should have downloaded. I really should have. And I don't like to download because then I can corrupt my computer if I download videos. I save pictures, but I don't download videos, and I should. And maybe perhaps on a separate computer I could do that someday. But the point with it is we've had so many sightings of these craft that it's absolutely undeniable, and we call them the Star Destroyer because that is the best description. Is exactly like they show you on the movie Star Wars,
right?
Including inside.
And I don't, Andrea, I don't think that it would be allowed at all. I would like to imagine that the Federation and other factions would not be okay with.
Yeah, if you did destroy an atom in the buildup, you would cause catastrophic occurrences with the entire solar system.
Yeah,
so no, they wouldn't do that. And not only that, I mean, your solar system is attached to another one. Our galaxies are actually attached to each other, even though there's great vast distances between each other. They are electrically thread connected to the overall compound of our dimension.
Yeah, and that's why Lost my train of thought there. Go ahead.
Okay. This is the Texas Cube. This picture, this actual capture. This was the day the Texas Cube came out of the wormhole over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas Cube. This is the second major ship to get here from intergalactic craft. The first one was 2009, which was what we refer to as the Norway Spiral Orb or the Empire Orb. And the reason we call that is the same reason for Star Wars Star Destroyers. The Empire Orb looks exactly like the Death Star. It's freaky weird.
Crazy.
It does, however, have a light array, and I believe it's slightly smaller than in the movie. It may be the size of our moon or a little bit bigger. We also think it may be parking behind our moon. We don't know. We know there's an object behind our moon, but we don't know what it is because we can't see behind our moon because I have to fly out in space to be able to do that and prove it for myself. So therefore, I cannot absolutely document that. Exhale, breathe. There's the long box cube, and we did see it very close to the sun when it first got here.
Wow.
And it's been captured many times close to the sun, and then it came close to Earth. After 2017, we started seeing it orbiting from the North Pole on the side down to the South Pole and orbited Earth for quite a few months. And then it settled into place like a year and a half later in where it's currently located also again in 2019. And from 2017, first arrival to 2019, and then it placed itself on the right-hand side of the sun next to a Saturn shallow moon and the ion tail, so it kind of blends in, whereas the Texas Cube is literally underneath Attu's moon, behind the crossing, rounding, orbiting, rotating lead asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid, etc.
Hey,
they're kind of in hiding, but they're stable there, and we get sightings of it every 50 times a week.
Wow. Oh yeah. What was that, Rebecca?
I was gonna say, I looks like we have a surprise guest.
Oh, I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew
How'd you know it, Christopher?
I
How'd
can just
you
hear
know
it in your voice from like the last few times this has happened.
Right.
Hey guys.
Guys,
are you ready for this, guys?
There's a guy here. There's somebody here. Yeah. This time, I'm pretty sure I know who this is. This time,
Oh, good.
it's a return surprise guest.
Right.
So,
Cool.
yeah. It looks like you all remember Daniel.
Oh, good.
Daniel, right?
Yeah, he was just
I love Daniel.
talking about wanting to come back. So
Welcome back, Daniel. I'm going to go run to the little scientist room. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead, Sam. Let's go ahead and bring Daniel on here. It's always a surprise to get to see Daniel. Hey there, Daniel.
Hi.
Hey, hey, dudes and dudes, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Oh man, I've been so freaking busy. I've been trying to find a time just to get on live, and today it's like the girls actually went down for bed at a normal hour, didn't have a bunch of drama, so I was able to get on and talk with you guys.
cool.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Sweet.
How old are they?
Yeah, I was kind of tapping into what you guys were talking about earlier. I've been going in and out of the live or whatever on TikTok or whatnot. I sent a grouping of my most recent photos to the Gmail thing.
Oh, you did? Okay.
A lot of asteroid clusters, and then one really cool illumination, almost looks like an angel or whatever. You had, I'm guessing it's a salamander group.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
left side of the sun, real iridescent rainbow colors. And then it was kind of cool. Something passed in front of the sun and made it a little more dark. So the clouds, they just really turned into this like I don't even know how to like the.
Yeah, no, there's no words for half of this stuff. We have to make new words. We're making a new science. So
no, it's like the Stay Puft marshmallow topping that's in the freaking jar. Looks like somebody just kind of formed that into a bunch of balls right in the sky. It looked really neat.
The blue asteroid has been crossing the sun all week, and it's added a tinge to a lot of blue sun pictures. There's also some of the larger asteroid from the and you're exactly right, and you've done your homework. You're right on cue. We also earlier we were talking about how it appeared that even the side orb of the Texas cube was coming in from the left-hand side of the sun as well. So we are therefore seeing possible Texas cube crossing the sun sightings as well. So
Okay.
to account, you're dead accurate, and boy, you've done your homework. Congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No, you warned us. You warned us a long time ago. The two things you were afraid of were them asteroid groups and Nepicity for flooding us. So those are the things I try and pay attention for the most.
Yeah, and we are now in the 180-day cycle where the asteroids and the salamander asteroid group will be between us and Uri as Uri goes over the top of us. And this cycle this year should be just unbelievable, especially if we add the crazy weather and the moisture in areas and the dryness in certain other areas, and how the interaction between wet and dry in our atmosphere and whatever's going on in the bottom of that massive ass gas giant that's about to go over the top of us all summer long. This should be really interesting.
Yeah, I've noticed that every single time it hits right around March and October, the windstorms kick up really, really bad. And then this past year, all this, California here, we have just been being hit so hard. It's just been storm after storm after storm. We get maybe 10 days without some sort of a something passing through, and every single time I look up, I see something passing along, and I think that's what's dragging across the Pacific, causing all that moisture to build up.
Are you aware of barometric lows and the millibar scenario in meteorology?
Yes, yeah. It's that it's all that tropical air being brought up from down south, and then all that cold air from up north being drawn down. But since the
Super El Nino.
Yeah, exactly. And since our jet stream is so out of whack, rather than it being, just a kind of like a small sinus rhythm, just kind of going up and down, it looks like a sine wave, something that you calculate out when you're in calculus class. It looks like something on a graph.
We are now having, for the first time in history, Northern Hemisphere on land rotational forming hurricanes. And at 950 millibars at the central point of those lows, we are having hurricane force rotational storms that normally used to break up over land, that actually are now forming off the Pacific Ocean and developing over California and Denver, and then becoming these superstorms that are affecting the Midwest and wiping out all sorts of people over in the Midwest and East Coast. And that's also happening in China and Spain and England and all of that. And these rotational superstorms are coming in. And if you watch the millibars and you realize that low goes anywhere near 950, you've got a hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Now going to re-register the Saffir-Simpson scale to include a Category 6 and a Category 7 hurricane.
Yeah, something that's never been seen before on record. I mean, remembering back to George Clooney in the movie The Perfect Storm. It's like, the Category 5, the Category 5. Right. That was always the biggest. That was always the bad boy.
There have been 3 superstorms beyond that, and there was 2 Category 6s, and there was actually a Category 7. And I used to remember it until about this week, until my brain went blank. But I was studying that storm about 2 weeks ago, and with wind speeds of 250 mile an hour central core wind speeds onset and gusting into 300, and I think it was like Hurricane Terry, but don't quote me on it. And I think it was in the 70s. But now we're going to have numerous more hurricanes coming in off the Pacific Ocean, and they're going to go over the United States, and then we add that hot weather on top of it. But we're going to have a spin-off right away into La Nina, which is going to affect the coastal flow from the southern equator and the flow and water temperature off the coast of Baja, etc., and the Yucatan Peninsula. And that temperature change is going to affect our behavior and path formation from the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean. So that is going to also allow for inletting of more storms that are actually going to go over Cuba and stuff rather than rotating out into the Atlantic like some of them do. So the pathway and the trade winds are going to be unbelievable this year. So look out. Here we go,
Oh, yeah. Buckle up.
Yeah. This is, and this is part of why I'm trying to warn everybody, it's like, don't bother buying lawn furniture this year.
No.
Oh, gosh.
These pictures are from Daniel, you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
And you've been in California your whole life, right?
Oh, yeah. Born and raised.
So, I mean, this isn't normal.
No, it's not. It's
and
not.
People got to stop telling themselves this is fine. This has happened before. No, it hasn't. Stop lying to yourself. It took me a long time. It took me quite a while to stop doing that and just accept it.
Oh,
This is not the time to buy beachfront property in California.
No, it is not. Even me at 1,100 feet here in Ontario, I'm still like, man, I'm not high enough off the ground,
Yeah. Well, now you know why I live where I live.
Good luck with property insurance. There's just that alone itself is not a good time.
They won't insure some areas, right? Or
no. Especially Los Angeles County. So many insurance companies have just bailed.
Wow.
Same thing down in San Diego County. All the flooding that happened down there. I mean, people were underwater. I forget what canyon it was, something canyon or whatnot. There were people like they were opening up their front doors just so that way they can let the water flow just come out of their living room. I mean. 12 feet of water in some areas. People were in their second story just getting away from the flooding.
That's
people
crazy.
forgot that Central California, that whole area where everybody's growing things, used to be a massive lake, or actually inland sea.
Yes.
A few 100,000 years ago. And then as of the 40s and the 30s, we were pumping that area dry. And that's where indigenous folks and Hispanic folks were living, prior to the Louisiana Purchase and all of that stuff. And that was all a big area of very much different terrestrial water content than it currently is.
And yeah. If you look at some of the some of old topographical maps, and I mean hundreds of years old maps of the United States. I know that sounds weird, but they have them. And it showed California as a majority of it being a lake with a massive peninsula that went along the coastline.
Right.
And it was just a huge, massive lake. And like you said, they slowly started pumping that out. They plugged they plugged everything up and they pumped everything out and they made it into the valley.
Yeah. And then unfortunately they bumped the indigenous folks out at an extreme loss, and it was terrible.
Oh yeah.
And, white man and his good behavior. And I'm a white man, and I'm Dutch, by the way. We are guilty. Well, Dutch traders really had a great deal to do with the original slavery movement, although there were African people that did sell tribes to the Dutch. And guilty.
The Dutch East India Company.
We paid it back when my father was a slave for Adolf Hitler from Holland, and my father was a slave laborer in a World War II slave labor camp.
Oh my God.
My father, not my grandfather, my father.
Wow.
So anyway,
and
I went sidebar. I apologize, but I did go sidebar on that big time.
Well,
there's nothing wrong with the sidebar.
Let me answer Andres' question real quick. It's not a yin yang. It's Earth and the moon in the middle, and he's looking at it through a cave. Where actually he's facing me, he's facing away, but it's an astronaut. It's called the Lonely Astronaut. I bought it on, I don't know, somewhere where they do those big banner things. But yeah, he's seeing it through a cave and he's seeing the Earth and the moon. So that's why it's called the Lonely Astronaut. But cool. Yeah, it's a pretty cool banner. I thought I had it for a couple of years and then I lost it, and then my brother found it recently. So I think this would go good on your background for. Right? Show. So
So do we have any material from Daniel, or shall we have Daniel tell everybody out there, if you were to teach the new folks out there that don't know anything, what would you say?
Oh, what would I say? I mean,
Please.
for starters, the best thing to do is hop on Facebook, go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous, because Rebecca does such a phenomenal job of just laying everything out. And honestly, if you're a person of, loving to, read the books with big pictures, that's the place to go. Mm-hmm. Just study it.
The visuals are such a great learning tool.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, they are. They
overlays.
Yeah, when you do the overlays on top of them, then you can just see them.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I mean, as crazy as it sounds, Sam, when I first came across you, I honestly, I thought you were completely nuts. And but see me, rather than I'm unlike other people. I look at somebody that talks about something that's science related, and I say, okay, even though I think they're nuts, why don't I try and prove them wrong? That's just it. That's how I started going down the rabbit hole. Okay, how can I prove him wrong? And the further I went into it, it's like I kept proving you right.
Right.
And that's exactly how people need to take this.
But that's when everybody stops. They don't want to put in the work. They just don't. They'd rather just stop there and start, talking all.
Go back to watching the Kardashians again.
Yep. And see, the sooner you realize that anything you learned in school is a lie, once you accept that, you can open yourself up to all these possibilities. Because, you start going back to your physics classes, and you start going back to your chemistry classes, you start going to all these different things, and you start looking at it, and it says theory. Mm-hmm. And there's always, it works in all these cases, except, and it's like, wait, hold on. If it worked, it would just work. There wouldn't be any exceptions. So you have to stop and think about it logically.
Yeah.
And although in this case, we're talking about an entire another solar system that just happens to be cruising right by us, wreaking all kinds of havoc. But once you start connecting the dots, once you start saying, hey, how is it that all the clouds I remember when I was growing up, they all change shape? A normal cloud just changes shape. Oh, yeah, hey, is that another one of mine right there? Yeah, yes, I remember that picture. Yeah, I followed that cloud. Where the hell was I coming from? I think I was doing a job down in San Diego or it might have been Temecula. And I was coming back, and that cloud structure did not change shape at all. Right? Not a single one of those wispies off of it. Nothing about that changed shape. It stayed in that same shape and literally went from one end of the horizon all the way to the other. And I just kept drilling pictures of it.
Tendrils, man. They've got tendrils.
Yep.
How long was it? Or like
you want to know what it is?
Yeah, what is that?
That is the spiral asteroid up front. It is the red asteroid in the middle, the lead asteroid behind it, the cloud reach going to the upper left corner reaches to Attu's moon and Attu.
That's what holds on that reach.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, no, and see, that's just it, is that if you look up and you see something abnormal, like for all the new people, it's like if you look up and it does not seem right, take a couple pictures of it and space it out 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or whatnot. And when you do that and you go back through them and you kind of do your own little slideshow looking at them and you go, wow, that's crazy. Like, because if it was a normal cloud in our atmosphere, changes in wind speed, different changes in the atmosphere or whatnot, they change shape or they change direction. They don't travel from one end of the horizon to the other. Or the other thing too you have to think about is that since these things are traveling in a circular orbit, think about it as like like in the movies, the camera passing by, or like in the Matrix, the camera spinning around Neo as he's jumping into the air or whatnot. Think about the objects that you're looking at as it being the camera. it's going to pass by us and get really close, and then it's going to fade off into the distance on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can literally see things incoming, and then you can see them basically pass over you, and then see them in the distance. Like I will start in the morning sometimes and see something in the distance, and I'm like, I'm gonna pay attention to that because it looks out of place. And as it progresses, you can see it get closer, get bigger, and then eventually pass you, and then get smaller and smaller and more distant to get. Like you can literally.
Sometimes you can almost time it. Like I got 30 minutes to do something in the house, and then you go back outside, and there it is.
And things move so slowly to our eyes, but if you do space it out the way Daniel's saying, that's what I was doing with the moon pictures. I would take a video and then I'd wait 5 minutes and then I'd take another video and then see its progression, and then it gives you a bigger picture to kind of ponder, instead of just taking one picture where you're just wondering what is this. If you actually space them out in time slots, 5-10 minutes, you could actually get more of an idea of what the movement is happening, how it's happening, where, and so on and so forth. So just be a little patient, guys. This is a game of anticipation. If you don't have the patience to sit there and kind of document it a little at a time, it's not going to work for you. It does take a little. Things move relatively slow to our eyes, but actually very fast out there in space. So if you pay attention,
let's start with this picture. This is like a teaching moment here. This is a few years old. The rounded area in the upper right to middle left, where you can see that dark area. Always look at the dark areas first. Don't look at the light. Look at the dark. That is Attu's moon.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a layer about an inch thick going down the left and to the right. That is Attu behind Attu's moon. You look down at the angle from the palm tree all the way to the tip of the house. That is the edge on the palm tree on the right to the tip of the house on the left. That is the edge of Uri. If you look at the cloud pattern between the traffic light or the street light and the second palm tree in the middle, that is the object cluster group and the Dan asteroid underneath Uri, below Attu and Attu's moon in this out view.
Oh, cool.
And anyone that knows the patterns, and which is what tells me how that this is a few years old, because we haven't seen this position and the size of Attu's moon and the size of these asteroids this small for a few years, which tells me this picture is a few years old.
Yeah, Attu's moon is much higher right now above the Dan asteroid.
Right. And you see more of a roundup because it's actually, believe it or not, guys, Attu's moon is getting smaller. As they rise up, they're actually currently getting slightly smaller over time. Okay. And it just blew me away when we started noticing that about a year and a half ago. Which has allowed some of the older drawings to come back into reuse because it's showing the same cloud patterns that we saw 3, 4, 5 years ago. And so I haven't had to do a lot of new drawings. I get to reuse some of the old ones. And here's another good example. Okay. Is this newer or?
This one's from Daniel also.
Is this, you know when this was captured?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember. Actually, I was just sifting through my pictures right now, going, "Man, which one was that one? Which one was that one?"
Well, I'm seeing literally Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum when they're kind of smaller. But yeah, this one, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is Attu's moon. I mean, this is a tough one.
I think it's the yellow moon.
It sure looks like yellow moon to me.
It kind of has that downward pointed effect, though.
Yeah, which could also just equally at that time.
A lot of like objects underneath it.
I was going to say that.
It's definitely a planet with a moon.
It could have been during that time where Attu kind of moved in straight above the sun and moved up.
Right, which was last year and a half ago.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Wow.
It's a tough call because the If we don't have the date, then it makes it more difficult. You know, and they are getting bigger now, and that makes it a whole lot harder than they used to be.
Yeah,
thank God I had the time learning.
Right
Daniel, do continue. I mean, tell these guys the stuff. Well, how long have you been doing this now?
Is he there? You there, Daniel?
I think it might be locked up.
Oh, man.
No.
He'll be back.
Bummer, just when I get to the phone, I'm
Yeah.
asking.
There you go.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, there it works. Yeah, sorry. I think it's whenever I switch back and forth between my gallery and my phone and coming back on here, it ends up pausing me.
It does that to me too. How long have you been doing this now? Tell these guys out there what you've learned and how crazy insane I am and all of that. Please.
Honestly, it's been about, I want to say about 6-7 years now that I've been following you. And but even before that, 2009, 2010, I used to sit there in my parents' front yard and just stare at the sunset or stare at the sunrise. And it's like, wait, what is that? How is it that, why is the sky beginning to change color? Why are these different events happening? And that is the big that is the big thing, is ask the questions. If you don't ask the questions, then you're never ever going to find an answer. I mean, I don't watch professional sports. I don't really have time to do anything extracurricular. I mean, literally, I spend a lot of the time looking at the sky now, and I used to ask the questions. Why is it that every March, April, somewhere in that time, why is it that there's all these wispy clouds and the wind seems to kick up about an hour or so afterwards? Same thing in October, right around that time, beginning of the 180-day cycle. And see, I didn't really start calculating out the times until Sam started mentioning the 180-day cycle. It just repeated that over and over and over, and it just got drilled into my head. And it's like, wait, no, he's right. There is a pattern. There's a pattern to the clouds. Like I was scrolling through my gallery right now, and I'd found one from 2020 at sunrise, and it just looks like fire in the sky. But I can go to 2021, 2022, all around the exact same months, the exact same angles around the same time.
Yeah, my memories do it for me. That my memories on Facebook say similar photos caught from 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I love it when it does that, and you go back and look at it, and you can see the difference in size of the thing you're looking at to this day. Only it's like a different closeness ratio, but it's still the same.
Cool.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah, look at that pic. Yeah, I remember that one.
It's like a giant fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
Now that is Atu's moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was the one thing that I really always would pick out of the sky was the if it literally looks like a bunch of popcorn stuck to the ceiling, that exactly what that is.
Yeah, and these are gas giants, and they've got all these objects around them, and in the lowercase clouds and orbiting below them, and the biggies don't hit us; they're electrically attached to them. They actually do repel, and they discharge onto Earth, sort of like a diode in between two big, huge electrical bodies. Yeah, and we watched that happen in space between the other planets as well. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it started doing it here. And this is when, 2013-ish, the planets started coming in big enough and close enough that they were first starting their visible sort of too close. What at that time we thought was, oh my God, it's going to crash into us. And yet we had no clue how really big they were about to get in the sky compared to today. And, I was thinking, oh, Christ, we're all going to die 2013. And then we started watching the discharging. And then it dawned on me, of course, it's a cycle. This has happened over and over and over and over and over and over again. So, of course, they're not going to destroy Earth Otherwise, they wouldn't have their factory, and we wouldn't be what we are, and the whole system, and all the other information that we already know. And
yeah,
so
exactly.
it just all fit. And then I went, and I was like, "Oh, thank God!" And then we had the Charlie Binsky event and all of that, and I went, "Oh, okay." And then we started paying a lot more attention to the color of the lightning, and purple lightning, of course, comes from high atmosphere. So, and that didn't really exist prior to 2010, in my knowledge.
It didn't.
And now they talk like it's everyday normal. Wow, look at that. Boy, that's a beauty.
That one. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember that. I was in my service truck. I was at the Ford dealership. Man, it took me like 8 hours at the Ford dealership just to get a damn oil change and a tire rotation. And I was sitting out there in the parking lot, and I just looked up and I'm like, what the? Man, I must have I think I posted a bunch of different views of that one. Yeah, and it just exactly how it looks right there.
Yeah, that is the lead asteroid underneath Attu.
Yep. Yep.
You can see the fingering what look like wings on this robin. The wings are reaching around the bottom of Attu.
Oh, okay.
And at that time, Attu was generically center in front of the sun and all of this, but you can see that it's literally, and even look at the light in the picture. Look at the angle of the sun at this capture. Now compare that to anything we filmed in the last year. Remember, we've all been talking about this, how weird everybody's pictures, especially from New Zealand, and how gray and less of color. The colors are new. It's sort of like, almost black and white video, but not. And now you look at this photograph, and how sharp and crisp and sunlit everything is, and it's bright and it's warm, and we don't get that now because the light pinch, exactly like Christopher was talking about with his submissions this week, where he's got the light pinch, and our light is completely different than this photograph right here. And I've been trying to scream that to people, and this is a great example of that.
I also liked how you described it, Daniel. Popcorn stuck to the ceiling, because sometimes when I look at certain clouds, and this is a perfect example of this one right here, it looks like it's stuck to something, like it's spreading kind of its tentacles out, and it's stuck to something above it.
Yep.
I remember because that's what it looks like to me. It looks like something it seems like clouds, but that they're stuck to something else.
It's like the lint ball when you get your black pants out of the dryer.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't know this information, what would be going on through somebody's head if they saw this? Wouldn't you be asking questions like, "What the heck is?"
I was pacing around in the parking lot. People thought I was nuts. I had a couple of associates like, "Hey, sir, are you okay?" Yeah, my F-550. You guys are taking forever, so I'm finding something to do. And wait, what are you taking pictures of? Are you guys sure you want to know?
Right.
Yeah. Well,
that's my favorite.
I was outside the front of my house doing that today when I came home taking pictures, and people slowed down their cars and looked at me this time. They're like, and then they look back up at the sky, and then they look at me again, and they're like, but they're looking at the sky. Right. Now, this couple has driven past about 4 times in the last week, and obviously they come and go to their job at the same time as me. So I'm standing looking at it tonight going, wow, and I'm taking pictures and stuff, and like, and pushed my bike in and came back out again and looked at it again, and they're all going back out looking at it. And
that's when you get out your glow in the dark green construction outfit, when you're standing on the road, those ones with white strip tape, and on the back it says Internet Press.
Right?
That's the lead asteroid.
Yep. Oh, that's gorgeous. It looks like an electric puffball, but it's gorgeous.
Yep, and that's exactly what it was. It passed right overhead, and I just sat there watching it, and I just take a picture every so often.
Was it warm, or did you feel the wind when it went past?
Oh, it was really, really warm and still. Absolutely no wind at all. And then as soon as that thing passed by, I want to say like 30 minutes later, all of a sudden the wind started kicking up.
Yeah.
And that's how I know that it's
Sometimes
asteroid
you even
related.
hear sounds like booms and shit. It's like it's like it's talking to Earth, and you can hear.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that other day that moon stuff that moon picture, that moon video that we just saw, it was really windy, and as soon as it disappeared out into the distance, calm, completely calm, no wind, no nothing. Just a few minutes after
I
it was
still
gone,
don't know what woke the dog the other night there, but when I went outside, you could feel the air was still and electric. Like you can feel it here. There's a change in the electricity, and it's supposed to be wetter here, but it's not. It's not. Okay, it rains, it'll just go doof and it comes out, and that's rain bomb, and then it's gone. And then it suddenly goes back to that weird, dry feeling. It's just different. The air feels different, and I can't explain it. I can explain it to you guys, but if I went and explained it to somebody else, they go, "Oh, shut up, nutball," you know.
I see a long box cube. Go back, please.
Yeah.
Look at that thing.
Okay.
Long box cube in front of is Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
Saturn's yellow moon.
That's where the dark area is.
Yeah,
the dark area.
It's just above our atmosphere and creating a punch cloud below it.
Yeah, you can see its whole belly, it's like flatness.
And there's even NASA footage and airplane footage of people flying over at the top of the clouds at 40 and 50,000 feet, where you actually see the Star Destroyers and the other things semi-parked top layer of our cloud cover. That's Earth's cloud cover as well. And so they definitely use the cloud cover, but I'm going to say they've been absolutely out of hiding since 2019. Prior to that, they were hiding in front of the sun, and we have hundreds of pictures of that even as well.
And there's even airplanes that just don't fly; like they'll suddenly cancel flights.
Yeah. Well, that has less to do with up there than you would imagine. I mean, there's a lot of distance between 3,000 miles of Earth atmosphere versus 75,000 feet, which we don't send too much above that. Everything, I mean, commercial, military goes in the 50s and 60,000. Your average commercial is like 30, 35, 40. If they're doing a transatlantic flight, they'll go higher to save fuel. That way they let the Earth move underneath them. But yeah, there's a lot of space between up there that it's just unfathomable. And we've seen the planets that were just so close that you'd think you could reach out and touch them.
Yes.
And yet this massive distance between us and them, because otherwise we'd crash, and we don't. And we see the discharging going on. And you're exactly right, Daniel, about the October thing. And that's the end of the 180-day cycle per se, generally, averagely. And we do see an increase in behavior as well at the end of it and the beginning of it. And then in the middle, it's sort of just a general nightmare in between. And 1 week of the one side of the planet gets it, and then like a week to 2 weeks. Now, that was before. It might be just now every week. Because there's no telling in this placement because it's changed. And so literally one side of the Earth gets it 1 week, and then the other side of the Earth gets another week. And of course, this is a pattern that may change and probably speed up. And we've noticed the speeding up. So it's all moving and changing.
Well,
and this, of course, is Nepesi's edge.
Yeah. I feel like I can see this one rotating. I'm looking at it, and I feel like I can see it moving, even though it's a still shot. I don't know.
It's and Nepesi was doing a lot of the dance, what we refer to as the dance, because Nepesi being as small as it was, and going over the top of us as many years as it has, with the close passes and the water bombs and the bomb cyclones and the raindrops and all of that, discharging as well. Nepesi has a really immense, very wide single discharge on Earth, and it's many, many miles wide, and off in the distance, of course. But they repel each other. The planets don't crash into each other. They electrically discharge, shove each other away. if they get too close. I think, frankly, and what's been going on, I mean, anyone who's watched the moon pictures that came in this week and the completely weird back and forth tip of the view of the moon means that Earth is wobbling like nuts, like slowing down top. Here we go. We're not going to flip into a pole change fully like the religious aspects are teaching. There's people screaming that we're going to be, the North Pole is going to be Brazil here come April 9th and 10th.
It's a more gradual process, guys. It's not like going to be Armageddon overnight. It's a very gradual thing, And
well, our magnetosphere will keep us level anyway, according to. It's like the two Scotty dogs. It's a childhood toy that were magnets, and they made these little dogs out of them. And you walk them up.
I tried looking up a Scotty dog the other day, Sam, because I'm just like. In my head, I have this picture of it, but I've never heard of that term before.
And 1960s children toys. 1960s children toys, magnetic Scotty dogs. I don't know how many pair of them as a kid. I loved them.
Yeah, sounds fun when I hear you talk about it. I'm like,
little nodding dog in the back of your Beetle.
They were little magnets that were shaped as Scotty dogs. I don't remember if they were multiple.
I'm going to come out there right now.
But you'd walk one up to the other, and the other one would roll over and turn away from it because of the magnetic power. Or you walk up and you put them together, and they'd stick together or whatever. And that's a way to learn about magnetic North and South Pole repulsion or attraction. Anyway. So because I believe that, and the fact that we're a binary system, I believe, because of what we have viewed, that the polarities of the other planetary groups are opposite of ours, which is why we don't rob planets from each other, and why we exist in a stable binary system, and why the planets don't crash into each other.
And why we
cycle.
I don't want to interrupt.
Smoke hanging down off this. It looks like smoke hanging down off it.
But also, you said, Sam, something very fascinating a while back, that most of our moons and asteroids are on the northern hemisphere, and for them, they're on the southern hemisphere. And that is, if you actually pay attention, that is very true. So we must be different polarity, because it is very true. All of our moon activity, all of our asteroids is above us in the northern hemisphere, and for them it's always on the bottom.
Must be because they're bigger.
Well, I mean, their polarity, their magnetism is different. Their polarity is different. That's
in each magnetism.
It made so much sense to me, because all the asteroid activity when it comes to them is always on the bottom. And look at just Attu and Attu's moon. Attu's moon is on the lower part of Attu, not on the top. Also for Saturn's moon. Saturn's moon is more on the bottom of Saturn than it is on the top.
Where's the other two moons?
Nana and Amalsaru on Nibiru.
Yeah, what's the deal with Nana and Amalsaru, Sam? You've seen them before.
Well, currently Satham's in the way, so we can't see them.
But you have seen them before yourself.
Yeah, I saw them in 2012. And I sat here, and they were in the southwestern sky. And I sat there and I watched Nibiru for the first year and a half or so. We lived there. And it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I watched Amalsaru, which is bigger than Nana. I watched Amalsaru being tidal locked in front. And it's tiny in comparison to the size of Nibiru. Holy cow. Like putting a golf ball next to a pickup truck. And I watched little tiny Nana rotate around Amalsaru, and yet it stayed stable, tidal locked in the one place on the same side of Nibiru. It didn't move. It was always right there. And yet little tiny Nana went around it. And it moved quick enough that you could actually watch it move. Wow. And which is how I knew it was a concentric orbit. Otherwise, it's too slow, and you'd have to watch it hour after hour to see that it was concentric. But this was actually quick enough that you could watch Tiny and Nana. And it wasn't fast, but I mean, you could watch Nana actually moving around Amalsaru. And
didn't you post a picture, Rebecca, about a week or two ago where Sam noticed Nana or Nelsaru or
Possibly. We'd have to have
I
more.
do remember that.
We'd
Yeah, I
have
don't
to have
remember
more
which
captures
one
of it.
though. Which picture?
Yeah, it was because you were excited about it, Sam. You're like, I haven't
I
seen it
think
in a
it
while,
was.
and
Well,
Yeah.
when
I'll
Nibiru
have to
passes and it
go back
becomes
and
more in the
watch the
light,
thing.
I mean,
Let's
which is
see.
a hard to do thing because it's so big. Of course, it's in the light, but we can't even probably perceive what we're really looking at
Right.
now. And then when it goes farther away, then perhaps when it like it was in 2012, when it gets back to that size again, perhaps we'll have a better view of it. Maybe prior a little bit, but I'm very much looking forward to facially illuminated planets that are going to be leaving here. And I'm wondering what they think, the big they, that what they think are are going to do to cover up the facial illuminations of these as they leave, or excuse me, as we leave, their vicinity. Because we have to view it like we're smaller, so it's us going through them, and I have to remind people of that because everybody assumes. When was this taken?
Today.
Yeah, these are pictures from Jillian.
Cool.
Everybody.
They're good pictures.
You have, well, first of all, that ripply little blob above the house in the middle at the horizon is the Salamander asteroid group on the bottom of Uri. But I think you've got Saru behind it as well.
That's what I said. Look.
See, there's two orange bands here. There's the bluer one. Remember, start in the dark areas. And then you come down, you've got that orange band. That is the side of Uri. And you come down to that second orange band, which is slightly at the horizon, just above the tree there in the cloud. And that is the edge of Saru. And see how light green blue it is? And you look at the horizon color, and you're looking at yellow and white and orange. That's the real sky color. These other two colors of blue are two different planets. And the asteroid edge of Uri is those wavy little clouds. And you can see the pathways in dark shadowing all the way up to the left corner.
Cool. Can you explain Saru's base cloud again? Like it's like shaped like a donut.
Saru's base cloud is below the planet, which is where the real base clouds form, and it's actually not really connected. It's sort of like its outer banded southern atmosphere. It is a very thick, very brilliantly illuminated, thick roll. And it has all sorts of small stuff underneath it the first years we saw it. Little did we know that those were the actual tiny planets underneath it when we watched it approach, 2012, 13, 14. And then when all of this stuff got here bigger and we realized those tiny little planets turned out to be Nepesity, Asatum, and Matim, it just blew our minds. But then it also had to do with how far away they were. So it's really hard to judge size versus overall scale on the planets versus each other, because sometimes what you perceive as small could be just distant. And that when they first came around, and then all of a sudden these planets got bigger. And whereas Saru went in the back, and then Saturn and Nepesity came forward, and it's because of the rotation of the overall solar system and us and our movement, and trying to take all that into account. It's because, there's like 4 different things spinning here as your out view changes. So it's really hard to tell, but we do believe that Saturn is somewhat a little bit bigger than Earth. It could be much, much bigger than Earth. And then, of course, 2 gas giants, and then we believe Nepesity to be Earth-sized or smaller or bigger. And then we know Matim is very tiny. And I believe I actually did see one of the first planets I saw, I think, was Matim. And I've got a couple of pictures, but I haven't gotten any more close passes that I could actually publish and say, yes, this is Matim. But I believe Matim is very,
I wonder if we'll see Matim again now if Saru's here.
Yeah, we could already be seeing her, and so we have to keep our eyes open for a very bright blue, either behind or next to, behind Uri or next to Saru, visibly on the left-hand side.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to drop off. I I'm sorry. I have. It's just been a weird day today. I have some things I gotta deal with.
Laundry. That's
For
it.
sure.
No, I wish it's other stuff.
Okay.
But I was nice hanging out with you guys. I'll see you guys.
Yeah,
I
if you
don't
need to
know,
talk about your day,
Saturday or Tuesday. I'm not sure what we're gonna do about the schedule. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah. Let's
Let
still plan on Saturday still. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
be in touch.
Saturday.
Are we
All right.
Okay, but
scheduling
let me know how that goes, Rebecca, and then we'll kind of work it in there.
I will.
Are we
I could
going to
always
have
hang
a
out
staff
on
meeting on
Saturdays.
Tuesday? I mean Thursday.
I could always hang out, not for the whole day, not for the whole show, but I could always do 2 hours, So
Right.
let me know. And
Yeah, I'm going to be taking off too, guys.
Okay.
Thursday.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah,
coming.
no. Thank you for having me, man. Yeah, next time you guys are on live, I'll try and hop back in here. It was definitely a pleasure.
Perfect.
Yeah, we
Okay.
like your,
It's always a
we like
nice
when you show up
surprise.
like that.
Always nice to have you, Daniel.
All right.
Have a good one.
Nice
All
to
right, guys,
meet
take
you
care.
again, Daniel.
All right.
Good night.
We'll see you
Okay.
next week. See you next week, guys.
All right.
Bye,
Take care. Be
Jesus.
careful.
Talk
Night,
to you
night,
later.
Jesus.
Bye.
Christopher's
Everybody's
getting creative,
tired.
and
Yeah.
I just got a first big blow up of his background, and he's getting creative.
Oh, I'm at my wife's mom's house, and this is her roommate's kid's room.
Oh, well, works for me, man.
Teenager's bedroom. It's
Yeah.
not
I like the black light poster. It's not the
Right.
I'm
He's
looking
all
for
sorts
some
of
of the
cool
old ones
stuff in here.
from the 70s.
Yeah, that's
I'd
fun.
love to have some.
Oh God, is that? Oh, great. There's a.
That one's not from the 70s. This is new.
Sorry
these
about
are
that.
newer.
What is it? I can't tell.
Marijuana leaf and
Yeah.
Yeah,
My room.
it's definitely
Teenager bedroom or what?
yeah. Pikachu.
Funny.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Teenager's bedroom, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Much better than my room when I was a teenager.
I know, right? Kind of makes me wonder
Yeah,
where my
we
imagination's
weren't quite as entitled. My older brothers had a basement that they called the cave.
Oh,
and
that's
it was
awesome.
full of nothing but black light posters. It was the finest collection of black light posters I've ever seen, and I would love to imitate that. And you can't even get the good ones. You can actually type in black light posters of the 70s, and it's an unbelievable tour of the old days, and it's unbelievably nostalgic for me. I see them and go, God, I remember that one, and ooh, I loved that one, and ooh, my dad would have never let me hang that one,
Right, like this one's got 2 stars. This one's got 2 stars on it. That company must know something. Who knows?
I think, frankly, most humans actually do know this information. It's a question if you actually start to listen to yourself, because the one thing I can teach you is anyone that begins on this road, you'll be sitting alone in self-reflection, and it's like, there's actually a term for this in Wiccan magic. It's called the tap on the shoulder. And it's literally like somebody taps you on the shoulder, and it lets you know that there's something more going on in your world than what you are actually perceiving.
For us, it's more like an upside smack to the head there. Hey.
Well, there's stages for everybody, and this is where, chakra tower development, Om chanting, throat chakra development. I strongly teach people to learn about throat chakra and Om chanting. 528 is my personal favorite. And there's a lot of things you can learn that will connect you and enhance your state of awareness. There's a way to grow and change your stripes, so to speak, and change the colors of your aura as you develop your separate chakra towers, and each one of them is a stage. And it's many stages, and it's not a free and clear thing. It's something we all earn and pay for, because there's ramifications to all of this, and some of it's uncomfortable, but you have to view it like a clearing of the shelf of the old. You have to get rid of the old before you add on the new. Oh, look, we've got Cameo.
Shows that. Got Mammy.
What's going on?
Hi, Chris.
Mammy.
We're walking through. We don't know where we're going, but we're walking through.
Yeah, we're hanging out.
I'm at my wife's mom's house, and I guess
did we embarrass you? I hope.
People, I'm invading the room or whatever. So now I've been banished to the garage again.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, cool, man. We were really enjoying the
familiar.
scene, man.
Yeah, I went from a nice background to garbage cans. So,
Ooh, cool.
yeah.
Well, we can count the flies behind you then, and it'll be a secondary game. I'm joking.
I know, right? Okay.
Okay.
I was wondering why he grabbed his backpack. Now I have the answer.
Yeah, I thought we were going for a walk when I seen the backpack.
I didn't even think about it. It's so dark out. I don't think my phone will pick it up when it's on video.
Probably not at this hour, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
I wonder what it looks like outside my window. It's 4:31 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I didn't think about it being that late. Yes. Good night. How's your kitty cat? Who's that?
Stella. No,
Stella.
Grace. No, that's a fat one. That's Grace.
Stella and Grace.
Stella's disappeared.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you two could have this once in a lifetime offer. So you don't forget, mail before midnight tonight.
Right?
After they talk about planets, they talk about cats.
Yeah, they talk about that. And
like, oh my gosh, that's one thing I thought. Like when I first met you guys, I'm like, well, they all have cats. Do I stay or do I go? What do I do?
You get a cat.
Like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you still have your cat?
Yeah, she's doing good. I'm not like a real cat person. I mean, the last cat I had was a male, and he was cool. He would walk. I had 2 beagles, and the cat would always follow us when I took the dogs for a walk.
There you
go far. The cat would follow us.
1 in a million cat.
Yeah, and then he ran away for about one time, and he finally came home, and man, that poor cat was so beat up he could barely meow.
Oh my gosh!
He had a party for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we just shocked each other.
Right, and then when I had the beagles, the cat would open the front door and let the dog out, but he would also have cat parties in the house.
Oh yeah! Wow.
When my wife was on dialysis, right? She couldn't get off the dialysis machine in the house, and the cat would have 12 other cats in the house, and they'd be in food and partying upstairs, and
all right,
jukebox would be playing. I don't know. It was funny.
That's fun. Yeah.
Watch that Freddy's cat. Yeah.
I know. I get that. I came home from working at the hospital, and then there's all these cats in the house.
Like a dream come true.
Hey guys, I got some really good cat chow. You guys got to come in and eat some of this.
Yeah.
You got to try this. It's a fresh bag, man. You're gonna love it. All the way from France, man. Yeah, love it. Yeah, well, I think people who are aware are pet aware as well, and I'm not downing people who don't have pets because they're smart, And when I moved out to this house, I was going, oh, thank God I don't have to have a cat box, and oh, thank God, and then at the time I was still married, and all of a sudden out of the blue, the wife shows up with this cat and drops it in my lap, and it never left. As a kitten, all the way to the point where we had to literally put him to sleep. He was a wonderful cat, but he wanted to live in my lap at all times. And no matter where I would go, he would follow me, and then he'd get in my lap. And then I'd go to the other room, and he'd follow me, get in my lap. He wanted to live in my lap, period. Slept on my legs, you name it. It was always, and when I was a kid, that was rare to have a cat that would actually sleep on your legs and everything. But that's where he insisted on being. And we had to put him to sleep a few years ago, and it was a very tragic, sad thing. No. But he couldn't walk anymore, and he was howling, and he was very stuck, and he couldn't even function anymore. And I'd wake up and he'd be laying on the floor and couldn't move, and it was like, that's it, we're done. Sorry. And I hated every second of it. And this is why I say they're smart for not owning a pet, because you get emotionally attached, and there's such short-lived creatures, and you get very attached to them, and then they pass on. It's good and bad. It's a beautiful learning experience, but it's also tragic and horrible. But then one must know the effects of love.
Right? I told myself I wasn't going to get any more animals because I couldn't. hang
Right,
with
and
it.
now there's new dog disease in California from anybody that don't bathe your dogs in the Colorado or any water tributary they're in because it's coming in from Texas and all of that. There's a whole new microscopic bug that yeah, if you have water dogs, don't bring them to the public rivers. Dogs are getting
Wow.
sick of dying. There's not been a lot of cases, but it is happening. I watched that the other day. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's get back to the skies.
that's sad.
What do you have?
What do I have? Well, I have pictures. I still have a few more for Jillian. Let's go back to her for a second. And then I still have
Oh,
pictures
nice.
from Christopher. So, and hi to Susanna in Slovenia. Hi, Susanna.
Hi.
Good to have you here.
Hi.
Thanks for checking in.
Yes, and please do share with your friends and like and subscribe and all of that, and be sure to watch this on Nibber Followers Anonymous on YouTube, and add to our views, and even on the after shows, people comment so that we can read your comments, because I go back and watch the old shows on YouTube, and I'm always reading the comments, and so far there's only been 3 or 4, so we're kind of hoping you're going to comment, and no question is stupid. It's only not to ask.
Right.
And the only way we're going to get this information out is with your help. So
That's
help
help.
somebody.
No question is ask any question you like. Don't feel like, if you can't name something,
Rebecca.
don't be embarrassed if you get something wrong. We're here to, help you out and, help you along.
Yeah.
If you want to learn this information, we're going to be here to help you through it. And, it's our pleasure to do it.
Yeah.
So don't hesitate to ask questions, because there's not a lot of good comments like that recently. People are not, there'll be 30 likes on a post, but nobody's saying anything. What's up with that? I just find that kind of odd.
Well, I've been seeing, 300, 400 views and 40 likes. Excuse me? Like, well, my question is, are people, watching the first 15 minutes and then bailing? And I hope that's not the case. Look at this. That's a planet up there. A little bit of clouds on the bottom is normal, but we've been looking at
go back to
planets.
that a second.
Yeah.
That.
Look at that.
Yes.
How can you not see that that's different?
That's the bleed off ion tail of very large Saturn's yellow moon. And behind it is, of course, the Saturn and Nibiru. And ladies and gentlemen, the binary solar system is freaking here. And you're missing
Here's
the greatest
some
show
more
of
from
all.
today. That was yesterday. Well, the other day.
Look at that. And this is a repeated pattern that we've watched for years. Look at that Star Destroyer right in front there, and then that one.
Wow, Jillian.
And there we're going into Atu's moon with Yuri behind it. And the back, if you look up in the upper corner, but nobody got there, you can somewhere up there it's the Skull asteroid. Back to Saturn's yellow moon. It's repetitive. You'll see it next week. You'll see it the week after. And you'll know it's real. And look, they're flame-like little microclouds that are way up above our normal clouds. And there's the round of the back of his Saturn. Very large, very red. Winged planet.
That's it.
And we've documented the winged planet since 2014-15.
We've seen that a lot lately. Mm-hmm. Those striped.
Here, these ones.
I was so amazed after 2019 when I realized that the Saturn was coming back towards us, and I went, "Oh, cool!" And that's when my drawings, because earlier I would, in some of the older drawings, I didn't actually include the ion tail in the drawing on the early site drawings because there was enough crud in the way already, and I've gotten better over the years and worse at the same time. But now in 2019 and everything, and we talk about this just about every show, it's the Dr. Phil era of pictures in 2019. And he first captured one of the best and some of the best pictures we've got, and we still use some of them today, of a Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail, and tiny, much smaller is Saturn sitting in front of very, very large Nibiru. And that's still some of my favorite pictures. And then we started watching them come in, and I started drawing it. actually saw it. And so, and then my favorite part about this has pretty much been since 2019 forward, knowing how a Saturn's yellow moon are so unbelievably visible that you cannot argue with the sight drawing. And it's been a really great way for new folks to learn. And currently, that's one of the largest ones that they tap into right away again is the Saturn's yellow moon, and then Attu and Attu's moon. Urie's been a little hard for some people to figure out, and they miss Nibiru as well. And you know, and there's different variations of learning, but usually what people are picking up the fastest has been the ion tail of the Saturn, and it is very visible. It is one of the ones that you can actually, once you figure out what direction, what's on what side of the sun, and you look up and there's that damn ion tail going halfway across the sky. Hello, geese. Once you learn to capture and identify a Saturn's yellow moon ion tail, you'll start to see that and compare it with the sight drawings, and the rest is history. And in a couple of months, you can learn all of this stuff.
Wow, look at that.
And the sun is which direction? That way?
It was under there.
Yeah.
Where my finger is?
Yeah. Okay.
Under there.
At the moon above, and with the Saturn's yellow moon right there, and the ion tail leading off to the right. It's a little bit blacked out by Attu being directly overhead.
Okay. It's just so exciting when you see this sight drawing and what's in the sky is matching on that. It's just,
my favorite part is when Rebecca overlays other people's captures and my drawings match it as if I copied it with using trace paper.
That's what blows my mind. It's like, how is this possible? And some of them are like from 20. Yeah,
or I drew it a week ahead of time or whatever, and then we come in and there's the picture and it matches. Yeah, it blows me away.
Rebecca, I sent the sunset that I just saw to you, where you sent me the StreamYard link where we talk.
Okay, I'll check it.
And the big deal with that, it blows me away.
It's got the Cyrus stuff.
Why, thank you, Jillian.
Sorry, Sam.
Okay.
What blows me away about that is the fact that I do draw them ahead of time, and then I see it come in fruition through somebody's, submission from around the world, and that moment that every one of those grabs me, and I'm realizing that I actually somehow managed to, that little curve of the pen and the twist and the nuance of this wave of air, and then how I've got, this one placed over here, and I draw this in, and then they match anywhere from 2 hours to 2 weeks to 2 years later, and you just go, how did I draw that?
I don't know.
And it happens to me all the time. And Rebecca, this is why I love her layovers, because she does that, and she goes, well, here it is, and I'm just going, oh crap.
Like that one.
Have so many.
That's so beautiful. Look at that one.
Pick them out so fast. Like, I'll see somebody post, and then you'll have the overlay done within 5 minutes.
Sometimes, yeah.
I've done a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, I love the comparatives, and this is where Rebecca has earned her place with me as far as why we work together, and then we sister sided up, and then we just kept working and working and working and producing, and I'm spending time researching and this and that while she's spending time putting videos together, and here we've grown into where we are today.
I know.
We didn't have a lot of sister sites, and Rebecca's literally was the first sister site, and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and I absolutely loved the name, and I was like, dang, she stole a good name. And you didn't steal it; you got a good name.
Yeah, I made it up. I mean,
I've had a lot of people tell me that to drop Montana Skywatcher, but I couldn't. Because that goes back to the tradition, and it's also part of our lookup information. And if you go to Bing and you type in Montana Skywatcher Samuel Hoffman, you'll probably get a whole bunch of information I don't know. I don't look myself up very often. Not that I hardly do it at all, but I'll look at some of my older movies and see my thousands of views and stuff like that on YouTube and Radio Wasteland shows and all of that. And the fact that we've been doing what we've been doing for so long, and it just blows me away. It's already been 14 years, wow. April. Wow. And here we are. And we've developed a base that I have yet to see anyone come even close to in any of the videos I've seen from around the world up at YouTube or TikTok or anything. And we are so unbelievably. Oh, hey, Robert's here. Robert Marshall Smith. Hi.
Yeah.
We
Hi,
usually
Robert.
run
I was
everybody.
looking.
Excellent,
You sent a
excellent
video.
Skywatcher. And no one out there touches what we do. Now we've dealt with the money boys, and we've even sort of allowed them to come, I guess, back out of the woodwork. And some of their work is better. The rest of them are idiots, and you get to pick and choose which one of those you are. And they're grifters, and all they want to do is, bait click you and show you something they thought was cool, but then they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And what we do is serious science. And Christopher, you have learned that we are serious. And
as it gets, this is incredible. And I hate to keep using that word, but I need to, like I said, I need to go buy at the stores because, like how Jillian was saying it, there are no words to describe how this makes you feel. And every time, every day when I see the different patterns, and it's wild. It's wild. And how is this happening? What I want to know is the powers that be, they have to know about this. Where are they getting the information from? They can only be getting it from you. So what, are they sitting here studying this every day?
Okay, I'm sitting here reading. I think it's at the bottom of the. I may have missed. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the. Tara Nelson is asking another good question. She's new to us here, and I'm. Thank you for asking. Rebecca, I'm going to let you explain this one.
Okay.
Part of why I was recruited.
Yeah. Well,
I can start it, and then you can. Unless you feel uncomfortable about it, go ahead.
Well, I'm not too sure exactly what you're going to say.
Yes, I'm curious how the maps come to you. Tara, what I do is I take the information that I've seen, one way, what I've seen from people, what they send me in Montana Skywatchers and Neighborhood Followers Anonymous and etc. I watch the pictures, and I've also in my head got the planets, sizes, locations, and all the stuff that we've learned before over the years. That's sort of part C. But I was recruited for what is known as the actual classification qualified name was Farseeing Group. Project, Farseeing Project, and it's remote viewing. I have precog gifts. I can see things happening ahead of time. I have psychometry abilities. I have a very high IQ. I also have very high chemistry skills at that time. They've dropped way down since years ago because I have not been allowed to continue studying chemistry. I was actually forbidden to do so. And the government recruited me because of my abilities, and I finished some equations that Einstein couldn't finish, etc. I can see things, and many of my friends and members around the world, I have seen examples of that in their individual lives and live television or audio or video or whatever you want to call it. I have abilities to know stuff, and I sit down and I draw what I know. I don't have to meditate. There's a process of relaxing and coming to, pulling the paper out and making sure that your table's clean. And in the Farseeing Project, what they did was they gave you a target. They handed you a brand new, big, very long yellow legal pad and 2 or 3 pens. And they put you in a room, and then they gave you some pictures, and this is the U.S. government. And they, because of my bloodline heritage and remote viewing / psychic skills, which I was chosen for because of my military test scores, etc. In the paper I wrote, I wrote a paper on the binary solar system. So they knew that I was informed beyond your average 17-year-old kid, and my high IQ included. So what they have you do, they have you sit and they give you a target, and then you write down how many ever pages you feel comfortable of doodling. and you continue to ask yourself what you see. Now, in that project, we always, at the end of the target session, we would turn in some couple hours usually. There's no telling for the time because they didn't even tell you how long you were in there for. You just doodle and then you had your work in. They never told you if you were right or not. But over the years, once I came to the internet, I learned that my skills did work. I can occasionally be in people's living rooms with them, even around the world, as I talk to them and reflash. And there's a connection, and it's been proven. I can see things. I just know shit. And so I draw these drawings, and this is where I'm going to let Rebecca add to the accuracy that she has seen over the last 6 or 8 years that she's been doing this.
Right. Well, I've made like these comparisons here, probably around several hundred, I know, but I'd say up to 1,000 over the past 3 years. Right. And it's undeniable. You can't deny how accurate his drawings are. Just one after another, as fast as I could make them. I don't have to look hard to find matches either. So I'm always blown away by it. Always.
I have to admit it. I'm still shocked by it every time I do one.
I was going to say, I bet you are too, Sam. I mean,
every time I do a drawing and then all of a sudden there it is. I break out laughing and I chuckle. I mean, there's a moment of elation there and then you go, how the hell do I do this? And yet I have learned seriously over the time to trust myself that I can do this. Not only that, I was many years ago told that I would do this. And there was also an attempt on my life to stop me from doing this. And that was when I was very young. And that too was told to me directly to me as a smaller child. And I mean, try, psychologically dealing with that one. And it took me a lot of years of, hiding behind the information. And then once I hit 2010, and I felt strongly in 1980 that everyone should have the right to know that these planets were coming and that there were people that lived on those planets. And I was forced into the non-disclosure agreement because of that. And so literally when I saw that first planet come zipping by in my front yard, and I went, oh shit, they're here. I had pretty much predominantly stopped paying attention to the existence of the planet X solar system, except, any day they should come in way out there and, oh, there's Saturn and, oh, look, there's a new planet. That's what I expected. I expected to see this dot out there like Venus or Mercury or Mars or, there's a planet or in a group of planets, because I knew we had 2 groups of planets. I knew that because of my equations. And, she's talking about the periodic table. And those empty spots in the periodic chart are there for a reason. We haven't found them yet. But they're all there. There's more than we. And then you have to also take into account the chemistry equations that go on at sub-zero ultimate. I think it's like minus 75. Anyway, 75 below. Or when you freeze stuff really deep, freeze it, the whole rules change. You okay, Christopher?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry.
All right, I'm sorry. I got moved in my chair. Earthquake.
I know, right? I'm causing.
Tarot. I see stuff ahead of time. I read tarot cards. When I was in my 30s and 20s, people at parties would go, give Sam your car keys. He can tell your future. And so I can do stuff. I'm really accurate, and I'm not trying to brag and go, I'm a psychic, because anyone that ever told me that I never believed. But I can actually. I can hold your car keys, and I've learned things about you just by things that you possess, own. There's no limitation to what I can't see. If I can think of it, I can see it. I was talking to, Afan, by the way, Afan, I hope you're listening to our show. I was talking to Afan the other day, and we were briefly talking, and I was looking at his material. And when I look at people's pictures, I get connection, even no matter where they are. Where does Afan live, Rebecca?
In Maldives.
And that is where?
I would have to look it up to be a precise answer. Let me check real quick.
Yeah, please. I want to know what isthmus or.
Okay, it is a country in South Asia.
Okay, so it is actually in Asia proper. Okay. Well, the other day I was talking to him, looking at his pictures, and I literally had a change of light in my eyes, and it's like all of a sudden I was briefly standing somewhere else.
Wow.
And then I had this unbelievable, overwhelming smell of excruciatingly strong boiled coffee.
Oh.
And then and I was releasing. This happens to me often. I smell things not connected to me.
South of
India. And I have, as a matter of fact, I think that's one of the first things that kicks off is my sense of smell.
Oh, weird.
And then I said, Afan, I'm looking at your pictures here. Why do I smell really strong coffee? And he laughed and he said, it's because I just made coffee.
That's so wild.
Right.
And, I've had that happen with Jillian, and Jillian has been connected. And I've looked into Jillian's world many times, and without necessarily wanting to, it just sort of happens. It's not something you do. You don't do it on purpose. It just happens. And I've known things about Jillian's home and stuff. And I read Jillian usually ahead of time a little bit. We've known each other for so long that I know what she's thinking. Same thing with my children, and I'm Christopher. I'm going to tease you in the near future and haunt you in your dreams. So,
good luck with that one, old Chris.
That's fine.
Be a good boy.
I can.
And you're allowed to yell at me then. So, by the way, because it's your
lots of cars
dream.
and stuff in boys' dreams.
You can say, "Sam, shut up now, go away. I'm sleeping," or "Damn, you just ruined the best dream I was having, man." Anyway,
I know,
whatever.
right? I remember my dreams, but when I do, there's this weird stuff going on in there.
It's getting weirder lately. I'm telling you, these planets are even affecting our dreams. They really are.
I'm like waking up. Like when I wake up in the morning, like recently, it's weird. Like I'm halfway in between sleep and waking up.
You have to drag yourself out of bed.
Spinning like in front of me. It's so weird. And before I learned about all this, I know I woke up to something in my room, and it just came into my face, and it said "wake up," but it said it really loud. And
are you sure that wasn't you? Are you sure you didn't wake you up?
I woke up and I saw something.
Well, we'll through this other table. Sometimes people meet their future self.
Because
you have a thought process that wishes back to your past, because time is a circle.
Yeah.
And each of us is possible to connect with our older or younger self.
Yeah, that can make a lot of sense.
And all
I
that
don't
is,
know what the heck it
was.
was.
It's the same thing in the spirit world. If you think about a member that is dearly departed, it is very likely that you'll be able to smell them or feel them in the room with you afterward. And that's that same mental connection. And that's how remote viewing works as well. You get to the point where you believe you can. And so it becomes that you do, rather than questioning it. Just sort of, it works on its own, and you don't always choose. You don't get what you want all the time. Sometimes you get 800 pictures, and they're so fast, and you're desperately trying to gather 4 of them, and figure out what the hell these 4 separate puzzle pieces out of this whole thing that just went by, and you can't get it back. But you just got bombarded with all of this information, and you try to pick and choose what you can identify. And that has a great deal to do with the same thing with an enlightenment and growing your brain and your mind and knowing things and educating yourself. You accept it in stages. And then all of a sudden, you get a level of accomplishment, and then you go, I can do this. And then off you go. And that's the same thing with this belief that everybody, who learns about seeing the planets, is once you capture a couple asteroids and you go, holy shit, look at that. That is one of the asteroids. And then that's one of the stages. And then, oh my God, I just saw the whole rounded dark side face of Christ. That's Atu. And then off you go. Enlightenment is something that we all learn. It takes stages, it takes disbelief, and it takes belief. It takes self-doubt and self-trust. And it's for me, it's back and forth nonstop. And every time I see these drawings and I draw them, I go, "Oh God, what a piece of shit! Look how poorly I drew it this time."
Yeah.
And and then everybody comes, "Oh, Sam, oh my God, look, it's perfect. You did exactly." It's like, wow, I didn't even try, and there it is. Well, I know that I can do this because I already did this.
Wow.
I don't know how I did it, but I know I already did it. And that's why I am number one.
Before, you mean?
Well, I was told by the Canadian that I would do something, and he was teasing me. Moreover, I mean, how do you walk up to a human and tell them that you're going to do this great thing without sort of handing it to them with kid gloves to start with?
Right.
And he says, "Well, you're going to do something that no one else can do." And then he started giving me all the background information of the Illuminati and the Anunnaki and all of this and the planetary, and then and then I got the truth of the world religion and everything else, and then he was telling me about my personal life and numerous things that have already taken place, and half of the shit I don't even want to know that. And then he started standing here telling me how wonderful I was going to be at this. And that's when I started arguing with him, going, "Oh, come on. How could I possibly do that?"
Right.
And he kid gloved me. He says, "You wait to see, something wonderful is going to happen. And you're going to go down." And I'm not trying to brag over this, but I've already done this. No one else out there on the internet has handed out the binary solar system and the names of the planets and the pictures going back a decade plus, 14 years this next April. No one has done this work. No one.
And it's just wild because it's there right in front of us. It's there every day.
Well, I imagine
I don't get it. I don't understand.
I imagine NASA knows far more than I do. Because they have paid staff, and I don't. And, but they're not going to tell us. Oh, I imagine some of these guys are flying up there and going, "Okay, we better visit with the guys that are telling us what to do." And that fleet, or it's either really an unbelievable, charitable visit, or it is a seriously drastic show of force that you give us what we want, or else, or both. I mean, the Federation doesn't have to threaten us. No. I don't think they would have to. They would just say, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen of Earth. We are here to pick up the commodities, and this is how it is. Like it or not, we can prove to you that you have no choice, or you could actually just listen to us. And here's our technological example." And that could have strongly been even the 2009 arrival of the Norway Spiral orb. Because we know that the G7 countries' main leaders were in Germany that weekend.
Wow.
I'm going to play Robert's video too.
Go right ahead. And you should think about, playing your shorts again.
Yeah. I can do that.
I don't think you give your shorts enough credit. I love your shorts.
Awesome.
And it's going to be cough drop number 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good to know. I'll make a note of that. Number 3 for Sam. Got it.
Completely big. I'm breaking the pie chart now. I'm going above and beyond standard. Last year was only 2.
Wow.
This is New Zealand.
Oh, and just look at the color.
Uh-huh.
God, look at that.
That's another really nice, important, pertinent question. Well done. Well done. I'm glad you're here tonight. Thank you. Sam, do you see if the possibility of us Earthlings ever coming to the point of civilization interacting with an extraterrestrial civilization outside of the world's government in secret? Oh, boy, let me dissect that. Possibility of Earthlings ever coming to the point of civilization interacting with an extraterrestrial civilization outside the world's government in secret. Yes, it's happened for years already on Earth. many years. Yeah, there's been interaction from other factions there. There's not just the Anunnaki. There's not just the Dracos. There's not just the Pleiadians. There is the Empire or the Federation, excuse me. The Federation, meaning multiple races are involved in this, including some that are not sanctions, including bandits and thieves and rogues. And you name it. Go walking into the bar scene in verse number 1. Not everyone is in the loop. No.
Well, I always think about that movie District 9, where it was just kind of like common. It was a common thing that it was people and an alien race, living together. Do you see something like that happening?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Where we have to accept them?
We are supposedly rumored to share the planet of the race. I don't know. I can't really comment on. I know some of that is already played very long. We are not all of us are sure. Watch.
You're cutting out, Sam. I don't know what's happening.
The second you asked, am I fine?
I know. The timing.
Every time he says something important.
Yeah, it's like a robot again. No. As soon as we start talking about aliens,
I know
they're listening. They're listening right now.
I was trying to hand out information that I'm apparently not allowed to tell you.
I guess so.
Yeah. Now you're fine. Yeah, he's a cyborg.
Well, there may be cybernetic.
Yeah.
I personally know of any classified cyborg information, although I'm sure that they've got the other higher races have far higher technology than we do, so I'm sure that some of that exists. Yeah, I was telling you something that I'm not really allowed to mention.
And they stopped you.
And there is an extreme classic example of what has been happening to us in many of our shows. Well, we are being watched. And you just saw an example of it because I was telling you something about what's going on with the other races and Earth.
We're not doing anything wrong. I don't see us. We're here to talk about this. It's something that's happening on our world. We're part of this. We're part of this world. We should be able to talk about it. That's much
Terry,
as
you were not spamming. You were not spamming our chat. You were actually an important person here asking a very important question. So I'm sorry I can't fully answer you in public. See, guys, I do know stuff that's really dangerous, and that's a really good example of it. That I am watched. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that Texas cube behind the lead asteroid. And the side orb and everything. And I see these things, guys. This is how I'm able to draw this. I know they're there. And if we go back to my childhood, this is not something that has been. Yeah, there's the longer box, and then stuff above that. Probably a big, huge, very close to Earth Star Destroyer.
So big right now.
This goes back to my childhood, and there's been other influences, and I'm not including the government. I've met many factions in my time.
Wow.
That's the one where the words were messed up. Let's stop that one now.
Yeah, I don't even know what information I'm going to give out in the future. I have no clue how far this is going to go and what it's going to come to me. And I'm not trying to brag or anything. I'm just talking base facts here. I get information from not necessarily from me, But I'm gonna chuckle because the moment I started telling you guys something about what's going on with the coming times and the interaction of the races and what's kind of a secret is the moment that I started cutting out. So, and there, and yes, thank you guys. Eating the donuts, drinking coffee in your little van with the headsets. I message received. I'll shut the F up. And I didn't give a Carol Ann F bomb, but I should have. Intonation.
Like,
Well, yeah, it lets me know that I'm when that starts happening, and you guys all the screen, all the faces went black, and I saw scrolling, and I knew I was cutting out. And that is the moment I was apparently handing out the wrong information.
Wow.
Drinking my coffee. I constantly every time we do a show, I question myself and I go, "Oh shit, did I say too much?" And don't even get me started about the spirit world or or elementals or magic or shit I know about. Although that'd probably be a show they just completely leave me alone and go, "Oh, that guy's a whack job. Listen to that shit," Gee, Billy, get some more donuts, Whatever.
Really?
Sorry, I digress into insanity. It bothers me when that happens because it always does. Right when it happened a couple shows ago when Jesus was given his information and somebody else was given their information and they blanked out too, and then they were back and just fine. And then JD, when JD first got here, JD was having trouble right away, really bad.
Right away.
And these are these people that are educated and they are experts, and they've all spent many years either at Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher or any of their sites as well. Most of our friends all run their own sites, and everybody gets together. Jillian runs hers. Jillian's got one over there, and she hangs out with a whole bunch of ladies in many different sites. She sister sites up with us. And we've done all of this together in many different clusters. And when the funny thing is the troll stuff never gets touched. And then the disinformation they let just by, no problem. There's 1,000 Nibiru videos out there on YouTube, and they get mega views, and we get 400.
Yeah,
so
that's disappointing.
Well, it's like, we're definitely censored, or
we just saw an example of it. And Rebecca, who else? When you talk to people on the phone, who else is cut off? And damn near, we didn't today, but
every time, right.
When I start describing to you what's going on, though, we get disconnected, and that happens all the time in my phone call.
How many times have we had to hang up and start over and hang up?
Yeah, and then you call back, and then my service didn't exist. And when I was doing Radio Wasteland shows with Chauncey for Radio Wasteland, he would call me 10 times, and every time they would either tell him my phone was disconnected, no longer in service, or that area number is undialable. And he wanted to for one show, he had to call me 10 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now I can't even get. I don't know. Maybe the government stepped in and stopped him because he won't even return my messages now. And I was his number one guest out of all. If you combined all of the views out of all of his other guests combined, they didn't match my shows. I was his number one Radio Wasteland's number one guest. And I'm not trying to brag again because there's a little bit of braggadocio in me, but I'm generically not trying to brag. I'm trying to inform. I'm not going to stand here and say, well, I'm very smart, but damn it, I'm good at what I do.
Right. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Well, I
we forget. We know like what you do and what we're seeing, but new people don't understand the impact of it until one day you do it to them and show them. But we can tell people, oh, you must see what Sam said or what he did while I was sitting there eating my lunch, he knew what my lunch was, or he knew what I'd done with something that was very personal, and nobody can touch that.
No.
How could he know? How could he know?
You can't. You can't. That's a connection that, you know,
It just
not
it
many
comes
people
and it
have.
works, and then well, and it also boils down to why does the U.S. government come to some 17-year-old idiot in Montana, and then try to recruit me, and and Air Force major at the time, or he might even have been a captain. Anyway, and then I know he got promoted. I know later on he was major. I don't know how high he got to get the leader of the project. Now, you can all look that up. It's available, unless they made that disappear too. The point with
there was a guy called Ed Dames, wasn't there?
Right, and that was him. I wasn't going to mention his name, but since you just did, yeah, he's major. You can look his name
but
up.
it's in the books, so it's
Right,
where
yeah,
I read
all the
it.
videos too, and he eventually, after when Far Seeing Project became declassified, and then he started doing his book tours and all of that, and he made a great deal of money after that, and he was highly recognized. I hope he made some good money off of it, but I don't think he ever really. I don't think he gave it from our point of view. I think he gave it from his point of view, and I'm not sure he ever actually believed we could do what we can do. And I know now that I was accurate then, and especially now that we're talking about subjects that have been released over time, including base on the moon example. I hope I don't now watch if I disappear here, or the Black Pyramid. If any of you have looked that one up in Alaska, and these were things that I came across in my remote viewing, and that's my personal vision that I found those and more in the targets, and they were giving us targets, and we saw beyond that. Wow. And that wasn't majorly reported to the higher ups, but me and a couple of people talked about what we saw. And we saw the Russians, and that was what it was all about to start with. It was like remote viewing on what the Russians were up to.
Wow.
And
So
we saw them, we saw our
you saw
counterpart.
them? That's crazy.
Yeah, because the books that I read, I see here I was probably not supposed to get them books because the books were meant for a physics professor somewhere out in the Western Cape. But he ordered books through our shelving system was such that they would phone up and say, "Oh, can you get us this book or that book?" And it's not actually allowed in this country, or it's under the counter or something like that. And eventually, like 2 or 3 of the books started trickling into the library, and I would grab them first because the dudes wouldn't come for them for a while. And I started reading them. It's where I saw the face on Mars for the first time.
Yes, Happy Soul Sailor.
Pyramid and things like, yeah.
Happy Soul Sailor. I have seen outside the dimensions. I even did an equation on dimensions. That was years ago.
Did you see the pyramid on Mars, the DNM pyramid?
No, I don't see a pyramid on Mars. I see a buried, probably a tomb or crypt or a previous temple, but I don't see a pyramid on Mars per se. I never really paid a lot of attention to Mars. My focus on Mars is the fact that the upper half atmosphere of Mars burned off at one point in time, and I look at the electrical discharge pattern on the planet, and I believe that they were electrically devastated by some highway. And then we're running into pseudoscience and guessing of the Tiamat and all of that. And so once I start diving out, that far out into the science, I sort of give up on it. Because sometimes information can actually be more confusing than just seeing clearly.
Yeah, you must get all sorts of stuff coming into your mind if you're sitting there
it's hard
open.
to keep. Welcome to my insanity. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of what you want to see. Now, we were talking about the Far Seeing Project, and we saw the Russians. It was really, really weird, and it was actually very frightening as well. And I still have a level of fear that is absolutely tangible when I think about it. And I wonder if they're thinking about it now themselves, all the way across the country, if they're still alive. When we saw them and they saw us, and we saw them see us, and they saw us see them, that was freaky. And
That must
that
have been really scary.
I've never forgotten that. And it was like, and then right after that, we saw beyond that, and that's when we figured out supposedly there's a base on the moon on the dark side, and I have to be careful there.
Wow.
Stop right there.
Kind of wild.
Yeah, there's don't even get me started about beings that live on Earth in ways that we humans don't perceive. 'Cause remember, we have limited vision. There's shit here you wouldn't believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I know there's a show called Sanctuary, and they went out and they theoretically find these beings and try to keep them somewhere safe.
Yeah,
in
well,
a
there's
sanctuary.
a lot of there's dimensional beings, and through farseeing you can see all the races, and you can touch them looking in the mirror just like you are, and I don't recommend mirror magic forever to anyone ever. It's very dangerous. So if you're brave enough and stupid enough, go ahead. But anyway, there's a lot to what's going on out in our galaxy and galaxies.
Somebody said that there's 9 dimensions, but aren't there more? There must be more.
And by my math, it said 140.
Oh,
wow. Okay, that is more. So it's actually a mathematical equation then.
Yeah, there's also I did one, and I didn't know the dynamic of it at the time, and even when I wrote the binary solar system, 2 stars, I didn't know the magnitude of it. And I've never forgotten the professor writing it down and sweating, and feverishly writing it down with that pencil he had a clipboard and paper, and he was feverishly writing it down, sweating, and you could hear the pencil almost break underneath how hard he was pressing. And I've never forgotten that. And within about 3 months, that's when the NSA and the FBI were having coffee with my parents and offering me a job and all of that, and then slapping me with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. So, and that's all. That's in my Radio Wasteland program. Well, you can hear more of that story. Yeah, I was waiting to see this.
These are some TikToks from Christopher.
Oh, that is mine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember it's yours.
All right. Oh yeah, it was really cool this morning.
Yeah, I know. The last 2 days have been super amazing. Washed lemon sun.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and let you describe what you see, Christopher, if you want.
Okay.
They're yours.
I got your pulling
Hold
oil.
on, real quick.
I got your pulling oil.
Okay.
No worries.
I'm coming. Okay. Can you rewind it just a little bit?
Yes, I sure can. You want me?
I guess
you
my
want me to
ride
hold
is
it for you?
my ride is about to walk out the door.
Oh well, then if you have to go, by all means, go. And
No, I'd like to explain that. So.
Okay.
That was this morning about 7:30. Looking east, obviously it's sunrise, right? And you could just see the cutoff of the sun. And I tried zooming in to where the light was. I couldn't get any kind of shape of the sun at all. And you could just look at that. You can see where the planets cut off the light. And then Saturn's yellow moon is right there.
That's the Saturn's yellow moon right there on the right, cutting into the sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that.
And that's cutting into our out view, not next to the sun. It's close to Earth, but is blocking our light.
Right.
Boy, Nepacity was really axis tipped in that.
Yeah, I was gonna
look at that.
Nepacity, and I didn't.
Yeah, great captures. Asteroids coming into the sun on the upper left of the sun.
Ever.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
Yep.
I knew it was Nepacity. I named it that too.
Even in the Bible text talking about the opening of the 6th seal, it talks about in the sky scrolling. And that's exactly what you just showed a picture of. Both sides scroll into the center, from outside into the center. and that's exactly what is described in the Bible. The skies are scrolling of these great things in the heavens above us, and the signs in the sky. And
I watched that
I do
video you
recommend
posted
people
the
actually.
other day. I'm gonna have to watch it again.
I have one. If you run down my page on my personal wall, you may find some of that that I posted in even some of the comments. And I may have posted it also on Skywatcher too. But anyway, go ahead. And if you need any more information, I can grab that one or two for you and get it to you later this week.
Okay, cool.
Whatever, however, want to, and I went through 20, 25 of them. So some people are full of shit, and some people are semi-accurate, and other people are good, and other people are just wasting my time. So, but if you got a dash, go right ahead.
Yeah. I didn't even know I thought we were staying the night here. So I guess we're getting taken home. So
is that your jammies in your tote bag there?
All right, you guys. You have a good night. I'll see you guys in a couple days.
Okay. Good night, Christopher. Yeah. See you back Saturday.
Okay.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, what is the difference between Stargate and a collider at CERN? Well, a Stargate is a mechanical placed machinery on Earth, or it is a generated opening created by a ship that has the ability to do so. And the collider at CERN is an entirely different thing. They take a proton and send it somewhere faster than the speed of light, and you can create dimensional reaches from that. And I can't go into more detail than that. Look up the movie Stargate.
Stargate. Okay.
And it is
I wonder if they can put that also onto the site, the Stargates.
The Hadron Collider is still highly classified, and I dare not go into too much detail about what I think. It's merely my opinion. But I can't really go into too much detail. I can get more trouble. Or they're going to want me to go to Germany and then not give me the opportunity.
Help them
Oh yeah. No, they won't listen to me. I'm a theoretical madman. And I talk about aliens, and they don't want that. I know they're real. I've known they're real all my life. You're welcome, Thunder. You are welcome. I just try, call me crazy, call me wackadoo, whatever. I'm in my 60s now, and I'm just trying to share what I've learned with people, and I took a long time to get here and went through a lot of hell to get here, and I'm still going through hell. And it's quite the ride. Oh my God. And now I get to, ramble publicly on a microphone instead of talking to myself in the back bedroom playing Star Wars.
Well, that's true. I mean, it is a good outlet for each of us.
Yeah, it is.
To have each other.
It's also stressful. It is. There's a level every day. Like tomorrow, I'm going to go, oh shit, what did I say? And I'm chuckling. Thank you guys for teaching me once again that you are listening to me. I'm referring to the guys eating the donuts and drinking the coffee in a van, or wherever it is that they are, or some, DC think tank or
underground bunker.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say that, but you can. See, then I didn't have to say that. Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Look, come and look me up quickly when you keep saying
the cat's behind me meowing at me. Okay. What, I didn't feed you in the last hour? Might have to go, or she wants into the kids' bedroom. Let's change the subject. What have you got? Yeah, this is great time. Would you please play some shorts? I will.
I have
let the cat in.
Yeah, there's a video someone shared with me on TikTok, and I wanted to get your opinion on. So let me.
Okay, just a sec.
Are you there, Sam, or did you say just a second? I think he had to step away. I'm gonna wait till he gets back. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I did send you a bunch of stuff again, but I think it's the same stuff, but it was you could see the colors of Saru. I was so sure it was Saru's colors underneath. But
okay,
the other house well, the edge of my own house was actually in the way, but even if I'd gone out to the street, then the little forest would have been in the way. So that's why I was thinking, like, on the 8th of April, maybe to go somewhere. But I think it might probably be like too dark by then. The sun will have gone down here. I'm not sure by what time. Mind you, it'll be still later in the
either.
This was yesterday, 8:20 p.m. in Southeast Texas.
What's that, Sam?
I was just reading a giant orb in sky yesterday, 8:20 p.m. Texas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get that. Okay, here we go. This is someone was asking me about this on TikTok.
What in the world? I was literally just outside with my wife. It's 8:25 p.m., March 25th, and the sun was just about gone. It was twilight, and my wife and I were messing around, and then I looked up to the sky, and I saw this giant orb, which you're about to see the video of, and it had this fuzz around it, and in front of it, it blew like a smoke ring. It almost looked like it was clearing the clouds out of the way, is what it actually looked like, because I don't know, there was fuzz all around it. And I've seen 2 UFOs in my lifetime. The first one I saw gave me a horrible feeling, as if, like sick to my stomach kind of feeling. And the second one I saw, it was not negative or positive, because I think it was too far away, but those were 10 years apart. But this was something crazy, amazing, and I didn't get a bad feeling at all. In fact, I just got these goosebumps, and my adrenaline shot up. I was like, what am I looking at? And so my wife filmed it with her iPhone. I filmed it with my Note 10. Maybe her footage is better, but I doubt it. But anyways, there you go. Here's the video.
How sweet is that?
Wow. What in the world? Whoa. Almighty Yahweh, jeez.
We looked at this the other day.
Yeah, I think it is that same one now that you mentioned that. Yeah, okay.
That is unbelievable.
But it says 3:25. That was just yesterday, Sam.
Yeah, you're right.
So it happened again, maybe.
I'm wondering. Now he says it's in the southeast sky in Texas. Very interesting. It is definitely not. I
That's
don't.
where Atu is.
I do. Yeah, I do not see a SpaceX rocket trail. So there is not a SpaceX. It could be a halting thruster coming in, and then using stationary thrusters to slow themselves down. And we know that there are ships.
Pretty weird.
Know there are ships above us.
The fact that it was flying right over our property is kind of weird to me, because that's all I do is look at the skies, and I'm always looking. I'm taking note, just like in the days of Noah and all these strange things going on around us. I don't know what to say. Why did it happen right over our property? That's kind of weird.
Because you didn't go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Yeah.
You should have gone to Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and you would have found out the information, or asked Sam, or asked Rebecca, or asked Jillian. We know that looks very similar to a SpaceX rocket stage separation, but there was no trail. And you also need to learn the difference between spiral rocket trails versus the spiral asteroid trail. It's two completely different creatures. It's like apples and
the sun again this morning.
And apples and llamas.
Today's date is March the 24th.
I think I saw this one earlier.
2024. I captured this on March 20th at 7 a.m. and the time now is almost 8 o'clock, and we have the sun looking like this again. Again, there's a planet underneath it. We're here in Lower Alabama.
Yeah, hit pause.
Sorry, you guys, trying to zoom
Okay.
Look at that glowing thing.
Okay, the red dot. I think that the red dot is actually the blue asteroid crossing the sun. We've talked about this for a week. The yellow dot below the big bright sun, I think, is our sun. Well, this is about the 6th or 7th sighting of this yellow blob that is below the sun. The only thing that it can be, and we've seen the magnification brilliance. Okay, it's not this moving lens flare. It's the blob just on the bottom right hand.
Like 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock position is what I believe is our normal soul. And I think that sun separation is occurring. This is like the 6th or 7th sighting that we've had in the last month.
So the illumination behind the pink dot is the twin sun?
No, well, the larger standard red star, I believe, is leaving separation because the solar output of our sun is creating these X flares and everything. And so these flares could be reaching to the sun that's exiting because the electrical thread connection. And they're separating. So that we're seeing heightened activity of the sun. We've also seen this year it was freak weird weather, way warmer in the United States than it should ever have been as well. Entirely possible that second star is coming closer to us. And I think the standard red is out. I think the standard red is outshining smaller Sol because of the illumination density or intensity. And so when they separate farther apart, when they separate farther apart, we will see Sol again, like we did in 2011. When in 2011, Sol was due east. And then when it came into the northern hemisphere, the standard red star, which is bigger, came in the northeast up every morning. And that's when we could first start seeing it up here in the northern hemisphere. We saw it all the way back in 2009 on approach with the solar system around it, but it was hard to tell what was going on, and everybody assumed that was our star, and it wasn't. Anyway, I believe separation is occurring because we keep getting that little yellow blip underneath the other one, and we were expecting separation because we know we went past halfway point because the planets are now above us. Prior to this, they were far away and below us, and so now they're past us, so that's the halfway point. And I believe separation is occurring. I really do. And I think that red dot in the front is the blue asteroid crossing in front of the sun, because I've seen other sightings and other shots where it was cutting in from the left, and even one or two where it's actually passed. And that all has to do with angle from where you are on the planet. I'm always trying to chart that in my brain. New Zealand says this, and South Africa says that, and Germany says this, and America says this, and Scotland says that. And I'm always trying to wiggle it in my brain to understand the out view.
Yeah, I was sure I'd seen it as well, and it was also on that right side.
Well, our first reports came in from South Africa from Michelle Mountain. And I hope you're listening to the show tonight, Michelle. Very nice to hear from you recently. Thank you for the music. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. And so, I saw this, and I thought it was really important. This could be a very important, that yellow stable dot on the 5 o'clock position underneath the sun.
So if you're saying the 5 o'clock orb there is
that
our sun?
Yellow dot right where we have it. Don't pay attention to the square ones. Look at the round one right below the sun.
So what is it that's behind the red dot?
The red dot is probably the blue asteroid crossing in front of our out view.
Okay, and then behind that, what's that illumination behind the red dot then that looks like a sun?
Well, that is the standard red star. And our yellow dwarf Sol is the yellow dot below it. because it came from below Earth from the left. So it's going to leave above our sun to the right.
Huh. Okay.
It's not going to change course. It's going to maintain its normal path. It's the sun, the star is not going to change course. It's us.
So that star is going to go up and over us in a way.
Oh no, it's us that are moving.
Okay.
We are inward closer to Nibiru center. Okay, underneath Nibiru. Nibiru used to be far away from us, the farthest of the arm reach. So now we're heading under Nibiru, and the distance between Nibiru and its star exists in its normalness, and we are headed toward Nibiru's star, including our star separating away from.
God is amazing.
And that yellow blip, I guarantee you, or I shouldn't say guarantee, I believe the yellow blip below is our normal star being outshined by the larger, brighter, standard red star. And we've seen 7 or 8 examples of it now in the last month. And I've been waiting for something like this evident. And the red blob, of course, around it and back is probably Immeru way off in the distance, and yet still being slightly illuminated from how big the standard red star is. As we round around to the edge side of Immeru, we're going to round away in a connected. You have to do a 3D spiral in your head and then move this and that and all at the same time. It's insane, but my brain's telling me how it works.
We're here in Lower Alabama.
Right.
And she's Lower Alabama, means she's closer to
You're
the
going to have to
equator.
give us a class on how we're going to move away from that thing.
Well, it's going to do its thing. Okay, she's in Lower Alabama, which means she's closer to the equator, which is why she has a sighting of it where we don't up here.
Yeah, it's all to do with your out view. I know that.
They sighted it in South Africa. They sighted it in Australia. They sighted it in New Zealand. People have talked to us in Malaysia about it. And now we saw, the same thing with that Vietnam shot from Terry, seeing Seru from the southern hemisphere where the out view is different angle off the side of the planet. I tried to take all that into account.
Okay,
Yes,
I have another picture to show you.
Okay.
Carrie from Australia tagged me in a picture, and she's asking for our opinion. So
were her ears ringing because we were just talking about her?
yeah, I know we were. Hang on a second, and I'll get it loaded. I've never seen anything quite like this, so hang on. I don't know. Okay.
It's light now. It's like the next day.
You'll be hearing the birds chirping before you know it. I'll exit.
Oh my gosh. I'm like Jesus. If I see the sun come up the next day, I'll never go to sleep. I can't sleep during the day. If the sun is out in the sky, I cannot fall asleep. I can't take a nap, is what I'm saying. I can't. It doesn't work.
Tara Nelson is talking about Nemesis. Actually, the sun over is throw the Nemesis name out the window. It's human misinformation. It's Nemesis means something our enemy. And the binary solar systems are not enemies, they're part of each other. So
I see. So
Sol is the smaller.
I wonder who called it Nemesis then. What an idiot.
Yeah, Nemesis is your directly opposing nemesis, your enemy, the guy that's thwarting you.
I mean, is it? But I mean, if it's causing us.
What's the name? I don't have a name for the star. I call it the standard red because it's a larger standard red where we have a dwarf yellow.
Okay, Sam. Here is that picture.
I think this is a camera freak out.
Okay, there's a closer up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can't see. I don't know of 4 cubes being out there, although it's entirely possible. I see. Wow, the fact that it's reaching the way it is, that's spooky.
and then
Oh boy. Yeah, let's just hope and pray that's a camera glitch.
uh-huh.
And it looks
Yeah,
to me like it's being taken through like welding glass green. I don't know. And if it's really green and that's the sky, holy crap. I'm telling you, there's ships up there, but I did not. I can't say 4 cubes. There might be smaller cubes. We've seen evidence of smaller cubes, but I've never been able to prove it.
hmm.
That might
Okay.
be that might be digitized brightness intensity breakdowns in the camera lens. I don't know. I can't answer this one. This
I
one
know
is
we're
we've
trying.
never seen 4 squares in the sky before.
Uh-uh. And
Oh, the
they
big
are
one up to the right.
through.
Oh, it could easily be discharge off the asteroids coming in from the left down to the right. We know that's the angle, but as far as the digitized squares, yeah. If I saw a series of these pictures and they were all the same, I'd go, holy shit! We've got four cubes, but there's not even any side dimensions to these. There's nothing turned. They're not,
Okay. Right.
they're all just squares, as if somebody matte laid pieces of paper over the top of it, and that were see through, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Well, it helps. It helps, because I've
We've never
seen
seen anything like that period before ever.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Andrea Adams says looks flat. Yeah, it looks two-dimensional, not three-dimensional.
Looks flat. Yeah, it does look flat. It looks kind of see-through looking.
And this is, of course, why we like to get a series from people with more information, and people out there. If you really want credit for your pictures, take a minute to watermark your pictures with your name, the date it was captured, the direction you're looking, etc. Location, always helpful. And then it makes our job easier to figure out what we're looking at. And we can call them faster. Although it's still very confusing lately because with each passing day, it becomes harder and harder. Because the planets are bigger and bigger and they blend into each other. And like we talked about earlier in the podcast, is like they're scrolling into each other. And it's just this weird out view. Even the Bible tells us how to do it. How cool that is.
Tells us how to do what, Sam?
See the passing planets? Speaking of which,
Okay.
Your shorts.
Yeah.
Got to promote your work. Got to get these people to watch.
Yeah. I know on YouTube I have it's hundreds of videos. Altogether there's close to 400 videos.
I like some of your
seeing your videos all over the place when I try to find you on TikTok to watch you live, and all I got was videos, and it's going, well, this is day number 3 of my 30-day live.
No.
No, I want that. I want the real live one.
Yeah. I did conclude the 30 lives, the other day.
I like your early works. You had a whole bunch of research stuff where you were putting other topics together in your quest for religious cross-reference information. And I liked a lot of those. And then you started doing more and more planets, and off you went. And yeah, I encourage people to go back through Rebecca's YouTube channel. She's got bunches and bunches and bunches of videos for you guys to learn from.
Yeah, I want to learn to make my own as well. I've really become inspired. I've started to make them, but I'm kind of bashful. I took that series of beautiful pictures.
It's recorded history. You lay down information, and then you get to watch. And speaking of watch your personal development, I'm reminded of my Understanding the Sky series that everybody tells me they love, and me, I watch them. I'm embarrassed. And you can look that up on YouTube. Type in Understanding the Sky series with Samuel Hoffman, maybe, And I made 40 or 50 of those, and I think there's only 7 or 8 available. Who
Which
knows?
is really sad because I used to love looking forward to those things every week.
Try looking on Bing. They may have more. I never actually
Do they
did.
have them on Bing?
Yeah, a lot of my stuff went to Bing first before Google.
Oh, how did it do that?
I run off of Bing.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Bing is my main search engine, and then I follow through with Google and Facebook and etc. out of Bing.
On this question from our statement from Jesus, hey Jesus, I'm not sure what you meant or what you wanted Sam to elaborate on.
I will scroll up and see where. Okay.
Maybe he said something earlier, and then Christopher is asking Jillian what kind of phone she has. He's looking to upgrade, and he's curious about your phone.
Oh, it's a Samsung S23.
Perfect.
Yeah, when I went to the shop, the lady said to me, "There's none better if you like to take pictures of the sky. This one gets clarity like no other that we've got right now, and it doesn't even equate to the iPhones because everybody else walk around with their iPhone. Oh, get an iPhone! I get an iPhone." And I always was drawn to the Samsungs. I loved Samsung because I found them reliable, and they just really took nice colored pictures.
Yeah, I don't recommend going to the beach with your camera, your expensive camera equipment. I learned that years ago in Oregon. You take out your expensive equipment, it doesn't even work 5 minutes in because you got all the micro dust from the sand and the wind. Hell, my Sony camcorder died before I even got to the beach. It died in the parking lot from sand, and then I had to take it in and have it professionally cleaned, and then it worked just fine for years. And those I don't even use anymore. I don't even watch any of the old videos I filmed in the 80s and 90s.
Hey,
I got something to help with that. When I got my paddleboard, they sent me a free bag. It's like a clear, thick plastic bag, and you seal it tight on the top. Before you go to the beach, you get your phone inside there, and you can use your phone through the clear window thing. And it's waterproof.
Right,
you
and
can
yeah,
have it around your neck.
And most people don't think of that. There's micro sand in the air, and it will screw up anything, including your car too. I mean, if you anybody who's ever run beach combers, you know that sand gets in everything. Anyway.
Okay.
Is that us all finished now? Should we? There was those last pictures. I just wondered. It's like, but it's late now.
So you talk about pictures you sent me. Hang on a second. I don't know if I got all of those added or not. Hang on.
Yeah, probably photobombed during my sunset now.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the kitchen real fast. I'll be right back.
Okay. I do.
Yeah, it's late outside now. I'm wondering what it's.
I know. It's getting late or
early.
It's late and early at the same time.
What time is it for you?
It's almost 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Yeah.
Well, at least we're on the same day. We're on Wednesday, and it's 5:54 Wednesday now.
That's from Robert in New Zealand.
Yeah, I think we've all been seeing fairly similar shots. It just looks like somebody threw a gigantic rock down into the sky, and something caught it like an elastic band in the clouds, or like a whoosh. Like it landed in something.
I'm not sure, Julie, because a lot of these look the same.
This picture is, it's got the Texas cube in it for sure.
Let's see.
An asteroid under Atu's moon.
A lot of Atu this time round, the last couple of days.
Yeah, it was. Atu's been directly over the top of us. And so at sunset, it is right there.
Maybe.
And on the right-hand side will be a Saturn's yellow moon, moreover, leaning to the north sky as sunset occurs.
Yeah. Okay. I see where we left off. There was a couple more pictures that Jillian wanted to show us. It's similar to what we were looking at, I think, but this was cool. Hang on. Yeah, Sam, that was from Robert. I don't know if you heard me say that or not, but
I did now.
yeah.
How can we see Atu's moon in this? Well, we know the pattern. The dark blue, for one, Atu is purple, and when it is really deep purple, and when it gets close to Earth, it turns dark, dark, dark midnight blue. And we're looking at the pattern, the angle patterns of the asteroids who orbit underneath her. And then you add, 14 years of doing it and knowing where the planets are, and that's how we see it. And you have to literally go outside and see this for yourself. When you go outside during the day, look straight up. And if you see this unbelievable dark, dark, crazy blue with bubbles and all sorts of stuff, you're pretty much looking at Atu's moon at this point in time, give or take an hour or two. It's a learned thing, and we've taken, and no such skies used to ever exist over a decade ago. This is nothing like our old sky used to be. And I've spent a lifetime watching the skies because I paint, and I'm always trying to paint the perfect clouds. And it's frustrating because it's actually easier to just create them and not worry about painting them. And then you have beautiful clouds. But if you try to paint clouds, it's really hard. It just sort of happens.
He said a question for you. He said, ask Sam how the Bible shows us how to see the planets.
It talks about the in the text where it describes the opening of the sixth seal, and it talks about some of the signs in the sky, and it describes the scrolling pattern of how the sky scrolls before you, and you'd have to actually read it. And if you read that into that, and you understand the binary system and the extra planets and the passing objects above you, and you know that the planets are here, and you know that the super large craft and everything else is all here, and then you read that, it will make huge amounts of sense.
Is that scrolling?
No, it scrolls in center. The planets, you can, like, if you hold your hands far apart from each other, that's the outside, and they scroll inward towards each other in rotation. It's the weirdest damn thing once you realize what's going on, and it's bugged me for years, but that's what it does. Because the two sets of planets are on two arms of a rotating solar system, and we're watching the two planets on the right do one behavior, and on the left do the other, and they're scrolling towards each other in rotational orbit, and the skies fold in at the center. It's weird as hell, but that's what happens. Now, we used to see it differently years ago, and it was a little bit different, and it did this and this, and this was part of the spiraling, and then the right to left and right, the out view. And in 2019, they were off in the distance, and they were dark, and you couldn't see them. And then all of a sudden, you'd see them, and then you'd see the side face illuminations, and then they'd get bigger and bigger and bigger and come at you, and then they'd round away. And it was, coming from the other side direction from both of them. And it was weird. And then all of that changed here within the last 2 to 3 years.
So is that Saru and Yuri then, eh?
Not in this shot. The sun we're looking at the right-hand side of the sun. So we're looking at the bottom. Probably this might be the ion tail going straight across in front of us, or I can't even tell you. I don't know when this picture was captured, because this is not
this evening.
Really. Wow.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Okay. What's
Show
weird?
him the one before, Rebecca.
Look
It's
where the
got a
sun is.
bigger.
The sun is on the left, and
There.
okay. Well, this is of course Yuri and Saru. It's plain easy to see. But on the other picture, you had the sun on the left, and then we're looking at these straight stripes here, and I'm wondering what the hell we're staring at.
Could it be?
It was all over the sky like that.
Well, it has to be the ion tail right in front of us there, with those big, the semi-thick, 1-inch cloud pattern, but doesn't make sense. Weird. I better go outside in the at sunset and take a look at the skies again. Something's changing.
Yeah.
I at sunset lately I've been in the house, so I see the planets in the middle of the day, but usually not at sunset. And
Today was crazy. It was super crazy. It was like we tipped or something changed. Something changed.
Yeah, well, the moon changed again, just even from the full moon, and I got a bunch of pictures showing it one tip one direction, and I got some other ones in today. I think from the UK, we're showing the other angle of tip, and it's like, wow, this is weird. And then you also have to put into account that anywhere on the other part of the world, the moon's going to look a little bit different. Not much.
That was opposite, and it would look the same on the other side.
Yeah, well, you're probably underneath two very large planets, and you're getting, some sort of bottom eddies.
They were reaching towards each other. It looked like they were reaching for each other because they're.
The problem with your shots, Jillian, is they don't pan out very well, and most of the time you got houses in the way because that's where you live. It's not your fault. It's just that I wish your pictures were wider, or bigger.
Like, can you zoom back? You have an option on your phone to like zoom out. I on my phone I have two options. I can go like zoom out or zoom in. I have two choices. I just wondered.
Your best captures are zoom outs. And then if you've got a good zoom out and then you get one item in there, then zoom in on that one item or two items or whatever. But it's best if you take a very far away shot.
I was going to show pictures real quick from Melanie. Hi, Melanie. She commented here. She had some good pictures she just posted. So here's what she caught. And I see a lot of cubes. Look at all these square shapes, Sam. Lower left of our sun.
Yeah, lower. God knows what's up there. I wouldn't attribute these lower clouds to being craft, although they could be. Yeah, that is unusual that you're having the boxes there. Lower clouds are more predominantly usually normal clouds.
Yeah.
Although why they're square, I don't. I mean, we could have an entire fleet or a squadron of Star Destroyers go over the top of us, and we wouldn't know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw a couple of questions here. And clear up the whole thing about Cheshire Grin. We're seeing the illumination at the bottom of the moon because Earth is tipped. If Earth would straighten back out, it would go back to the side because the moon doesn't move. Just our view of it does. As we tip, then the angle lighting changes. Not the star. The star's not moving. It's the light. Nobody's ever seen in modern history the bottom of our moon illuminated. And I've been screaming that for a decade as well. And Jesus is constantly saying, what happened to the 8 phases of the moon? You don't see it anymore. So it's nothing about our skies is anywhere remotely close to what we grew up with in my era. I'm the last of the baby boomers, and I was born in the 60s, and so early 60s. And this is not the sky I grew up with, and people need to realize that it's drastically, and everybody's gotten used to it, and it's weird. I don't understand how they don't see what I see. I don't know how. To me, it's so obvious. I can't believe it. I hope that answered your question. I got all kinds of Facebook notifications going off here.
Yeah, Shelley wants to know, like, she heard somebody say that CERN was opening the same day as was starting back up again the same day as the eclipse. But she's not sure if it's true.
Wow, that would be interesting.
Yeah, can you imagine? I'll have to go to bed soon before my eyeballs fall shut.
I know it. I know.
Hey, Rebecca, whenever you're ready to go, we're kind of running out of steam here, so
I feel it too.
Our little engines have got to the top of the hill, and we're like,
It's been a full day.
There's no more petrol.
Right. But yeah, I guess I feel like we've covered a lot tonight.
Yeah, I think we've satisfied ourselves.
Show. It's been a really good show. I've enjoyed it. And I appreciate all of our listeners being here with us. We had a good crowd over on TikTok. They've been you're actually getting more popular over on TikTok, Sam. So
excellent. We're wondering what is actually going to cause the blockage of the sun, the solar eclipse. So we're asking people to take a few extra pictures, and when it hits totality, take a couple of shots on the side of it, on either side of it, behind you, etc.
Yeah.
I've got a cough coming here. We don't know. It's not adding up. The sun isn't in the right location. Even the star charts aren't matching up. So we don't. And we've also talked that the sun's in a weird place, and the angle of light is all different. So we're going to have to wing this one. And so people, if you are good sky watchers, and get your camera equipment and be ready, even if you aren't going to be in totality, if you're going to be on the side or whatever, film, because when there's a change of light, you can see other things. And so I recommend you to keep watching up and keep looking up, and keep those cards and letters coming, and donate and like and subscribe and share with your friends. And here, if you want to write me a letter and donate it, $5 or $10 or whatever, Samuel Hoffman, P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana, 59847. And if you're out of the country, then you just put the bottom on that, you put USA, and it'll come to me. And I haven't gotten any mail in a long time. I did get a nice letter from Irene with a thing for Shiloh's birthday that's coming up yet. So if you haven't been able to ask certain questions, you can write me a note and drop it in the mail. And I usually answer everyone, especially now that I'm not getting too much mail. So off we go.
Oh, well, I'll be waiting for mine.
Yes, and I have been working on that. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the note right in front of me right now, and I know exactly where your address is and all of that. And I have to go get you a postcard, and I haven't been able to find one, from Montana yet. I stopped at a couple of stores already, and I went, "You guys don't sell postcards anymore?" And
Send me a picture of them. Send me a picture.
It's the same thing happened to me the other day. I went to Burger King and they didn't have any onion rings. I went, "What?"
Sad, isn't it? Onion rings are yum.
No, yeah. How come you're not doing what you're supposed to do? Anyway, I digress. Thank you, everybody, for being here and listening and being part of the show tonight. And
Thank you, everybody.
Our new friends, and please come back again soon. And we will be here on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday at 1:00 Central.
Are we still having a staff meeting on Thursday?
We are, but I need to check and see. I might have to change the time a little bit, but yes.
Yeah, I was a little. Yeah, I slept through it. That was one of those days I spent all day just napping.
Yeah, I have an appointment in the afternoon, but we'll figure it out. I'll double check my time.
Okay, I'll try to keep it in mind.
Okay.
Good night, Christopher and Andrea and Dennis and everybody else out there listening. And then I get to go play Star Wars.
Star Wars time. Yes, sir.
Stormtroopers and robots, the separatists and the clones, and then don't forget the God, I can't even think of the stupid name. The rebels. There we go. Hurt the brain. I must be tired.
Of course.
The rebels. How could we forget the rebels?
I know.
Anyway.
One of these days I'll watch Star Wars.
Oh, you have to. It's a must see. I wish I could hand it to you. If I could afford it and find it, if I could find it.
We'll do
My
a
problem is I can't. I don't have any way to order anything online because I don't do banking online because I don't have a phone that I have all that set up for. But if I could order all of the Star Wars and pay for it, I'd mail it to you in a heartbeat. Anyway,
Okay. All
we can
right.
go. Good night, and watch. Yeah, everybody else out there, watch Star Wars. Jesus, come on. How can you not watch Star Wars?
Woo.
That's
Okay.
funny. Okay. Well,
I'll
good
be
night,
the first to that.
everybody. Okay. Bye, Sam.
All right. Talk to
Bye-bye.
you soon, everybody. Good night.
Okay. We'll see you Saturday. Bye. Bye. Bye.